Hello and welcome again to episode, what are we on? 8 of Top 5. And in honor of May being Star Wars month, we are doing top 5 favorite Star Wars games tonight. How are you doing tonight, Jason?
I'm not too bad. How about yourself?
Good. I'm been very much looking forward to this stream. As some of you may know, this was originally planned for 2 weeks ago. I think it was the April 30th, but at essentially the last minute, I got sent halfway across the country for work, and we had to reschedule, which fell on tonight. And coincidentally, which I did not know this until Jason mentioned this in chat about the private chat like 2 or 3 hours ago, it could not have been on a better day to reschedule because today is George Lucas's birthday. He turns 80 years old today. So what better way to celebrate his birthday than rank our top 5 favorite Star Wars games?
Yeah, it was weird. I was looking up for one more thing, and because, you type anything in Google or anything like that, it just makes it Star Wars everything. It goes, oh, we want to celebrate George Lucas's birthday. I was like, wait, what? Okay, cool. And then going on to this, I was like, oh, that's very... it wasn't supposed to happen that way, but cool. It worked.
So we have an awesome panel of nerds today joining us to rank their top 5 favorite Star Wars games as well. So we'll start off. We'll just go down the list here. We'll start off with my buddy Carl of the RNG Gaming Podcast. What's up, Carl? How are you doing?
Hello, everyone, and happy Tuesday. I hope everyone's having a great night out there, and I hope you enjoy the nightmare fuel of a Carl Ewok.
It's going to take a while to get used to it.
I've just gotten used to every time I'm on stream with him, he's using a different avatar with the Carl face. So,
yeah, my wife loves making these. That's for sure.
She does a great job. He sent me because I asked him because I don't know how to do very much with like Photoshop or anything. So for the thumbnail, I was like, hey, can you put a Carl face on a Star Wars character sent me? Because I have no idea how to do that. And he sent me a couple, and I was like, I like the Jabba one. So the Jabba one made it on the thumbnail.
I figured you were going to take the Jabba because that was also my favorite one. But my wife was like, you can't have the Jabba. You got to use the other one. So I'm like, okay, pick one that you like. So obviously, because she's a woman, she was like the cute little fuzzy one.
The Ewoks.
Yeah, exactly.
So next up, we got another good buddy, BD Jake. What's up, Jake? How's it going?
What's up, guys? I'm doing well. Thank you so very much. My name is Big Dog Jake, BIGGDOGGJAKE. I'm a professional, though occasional, VOA for hire. I'm a political writer and analyst for hire. I love metal music, and I love video games. I will talk to anyone about them. Neo, Jason, thank you so much for having me on this episode of Top 5. I very much look forward to it. Carl, good to see you as well, my homie.
As always, pleasure to
as always.
Mine.
Good and Jake is coming back on. We've had
Thursday
on this upcoming Thursday for open mic for a part 2 of our discussion because the first one was so good. And it's like I got so much more stuff we need to.
We're gonna hit the 10-hour mark.
So next up, we got JT Epsilon. What's up, JT? We have not been on a stream together. I'm glad you could join us tonight.
Hello. Thanks for having me on. I've been really looking forward to this. Like, I'm huge on Star Wars, so God, yeah,
Excellent.
No, loving it.
Awesome.
And last but not least, we got the Star Wars man himself, Kyle Katarn. I mean, the Fractured Filter. What's up?
Hello, guys. Glad to be here. Looking forward to it. But, I'm just a casual fan. So, I'll try my best to fill in a top 5. We'll be good, But looking forward to it. Looking forward to ranking this off because this was not easy. I could certainly say that. Especially the top 2. The top 2 were definitely my challenge and might surprise some people. But I'm looking forward to it. You know what? I guess I'm the only one that is already used to the Carl Ewok. For some reason, to me, it just seems so fitting. Just Carl's face on everything. I don't know why. It just works perfectly in my bucket. Especially just the grumpy, like he's ready to kill. So unfortunately, even though as pro Empire as I am, he's ready to kill some stormtroopers. Full bore. That or trying to ignore them and get drunk off in the corner somewhere.
I mean, that would be a fun edit just to have like Carl sound effects over like Ewoks killing the stormtroopers. Get off my lawn! Stuff like that.
I can just also see like just one of them get blasted. Like, it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Just walks off.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, let's see here. Where did I've got so much stuff I need to pull up my notes. So first off, I want to go into a little bit of background for each of you for your background in Star Wars games, kind of like what we did on the Metroidvania ranking stream.
Mhm.
So first off, I just want to go around for each of us and briefly, you don't have to give any spoilers to your list. You don't have to say, any hints or anything like, hey, this may or may not show up later. But I want to hear from each of you what you remember the first Star Wars game you played was, and
Oh my
then
gosh.
what was the most recent Star Wars game that you played. So for me, for the first Star Wars game I played is actually like a four-way tie because uh, and no pun intended, because one of them was TIE Fighter. But
Mhm.
I got a box of CDs from like Costco or something. I think my grandparents got it for me when I was a kid. It had 6 discs in it, and it had Rebel Assault 1, Rebel Assault 2, which was 2 discs, TIE Fighter, a demo disc for Dark Forces, and the 6th disc was like a behind the scenes making of the
Oh,
I
trilogy
think I remember
special
seeing
edition.
that pack
very
before.
cool.
Yeah,
And they had
yeah.
all
Very cool.
sorts of these packs for us, a bunch of
Oh,
different games.
the big boxes were awesome for some of the old Star Wars games. Like
Oh,
they
yeah.
just had some great, like especially like later down the line, like they put together some bangers for if you missed out on certain games, man. There were certain times to pick them up.
Yeah, so it had all 4 of those. So I basically all 4 of, well, 5 Dark Force was only a demo. I've actually talked about that a few times on my stream because I played it only had the first 3 levels of Dark Forces, and I played the bejesus out of that demo. I probably played the demo disc more than I actually played the final game, but I'll probably talk about that. It's later on down the line. But so those basically Rebel Assault 1 and 2, TIE Fighter, 1 and 2, TIE Fighter. I'm missing one, the Dark Forces demo. But yeah, those are basically all my first Star Wars games. And then for most recently, I'd have to say the one that I played at length most recently, and it's probably been I mean, I did play it once or twice over the last 6 months, just because it came up either due to a achievement contest I was working on. I needed some achievements in it, or it came up on Gaming Roulette. But it was also the last thing I played at length, and that was the most recent Battlefront 2. I got that because a couple of my buddies were into it, and so
Oh,
I
yeah.
was actually able to play it through GameShare, so I didn't actually have to buy it. And we played the co-op mode, so it was like 4 of us versus all AI. We played
Right.
quite a bit of that. So I probably played a few. I'd probably say like 40 or 50 hours of that. And I'd never even touched any of the other game modes until probably December, because what I was mentioned there for achievements is I was trying to get achievements for 12 Days of Christmas, and Battlefront 2 had a bunch of achievements that qualified that I hadn't gotten yet. There's an achievement for like each game mode for just winning a match, and I didn't have any of them because I never even played any of the other ones. So I got a few achievements in that. But yeah, that's pretty much the game I played at length most recently, as well as no, that was something else. So yeah, so want to hear from the rest of you guys what a little bit of your background in your Star Wars games, what got you started, and what was your most recently played. So I guess we'll just go around clockwise here. Since Jake, you're right next to you. What about you?
Well, as we all know, or you might not know, but I've shared before, first-person shooters were my first love. Then my next love was real-time strategy games. Then I got into MMORPGs, mainly World of Warcraft. But my earliest memory of playing a Star Wars game that I really, really, really enjoyed was back. I must have been maybe 7 or 8 years old. So this was the late '90s. I was at my friend's house, and we were playing Star Wars Battlegrounds, and I loved that game. And of course, very shortly thereafter, I built my first PC. I was about 10, 11 years old, something like that. Got into WoW as well, and then of course, Empire War comes out, and I played the heck out of that as well.
Did you ever play
Love
Force
those RPGs.
Commander?
I have not. I have not played Force Commander.
Okay.
I have not played Force Commander. I'm sorry if everyone can flame me in chat. Whatever. No worries.
I've never even heard of that game.
Force Commander, I always saw as the superior ground-based for
Interesting.
RTS, and then
Interesting.
and then Empire at War was just so vastly great for the space end, but I did not like the ground combat in that game, personally speaking.
Yeah, the ground combat in Empire at War was very similar to Galactic Battlegrounds. It was just, it was like Age of Empires 1 versus Age of Empires 2. Basically, it was the same engine as well.
Right.
I don't know. I prefer Galactic Battlegrounds ground battle over Empire at Wars.
I feel you. I feel you on that. And as far as most recent, haven't played a ton of recent Star Wars games like the Jedi games that came out with Cal Kestis, and I never played the EA Battlefront or Battlefront 2. Was never really into those things. But as far as recently, the Star Wars game I played recently is Republic Commando. Because I very much enjoy that game. Very much enjoy that game. As you guys saw in the thumbnail, you saw me as 37, the team leader. I really enjoy that game. I probably played it like maybe 2 months ago or something like that. Downloaded a proper widescreen fix, made sure it ran at 60 FPS, made sure it had control sports things like that. Yeah, I love that game. Love it.
Cool. Yeah. I started playing through Republic Commando because I had never played it before, back in like September, and my buddy in real life is in chat, and he watched one of my streams afterwards because I have not been a fan of what I played so far, and he watched one of my streams after the fact, and he texted me. He's like, dude, you're playing it all wrong. So I've not had much of a desire to go back and play it.
You got to play it like a Star Wars Rainbow Six game, basically.
Yeah. So I told him, it's probably been 6 months since I played it now, just because I've been busy, but I don't really have much desire to go back to it. But when I do go back to it, I'm like, I'm going to have him on stream in my ear so he can tell me what to do so I can actually play the game correctly.
Right on.
So. What about you, Jason? What got you started with Star Wars games?
So the first one I've ever played, again, we all know, I've grew up pretty much in an arcade. So the first one that I ever played was the 1983, 84, I think it was, Star Wars arcade game, the one that's by Atari. One place had the full one with a cockpit, and the other one had just pretty much the stand and play one. So played those ones, enjoyed those, just because, I mean, it's Star Wars and a arcade machine. Like, what can be, as cool as that? Obviously, we go down the, years later, and we see even more stuff happen. But then after that, the really ridiculously hard Super Star Wars games. I remember doing the dumb thing and renting those, thinking I can beat them over the weekend. And
I didn't think I could beat it, but I did rent them as well.
Yep. That was a dumb little me thinking I can beat something like that over a weekend. And I think the only one I've ever beaten was the first one.
Okay.
So even to this day, I think Super Star Wars is the only one I've beaten out of the trilogy. So
ahead of me.
it takes a lot. It takes a lot, but yeah.
Oh, I know.
But yeah, that's pretty much where I started with Star Wars games, and then to this day, with the couple that I will have mentioned on here, I'm going to be more as we went through the Melee stream where I was on there with all Star Wars days. Like, I'm a big, a good size fan of Star Wars, but I'm not like the biggest. So I'm very interested in hearing what you guys have. But with my 5, I think I'm going to be the odd one out. That's why I kind of chose the character I chose for the picture, because my takes are going to be a little bit interesting, and a lot of it's going to be missing. But yeah, it's going to be very fun to hear everybody else's, and then take hopefully people back to why did I choose my games, and hear everybody else's better games than pretty much what I chose.
And what was your most recently played?
Well, that's going to be on my list because I was.
You didn't have to say that.
I know. I'm not. I haven't said it yet either. I haven't said it yet. The reason why I played it is because, again, some of our top 5s that we had earlier made me start trying it out. So.
Okay, so you'll mention it once we get there. What your most recent was? Okay. Gotcha. All right, and Carl, what got you started with Star Wars games? What do you play most recently?
Well, for me, besides for Pokemon, Star Wars was like the biggest thing for me as a child.
It's like Pokemon Star Wars. I've never heard of that one.
No, so
That'd be tight.
Pokemon,
That'd be
comma
tight.
Star Wars.
yeah. So basically, when I got my N64 as a wee lad, Pokemon and Star Wars were basically the only video games I had for it. And the first Star Wars game I can remember playing, and I had to look this up because I had only two in mind. The first one I ever played was Shadows of the Empire for the N64.
Good one to start on.
All
Good one
right.
to start on.
Good
Yeah.
start.
I was a wee lad who really didn't understand every complexity that I was doing. I just remember that replaying the first level, constantly taking down those AT-ATs,
Mm.
and then kind of going through and just fumbling around with my childlike ignorance, getting deeper into the story. I don't think I ever beat it, but I think the last part I remember was an underwater level where I had to fight a tentacle monster. I
Oh,
don't-
yeah, I know
James was
what
doing
level that
something
is.
like that last night.
So like
Dropping
that.
his rebreather in the water. Oh my gosh.
So that's the first Star Wars game I can remember playing, and the most recent I was just playing Jedi Survivor, the
Ugh.
new the sequel to Jedi Outcast, not Jedi Outcast.
Fallen Order.
How
Fallen
dare
Order.
you?
How dare you confuse those? How dare you?
I had a
Frank-
slip up there.
Quite
Don't ever
frankly, how dare
associate.
you?
Don't ever associate class with trash like Survivor.
A Fallen Order was a fun game. The sequel, I haven't really gotten too far into it, but they really did a good job upgrading the combat. That was one of my big complaints with the first one.
Okay.
So that's
Yeah.
that's all I can really say for that one.
Cool. Yeah. All right. And Filter, what about you?
Well, yeah, it goes back to the days of the wee lad. I definitely started out with the Super Star Wars games for sure, renting those, but I did not have any kind of delusion of grandeur or anything like that. Thinking I'm gonna beat these, but I just was like renting them and having a freaking blast. Even though for the longest time I still can never fully, I couldn't always figure out how to get through the stage where you are in the speeder trying to get to the sand crawler. But gosh darn it, was it fun regardless. And then yeah, just kind of up through the years, been playing whatever I could and whenever I can. But I mean, those were definitely like games that were more focused on the OT and everything, and then later just the other games helped expand the universe with it all, along with the books. So but then most, I mean, are we you say most recent, so like the newer games,
not
like, just like
necessarily
what you've recently played? Because
it could be like the 1983 Atari game if that was
Right.
the most recent one you played. Not necessarily what came out most recently.
Right. No, yeah. I you know, out of curiosity, I did check out way after the fact, and for a price of a sandwich, I got, you know, Battlefront 2 and Fallen Order just to check those out. But most recently played was I did my 5-hour stream of Knights of the Old Republic 2 and made sure and loaded that bitch up with any HD mods, and then of course the content pack, because you got to have that.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It's a must. But man, I was just playing through that again. I was just having fun. And I was like, you know, this is where I love telling people about the mods more than anything for these old games that, in my opinion, still keep the games alive. You can keep playing them. We don't need remakes. You can just, as janky as the old systems were, they're still fun as heck, and you can go back and play those instead. Here's some mods, make it look pretty. Away you go. But yeah, Coder 2 was the most recent one I was playing, and man, it's been fun going through some of those games, especially some that I missed and everything. So
cool. Yeah. All right. And lastly, JT Epsilon, what's your history and what did you play most recently?
So my Star Wars journey started with one of these three. I can't remember which. It was either the first Lego Star Wars, Battlefront 2, or Star Wars Episode 3.
Okay.
It was my mom's boyfriend at the time. It was on his like PlayStation 3 and stuff. So that's why I can't remember which one it was. So
Okay.
but yeah, it was through him that I actually got introduced to Star Wars. You know, I was born in '99, so I was a little bit late to the party compared to some of the
Oh
others
my god, you're
apparently
younger
here.
than me. Wow.
Yeah.
That's rare. That's my first time I've had someone younger than me on the stream.
I think Carl is too.
Yeah.
Is he?
But
Well, so whatever. Anyways.
so you weren't born on the day episode 1 came out, were you?
No. I'm young, but
Stars aligned.
I'm like 9.
Well, I actually meant Epsilon, but that'd be funny if it was.
No.
Real quick, if I may, does anybody want to do like a quick 30-second summary of like their earliest Star Wars memory?
For me, what got me into Star Wars was my dad had the VHS trilogy when I was a kid, and I probably got into it when I was probably like 5-ish, would be my guess.
Okay.
It was,
Okay.
I think because there was a couple different versions. Like there was like the silver one, I think
The
was a
gold one as well.
widescreen,
Yep.
and the gold one. I think we had the gold one.
Yep. Yeah, the gold one was the special edition VHS and widescreen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine, just real quick, I remember very early on as a young kid, again, probably around 5 or 6 years old, I know that above the TV console and the big TV thing, we had all our VHS lined up. We had the trilogy. I don't exactly remember watching them or how early I watched them, but my biggest memory was I remember staying at my grandparents' house. My dad came to pick us up Saturday night or something like that, and in his hand he had a VH copy of episode 1. I don't know if he rented it, I don't know if he bought it, but I had that freeze frame in my mind, and I'll always remember that because I remember after that we went home, we watched episode 1, and I loved it. So shout out my dad.
Mine's pretty easy. I remember having, I guess it was just a way that my dad can still had a lot of the toys and all that stuff. So I just remember playing with X-Wings, the toys. And then when I have like memories and all that stuff, I just remember watching it, but I always just remember having a little, one of the X-Wing old school toys and just messing with that. So X-Wings have always been one of my favorites because of that.
Okay.
Right on.
I can't really remember how I got into Star Wars, to be honest. I just remember being little and just probably watching the original trilogy. But I guess like one memory that kind of sticks with me is my family was really poor for a long time in my later years of like being a kid, not a quite teenager in that, but I just remember watching Star Wars, like the original trilogy, on this black and white antenna television, like a little tiny one, and I just remember loving every minute of it. So I can actually say I've watched all the Star Wars movies in black and white.
Hey, there you go. There you go. I remember when color TV came out. My dad brought home Fire the same day.
For myself, I could just say that I'm pretty sure it's probably my mom that rented them for my brother and I. As a kid, I was always a little more. We were always a little more Godzilla fans at the time, and then as time mainly went along, and I enjoyed the original trilogy. I could say I saw the original VHS releases and stuff like that.
Ooh.
So God, I wish I kept them too when we did get them.
Never had
but
that personally.
yeah. But then, and this is with my 5 is going to be very related with my gaming history and stuff like that too, with certain events and all that, and certainly for Star Wars. So, and what got me into the big world of it. And so it was just then along for the ride.
All right. Yeah. And JT, if you want to let us know what you played most recently, and then, a little bit about what got you into Star Wars to begin with.
So what got me into it to begin with was actually the TV commercial for episode 3. It was an MTV music video where they had Anakin Skywalker as the vocalist. You had Mace Windu and Obi-Wan on guitar, Yoda on the drums. The clones were the fans in the crowd and all that stuff.
I've never seen this.
Are you sure you're not talking about the Star Wars Connect game? Are you sure?
I've never heard of this either. This is crazy.
110%. I've re-looked it up and shown people over the years. I absolutely love it. I only wish that there was an updated version of it. But yeah, no, I just remember my mom's boyfriend was all like, "Come here, quick!" Because I was outside, and I'll come running, and right in the middle of that, and we're all just dying laughing. I'm only 5, so I have no idea why it's funny, but. But yeah, that's how it started. That's I was like, oh, okay, so what was that? And he goes, oh, that was Star Wars, and that's when he started me on episode 1 and 2. Didn't let me watch 4, 5, and 6 because 3 was just about to come out in theaters.
Oh, I see. I see. He wanted you to get the linear timeline. I guess.
Yeah, well, because they were doing the whole like Vader and all that for episode 3, so he wanted me to.
Yeah.
I see. I see.
The last Star Wars game I played was the OG Battlefront 2 for the Melee event.
Nice.
That was a blast.
I just watched this music video that he's talking about. Apparently, they did use the Battlefront 2 engine for this music video as well.
Oh, nice.
Really?
Nice.
They
Cool.
look like little Battlefront stand-ins because it looks like 2005 Star Wars right there, right?
That's right, baby. That's
Peak
right.
there. Peak.
I will include the link to that in the stream description afterwards if anyone wants to check that out. So, excellent. Let's see here. Before we get on into our top fives, want to say hi to the chat. We had a bunch of people in chat before we even started. Angry Canadian is here as always, and he's saying, "I know Neo's going to have all the old Jedi Knight guys fill his top 5." We shall see. We shall see. And let's see here. We got Star Wars Marvel Pierce. What's up, Star Wars Marvel Pierce? Good to see you, buddy. Cheers to you as well. Phantom X, hello. I think I've seen you here before, but
Hello, Phantom. Phantom's a good friend of mine. We're in the GCA. We're in the GCA together. All hail the 199. Hail the GCA. I appreciate you showing out, Phantom. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us, Phantom. And Nick, what's up, Backyard TARDIS? Number 1, Sega Star Wars Trilogy Arcade. Number 2, TIE Fighter versus X-Wing. 3, Star Wars or Super Return of the Jedi. 4, Jedi Power Battles. 5, Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. All right, jumping the gun, but decent list. We'll see how ours pan out to that. My good buddy, who I was mentioning earlier in real life, who's going to coach me on Republic Commando whenever I get back to it.
Good.
First Star Wars game I ever played was Rogue Squadron. First I ever owned was Star Wars
Starfighter, I imagine.
I'm assuming he meant to say Starfighter. So let's see here. And we have I don't have it in here, so I can't highlight it, but dude, my buddy Dude1286 saying, got caught up on all my anime, now to listen to another eulogy about Star Wars. No, we're talking about the good things of Star Wars.
The Star Wars that still exists
today, folks.
Well, the Star Wars that
worry
still
about it. We
exists
got
for
you.
you to the Star Wars that still exists for you to play, untainted by Disney or anything like that. You could still enjoy these old games.
Yes, I was talking to other people in my Xbox Discord because we were talking about Jedi Survivor because it just recently joined Game Pass and a bunch of them are playing it right now. And they're not kind of in the same field as we are, where we basically hate. Well, I can't say all of us, but a lot of us hate pretty much everything that Disney done. They're more so a little more even keeled about it, not so biased. So like, yeah, it's pretty good, but in the 2000s it wasn't very good. I'm like, are you kidding me? The 2000s was like the best years of Star Wars.
Yeah, epic peak times for Star Wars games for sure.
Like that was the best time for.
I mean, they did so many great games, especially for like filling in the Clone Wars era. And I mean, you were playing Republic Commando for God's sake. I mean, that's
Commando, Empire
it's one of
War, KOTOR 2. I mean,
yeah.
SWTOR came out in that's 2010.
But it's on the edge, but still, whatever. That time frame is just great for the EU. So,
even 90s Star Wars was really good too, because you had all the N64 and the PS1 games as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, Angry Canadian saying, it was painful watching Neo play Republic Commando. My buddy, dude, I was dying at how pissed you were slogging, and pissed how you were slogging through Republic Commando.
I've given him an earful too, Chris. Believe me.
Amon Ra is here saying, "Moo, what's up, Amon Ra? Good to see you." That was one thing I was going to say a few minutes ago. Is I hated that I had to miss the Melee Town Square for Star Wars because I had so much stuff I wanted to talk about.
Jason had it
traveling
locked
for work,
down.
so I couldn't.
Jason had it locked down on that.
Yeah, it's like 3 people the whole time. I'm like, I want to be there.
I go in there. I'm like, okay, I guess I can do it. I'm like, I'm a decent fan of Star Wars, but I'm no, super fan or anything like that. So I'm like, okay, people come in and they'll, they'll bounce more ideas off of me. I'm like, okay, I'm the only one here. I'm like, I'll just keep going. And I'm just glad James and Kay were there to help me. I can't say lead me down the way because obviously I had takes, but I'm like, okay. if someone else was in here too, they'd have a little bit more takes than I do because I'm pretty simple when it comes down to it. But I was like, okay, I guess I had to hold it down. But yeah, no, it was fun. But yeah, it was a good time.
I'm sure Kay was keeping you straight, and James was just fucking going all over the place with his takes. As he does.
So
as he came up in the comments here.
Backguard is saying last he played was Galactic Battlegrounds, and my buddies saying he hasn't actually heard of the Super ones. Yeah, they were the ones on Super Nintendo, Super Star Wars, Super Empire Strikes Back, Super Return of the Jedi, and they are known as being notoriously difficult.
Yeah, did videos on them.
Real Wade Nation, what's up, Wade? Good to see you, buddy, as always. Oh, Forkin' Around is here. What's up, Forkin'? Hey, howdy. Nope. And let's see, did I miss anyone else? Gabriel Knight. Hello, Gabriel Knight. I think
Gabriel Knight, shouldn't you be solving mysteries? What are you doing here?
So, all right. And with that, I think we've said hi to everyone in chat. Thank you for joining us, and we'll get on into our top 5.
James did say something in the chat. He did say, have fun, lads. I'll save my top 5 for the inevitable George Lucas edit coming to this show. So I'm included.
Yes. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm sorry I missed that, James. Yes, James was supposed to be here when we were going to do this 2 weeks ago. He couldn't make it tonight. So for sure, he'll be on next time for whenever we do part 2, because I'm sure we already have enough people to do a full panel for a part 2.
Yeah.
So
indeed.
All right. So with that, we will get into our top 5, starting with number 5, working our way up to number 1. Anybody want to jump in with their number 5 first?
I'll start it off because I'm looking at the total viewers, and this is the highest we've ever had for a top 5 debuting. So thank you all for watching.
Awesome.
Please. So I'm probably going to kill it right now, but I will go with 5. Just don't leave after I say my number 5. Just please, guys,
crash this with no survivors.
Like, don't let this dissuade you. You should stay here afterwards.
Yep. Yeah. There's 5 other people after my number 5.
With
so please stay.
No,
all right. So yeah, I'll go with my number 5 because it's not a great game by all means. I know
a good start with
that's fine.
It's a very, very bad game, but what's
the best?
Yeah, as I get older, and see 3 people left already, so let's go. Anyway, so the game that I chose, because now knowing kind of games and everything like that, what could have been is what makes me kind of sad. But I chose Star Wars Master of Terrakasi.
Oh
wow!
I love that game to death. I played that game so goddamn much.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say anything good about that game,
dude. As janky as that game was, I gotta say that it was fun. I remember working hard to get Mara Jade. That's where I got introduced to Mara Jade, was that freaking game. And then like the extra, like all the extra stuff for like Leia and shit too. Oh my god.
So tell us why you love it.
Yeah. So the reason why I like it is because of what could have been. Going back and now seeing what Soul Calibur has become and what it did. Like, could you imagine something like it's a little bit harder because of Soul Calibur is a little bit slower, where Star Wars has a little bit more faster. Star Wars in general is a little bit faster. But my biggest complaint about it is, can you imagine if Star Wars didn't have to be a 3D fighting game? You go back and you look at like X-Men Children of the Atom, or you go back and you look at Marvel superheroes with like the gem system. Can you imagine with them doing something like that with a 2D fighter in the style of Marvel, where you have super jumps? I mean, if you go back and you play Marvel superheroes, you see Iron Man. There's your perfect example of, having any bounty hunter right there. I mean, force push is an easy command that you can throw somebody. Lightsabers can easily be ways to attack. I mean, there's so many games during that time then and then time now, that if I wish Star Wars could have a really, really good fighting game, because you can take all the Jedi and have doing super jumps. You can take someone like Han Solo that's a little bit more of a range fighter. Like you can add things around it where it's like, yeah, you can have Han beat, a Jedi in a way like that because of just how gameplay is. But when you play Terrakasi, it is just,
I think it set the groundwork for a decent enough game. But I think if they did, pull more from maybe like Soul Calibur, or even nowadays like Tekken and everything like that. Like Tekken 8 especially does have some pretty solid gameplay, but I think it does need to kind of stay a little bit more to that grounded level, not so over the top.
Right.
You could have that style of fighting game for sure, but I think if you go more that route, that would be. I would like to have if they just had more fluid combat and not it is not so stiff, because it really is sometimes a chore trying to do some of those moves, especially if you're
just
playing
moving, just moving,
yeah,
on
just moving.
Yeah.
If
Like
they right, if they just like it just tuned it up just a little bit more, because I think it had a lot of potential there. It's just they did not stick the landing so hard, and then the main person for to introduce the Terraskasi martial arts, Arden Lin, she's not that great to play as, and they really kind of tanked it with that too. But I mean, hey, you're there mostly for unlocking Vader, getting to play as him, playing as Luke, and so on. So
and then also like the Terraskasi like character select screen is awesome in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like you can go through there and like everybody how they look. I mean, like it looks awesome that way. But again, just the chore of just dashing back and moving forward. It's just like
it is. It's
that's a little much. But yeah. I mean that's my 5. It's always fun to boot up every once in a while and just be like, I wish we had another one of these, but better.
That was a PS1 game, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because I've never owned a PlayStation, but my friends had this game. I remember going over and playing at their house one time. I think it was like at a birthday party or something. They were all outside playing, and I was like, "No, I gotta beat Darth Vader." I never did because he was pretty hard. But I remember, because I don't do fighting games, but I enjoyed the one time I played that game for like an hour. I thought it was pretty cool.
And then when you play with friends, it's okay because you both are playing the jank that it is. But yeah, when you start trying to do stuff yourself, it's just like, this doesn't go through. But so it's always fun to play with friends, but never fun to play by yourself.
It always was funny though, because you had the Gamorrean and then you had the Tusken characters, and if you said their names, the Gamorrean sounded like whore, and then the
HORR, right?
Yeah, it's HOAR or something like that. And then the Tusken sounded like the F word. So we always laughed when it was like whore versus.
I don't remember the Tusken Raider, but I do remember the first time someone picked the Gamorrean, and it was like Luke Skywalker versus whore. I just busted up laughing. That was hilarious.
It was good.
That wasn't that bad of a pick.
Nah, that was good.
That was good. That was solid.
Only lost 3 viewers. It wasn't too bad. Thank you. Thank you for the 16.
we got 4 on Rumble, 5 on Rumble. So
let's go, baby. Let's go.
All right.
Let's see here. We haven't heard enough from JT Epsilon yet. Why don't you give us your number 5?
Absolutely.
All right. So my number 5 is Jedi Knight Jedi Academy.
Jedi Academy. Oh,
very good pick. Very good
there
pick.
You go.
So
I actually discovered that game through Jedi Outcast.
okay.
Because I had gotten it was a collection of Star Wars games, and I think it was literally called the greatest Star Wars PC games or something like that. And it had Empire at War, Knights of the Old Republic, Republic Commando. I had like a 14-day trial to Galaxies.
Oh, that's right. Star Wars Galaxies. Yeah.
And then it had Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast 2. I played about like 5 minutes of Jedi Outcast 2 before I didn't touch it for like a couple of years. It was at the time beyond me and my ability to do it. I was young, and I was like, what is this dated oldness? Well, I don't want old. I want,
so you didn't play it when it was new. Okay.
Excuse me.
If James was here, he would be like, "Oh, I understand why you played 5 minutes and quit. It's because of Rosh."
Well, I mean that's understandable.
Well, he wasn't in Outcast, was he?
No.
I thought you said Jedi Academy.
That's the one. That's my pick. Outcast was the one that was on the disc. But
gotcha.
I tried that game. I learned about Academy, learned like the RPG about how I could choose to be my own Jedi and all that. and immediately got hooked onto that and got that through GameFly. And then that's how I got Academy, and then that's why I fell in love with it. I got to customize my own character. I got to basically be who I wanted to be as a Jedi, live out that fantasy. It had, the relatively realistic, dismemberments and combat that you don't get now with the meat sponges. So yeah,
Yep.
no, it was one of the just earlier experiences of Star Wars, and I, just living out that fantasy as a kid of being able to choose my own, Jedi and be my own self, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah, the great thing with Academy and Outcast is that I saw on somebody's like retro review, one of the devs from the team popped into the comment section and confirmed something that I always suspected, and that they based the gameplay off of Bushido Blade games, and it very much shows, because it's like you finally had 2 games where you're a Jedi and
Right.
the lightsaber actually acts like a freaking lightsaber.
Yeah.
And that's something that
Exactly.
unfortunately with Force Unleashed they then put on the back burner. And
Yeah,
I wish
yeah.
to death they would do something to, I mean, there was a time I wished to death they would do something with that, bringing that back, but it's like unfortunately it's a gem of the past. But hey, it's like, and I can say, yeah, I had so many wasted hours with the Academy just for some of the mods and stuff too. And the modding community is still strong and going today. It's insane.
Oh yeah.
One of the big mods that I played the hell out of, Movie Battles 2. That thing is still going, for God's sakes.
Dude. Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's the great thing about Academy, was just they refined the lightsaber combat too from Outcast,
Absolutely.
which is great.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And if I may, my number 5 as well is Jedi Academy.
Okay.
So
Hey,
That's a great
JT, you and
segue.
me, let's go.
There you
Great
go.
segue. I love that game. I love Kyle Katarn. Shout out Fracture Filter. Shout out Kyle Katarn. I just loved the. I mean, I love the story, but I also love the story of starting out as somebody with a blaster and getting your lightsaber and developing force powers and continuing that on throughout the game. It was, in my opinion, or at least from what I'm familiar with, was the first game that put you into the Star Wars universe and started you out as somebody who had a skill set and built you up to actually becoming a Jedi and actually developing force powers and utilizing them. And by the end of the game, enemies were tough and things like that. But you studied the blade.
The duels were so much fun.
Oh yeah. And other than another game which will be coming up, that was my first person Star Wars game. And again, there's just something about starting out as a shooter, thinking that's what it's going to be. Especially for me when I was young, obviously the internet wasn't what it was. I didn't really look up much about it. And then finding a lightsaber and like, oh, what's this? And you get to use the lightsaber, and then, starting to put your force powers into either good or evil, and, doing all that. So I loved it so much. I played the hell out of it when I was younger. I really, really enjoyed it.
Well, and I'd say for like Outcast and Academy, and I'd even say like Academy is very much attached to Outcast. It feels like an expansion pack onto Outcast.
It is.
So I'd almost lump the two together just because I want to cheat. But eventually. But I mean, the great thing was that when you started getting those force powers, like you felt like you were really just like,
oh yeah,
you could have a lot of fun. You could experiment. You could like do some different combinations. But I mean, the most fun, of course, was getting level 3 grip and then basically yanking those back. Exactly, you got it, Jake. just like lifting him up, just dangling him over the side of a chasm, or just like picking him up and force pushing him away. Anything like that, especially if you got just happen to break,
throw your saber into him.
That too.
That's another fun one, especially if you can drop that on a dark Jedi, dark Trooper, or dark troopers. Yeah.
Are you talking about Reborn?
The Reborns, yeah. Well, they aren't Sith, but they're considered Dark Jedi. It's a weird thing. Anyways,
whatever.
But it's a thing. But no, I mean, it is kind of funny. With like things like Force Unleashed, and I was talking about this with my brother earlier. It's more just feels like a gimmick than anything with like the whole. Yes, it kind of looks cool and it has the flash to it. But like it's only surface level because then like it has the destructible environments, but those only go so far. While in like Outcast and Academy, like your force powers go much further.
Oh yeah.
And if you just give the the types of physic engine and stuff like that into Outcast or Academy from Force Unleashed, with your ability to like pick up the stormtroopers and get them to like grab onto each other and then throw them around and stuff like that, those like extra ragdoll physics, then you just, I mean, that'd be the cherry on top for those games. But I mean, as is, they're just fantastic the way they are for that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Jedi Academy was also it's an honorable mention for me, but it was probably one of the first games that ever gave you like a power trip as a Star Wars
Yes.
too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I just remember being a kid, just like maxing out Force Choke, and I'm just tossing people out of my way, like
Let's go.
they're just like trash. It's like, oh, hi Stormtrooper, off the edge. Hi Stormtrooper, off the edge.
Or it was sometimes fun to force push a group of the stormtroopers and then blast them with some Sith lightning.
Also, one of the first games too to actually let you have a Sith or a Jedi ending too, which I also thought was very fun too.
That was a blast.
Yes, especially if you pick the bad ending too. It's just like you feel like the ultimate power trip just finally occurred there.
We didn't want to kill Rosh. I mean, come on.
What's up, Paul?
Hope you'll
Good
listen
evening,
tonight.
buddy. Yeah, so speaking of Rosh, my buddy, James is not here, and the reason why he couldn't make it because they're doing Helldivers tonight over on their channel. But James would be very, very happy to hear you say this. Rosh was so insufferable and whiny. I remember saving the games, going dark side to kill him, fighting Allura, reloading the save, and killing him again.
Perfect. Beautiful.
But you know, it's funny. It's like
James
over time,
would love to hear you say that.
I've also like looked at it like, but is Rosh as pathetic as he is he really worth going to the dark side over?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know.
Quick save, quick load,
brat,
whatever.
sure,
We'll figure it out.
but you know, I think you could have some higher stakes to get you over to the dark side than him.
Hey, listen.
Sometimes you can only push man.
But I don't disagree that he needs to die. I'm just saying, you know.
My problem the entire time I had was playing Academy and with Rosh. Did any of you ever play TAC, the Great Juju Challenge?
No.
I've heard of that game.
I've heard about it, but I haven't played it, and I believe he's a voice in that game.
Yeah, he voices the main character, TAC. And I played that game before I had played Academy. So the entire time I'm playing Academy, I am quite literally thinking TAC the entire time.
I recognize his voice too, but from something else. I don't remember what it is. I'll look it up.
Yeah, he's been all over the place.
Yeah,
his voice has been all. I recognize his
always
voice one
funny to
time as
hear
a
it.
guard in Skyrim.
He also was.
I
believe, I believe he was a character in the Sith Academy in KOTOR 1. I believe he's a character there too.
I think he was also in the Telltale Jurassic Park game, if I recall correctly, too.
That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
Did he voice? Oh gosh,
I think
he voiced the main guy.
He was. He was part of the helicopter group.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for
gotcha.
spoiler free as I can make that one.
I got you.
And then speaking about power trip, I would force grip, throw lightsaber, force train, and electrocute with force lightning all at the same time.
Let's
Such
go.
overkill.
Overkill, baby. The best kind of kill. Good.
Also,
the best kind of kill. Overkill.
That's right, baby.
Also, one of my favorite things too. I staff or dual lightsaber for you gentlemen. I'm two lightsaber man all the way.
Same here.
Two lightsabers. Two lightsabers.
lightsaber.
Absolutely.
One in each hand.
I'm a staff saber. Is
Staff saber should be fun.
As long as you're not a single saber, because staff sabers and dual lightsabers have the best combos.
I'd take a single over a double bladed.
All right, you're out of here.
Get out.
Yeah.
I'm the same. Just give me one.
It might
You
be
two, get out.
flashier, but better on the defensive side. That's the thing you give up with double-bladed lightsabers. You're
Who
entirely
cares about
offensive.
defense when you have so much offense?
Yeah.
You know, offense is the best defense, frankly.
The best
I don't know.
defense is
Your
a good
second
offense.
saber's a shield. Didn't you ever know what a sword and board is?
You know, kind of lean in front of you.
Just ask Darth Maul how that worked out.
I mean, it took 2 Jedi Masters and one of them died, frankly. So,
Well,
just saying.
Obi-Wan was a Padawan at the time.
Yeah, just give
Yep.
it-
I mean, Darth Maul did become like a
Semantics.
cool
Yeah.
spider creature, so that's kind of cool. So I guess it worked out
He
for him.
did, and his jealous brother.
Yeah,
jealous
Philip and I
of
are
his
just like,
spider legs.
Let's not know. Maul
We're not
stayed
gonna-
dead in that pit where he belongs. That's it.
Just like Palpatine. Just like
exactly.
Yeah.
Just like Palpatine.
Yes. Fell down a giant pit like that, especially after getting cut in half, you're dead.
Yes. When
yeah.
when deaths matter, damn it.
Absolutely. Just like I don't know if it was Gabriel or Christian that brought it up. You know, unlike today where you get stabbed straight through the chest, through the heart, and the spine with a lightsaber and be okay.
No one's ever really
none of
gone.
that shit pre-Disney. You're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Filter,
love
since you're already on a bit of a rant, you want to give us your number 5?
All right, yeah. So like I said, I'm gonna be kind of also including a bit of gaming history and just these games
Learn us some
definitely
knowledge, homie.
did have.
Hello, and welcome.
Welcome.
Hello.
Lightsabers.
All right, I'll allow
Go
you're
to
new
for
here.
me. Welcome.
know.
Hope you enjoy it.
Hey, Darth Bane was a single saberist and he was badass with it. So
Yep.
but for my number 5, I'll be going in a bit of a different direction here. It was my introduction to this whole kind of style of gameplay, and that is 2003's Star Wars Galaxies.
All right, let's go.
It was my very first MMORPG. I came in more when Jump to Lightspeed had been introduced, which kind of thank God, because from what everything I heard from some of the old timers is like old timers, even though it was like a year later. But like everybody's like, man, travel was a bitch. But it was definitely. I mean, it was a hell of an experience because just the community in the game itself were already there was a lot of. I ran into nothing but really awesome people. I was especially brought in through my buddy who was playing it first, and he was with a guild that we were associated with prior, Starfleet Command Ops, and then they started playing this game. I was like, hey, and I was over at his house watching. I'm like, what the hell are you playing? And he kind of told me it's Star Wars Galaxies. It's obviously Star Wars game and all the and I mean, you wanted a game where it did not hold your hand or anything like that, especially when you were first getting introduced. Because this was pre-combat upgrade era.
Mm-hmm.
The great thing that I especially loved about it was just how well you could customize your character's build and everything.
Mm-hmm.
There were very much like your cookie cutter templates, and I will say I probably followed one of those because it was, again, I was like, oh, I recognize that. Terrace Kasi. So I've always loved like monk style brawler characters usually, and I was like, bam, I'm going for it. And then speaking of how Carl, you mentioned Pokemon, you had the creature handler in Star Wars Galaxies, and you could raise them, you could use them for combat, you could use them as mounts to travel around. The whole spectrum of it is great, and that was one of the things I really wanted to do too. I believe they locked you out was from being able to get a crate dragon, because goddamn, those were like the uber tier mobs basically, and were for people like that happened to have unlocked Jedi and some of the really high tier bounty hunters that especially had the Mando gear that you got from the Death Watch bunker.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow!
But
that's something I was always jealous of in
I know,
because in World of Warcraft, one of my characters was a hunter, and of course you had the various Beastmasters and pet tamers.
Right.
And one of the things I always wanted was because in Galaxies you could have the pets and you could actually make them mounts as well and ride them. And I always wanted Warcraft to do that. They never did it. Whatever.
Yeah.
And of course Galaxies
took some interesting turns.
Towards the end especially.
Yeah, they were chasing the WoW bug real hard instead of just embracing their when they started introducing the village and stuff like that. I mean, it was still a grind. It was still a grind and everything, but the combat upgrade was really rough when they first released it.
Yep.
And I came back to it. Wasn't bad. And then of course, shortly after that, the NGE, the new game enhancements, whatever.
Yeah.
Where it was completely
everybody's a Jedi. You be a Jedi.
It was completely
wowified.
It was wowified to the extreme.
Right.
But I mean, I still have a great nostalgia for that game just because, like I said, it introduced me to the whole MMO gameplay aspect. It hasn't been the same since. I still pop into emulators that they have going for that game.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of private servers still going.
Oh yeah, a bunch of them. It's like now you just like pick your flavor of whatever you want to play, sort of stuff. But I mean, the great thing was like not only did you have like ground combat, but then when it jumped to light speed, you had then basically your X-wing versus TIE fighter. It was full on space combat, and you could do the flight stick or just mouse and keyboard. The great thing was too is that you could pick factions. You could be the Imperials if you wanted to. You could be the Rebels, or you could be a filthy, dirty neutral, not taking a side in things like me, which I enjoyed. It was kind of fun, just being like a privateer sort of smuggler type aspect to it. I did eventually go to the Empire down the line, but I went through the gambits, and it was fun. And they had the theme parks and stuff like that where you did get to meet Vader, Palpatine, Thrawn, even Mara Jade, and then of course you could do the Rebel theme park, Luke, Han, Leia, and all that stuff. And then they brought more of that stuff together with the NGE, but yeah, that was a dark period. And they tried bringing back a lot of old things, but man, for me, that was just a hell of a game. Because again, like I said, the community was really where it was at. A lot of people were very friendly. I remember first time coming out of the Mos Eisley starport, a random person came up, was like, "Hey, you look new. You want some new threads?" I'm like, "What? Why, sure, by all means."
It's like the opposite of the community in EVE Online. Oh, nobody? Okay, never mind.
No, yeah, I know what you mean. But EVE Online, I remember a buddy of mine when we were playing that, he got into a certain sector and suddenly it was he got dropped by somebody. 5 mil and the gun stop, and the guns will stop. He got blasted out of space.
Wild.
I'm like, man, that sucked. But
the only people that still play that game nowadays are people who are like executives that just do fuck all at their desk and they just play EVE Online.
What is last time I remember too? It was like so automated, but
you can automate a lot of stuff in that game. But man, getting to that point is a pain. Oh boy.
Right. But yeah, so like for me, Star Wars Galaxies, it's making that top 5 just because of the experience I had. It was especially a task because I had to upgrade my laptop for some more RAM, because otherwise all I could do was space missions for a short time until we got the new piece of hardware, and then it was like, all right, we're off to the races.
You didn't just download more RAM?
Yeah. Really.
Oh, you know, I looked into that. I tried it. My system
deleted
wasn't
System
compatible.
32, right? Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
I always wanted to get into Galaxies, but I never. The only MMO I played is I played Old Republic for a while.
Okay.
But I thought the idea of Galaxies was pretty cool. I just never got a chance to get into it.
Like it was like I said, it did not hold your hand. It was very I'll say autistic, basically. Like you had to, especially if you wanted to get into the crafting side. But the crafting side was amazing because they were also really reliant on. It was very detailed, and like I said, just very detail oriented. That you had to really know your stuff getting into it. But you had a strong reliance on people that were doing combat, because the people doing combat were then bringing in like the furs and other materials.
Very unlike WoW in that way, where you could have other characters and kind of, even in vanilla, kind of easily bring your professions all the way up. In Star Wars Galaxies, you know, you had a character who was crafting, and you needed to rely on other people who were gathering ingredients for you, like you were mentioning, through combat. You know, which is the way it should be, in my opinion.
Yeah, there should be that kind of balance out for everything. But I mean, it was just insane too, because then you had the entertainers who were part of anytime you had like a certain location for entertainers and docs. The doctors were there to give you buffs so you could actually go out into the world and do plenty of extra work, especially the tougher missions that you wanted to do. You needed your buffs, the medical buffs and the entertainer buffs to help your mind and your action, so you can keep on going.
Laying down a solo on the Gizmophone. Oh, yeah.
Exactly. And that was kind of the other fun part of it, because you were you're either standing or waiting in a place, watching the entertainers, standing in a line, waiting for your doctor buff to then go out there. But then you were usually socializing with other people. And that was a time when I actually was a little more social in games. And like I said, it was just the community itself was a lot of fun. either good banter, bad banter, whatever banter. It was just or just chit chat, everything like that. It ran the gamut, and I also never forget just stepping onto going onto the planets, especially because the planets were all huge. They're all gigantic. So not only did we get to go to Endor to arrange, no offense here, Carl, but Ewok hunting parties. We did do that, but it was a hell of a thing to go onto a place like Dathomir with the actual Night Sisters and stuff like that. And you walk in any one of them and they just blast your face with some force lightning. And you're like, what the hell just happened? And then you go, oh, okay, that's what I have to deal with. Gotcha. Especially where they run up with you with a Rancor on top of it. You're like, this is my life right now. Okay. But it was just such a fun experience. So that's my 5.
All right. And Shaka Zulu's here. What's up, Shaka Zulu? Good evening. Good to see you as always. And let's go with Carl for his number 5.
My number 5 goes back to the N64 as well.
Okay.
One of the best things about Star Wars, obviously, is spaceships. They always had a large, diverse range of spaceships, from the A-Wings to the B-Wings to the X-Wings to the Y-Wings. And the TIE fighters, all very unique and interesting designs. But mine is not a spaceship game like you might think it is. You thought I was going to say Rogue Squadron. No. This one... Yeah.
I think I know where you're going from the beginning.
You all better know. The one thing that made episode 1 super amazing was pod racing.
Oh my god.
There it is, baby.
I knew that's what you were going to say.
I played the shit out of that.
So, obviously, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, the good, amazing,
great game.
Even for its time, was one of the best feeling, just captured the spirit of pod racing.
The sense of speed in that game was incredible.
It's so insane and so well, and I'm so happy that Aspire actually did a really good job with the ports.
At least they did that right.
Yes, they did that right. I still play it to this day. Every now and then I'll boot it up. I just love the fun that they put into making the characters that they put in there. You got Anakin, you got Saboba, obviously the 2 big ones. But on top of that too, they even had the weird characters that you just were background
in the background. Forgot about. Yeah.
Especially the one that dies in the race too.
Was it the one that the power couplings disconnect and they go all over the place?
Yeah, that's one of them. No, the other one is when he just like looks to the side, then turns, and he screams, and he just blows up.
Oh, was it Mars Duo?
Yeah, that guy.
Yes, I think so. I remember most of their names.
I cannot remember most of their names to save my life, but
yeah, I couldn't either. But
no, Mars Duo, I think was the GAN, the 3-eye guy. Yeah, I know which guy you're talking about, though. I forget what his name is. I think it was. Go ahead. Yeah.
I don't know. I just remember the one where Saboba throws the wrench and he just goes and just blows up. That's one of my favorite ones because he's just I'm so pissed and just dies. It's just. But seriously,
what did you have a particular favorite racer that you used?
I basically just kind of always just stuck with Anakin every now and then.
Same here. Anakin was my boy.
He won, so.
My main person I played through that game with was Bullseye Navois.
I forget which one.
He had one of the big chunky ones, didn't he? With the
he was one of the smaller ones, but almost all of the racers in that game you do see in episode 1 in the background here and there. You might see his pod, but you don't ever see him in the movie.
Okay.
I would have to boot up my my console to see which one I'm currently playing as, but I think it's the one that had the circular pod. Not I can't remember which one it was. It looked like the what is it? Never mind, it's not important. But anyway, it's even to this day, it's just the way that this game just handles is just so great for a racer. This is probably could still go up there with even modern day racers of just how tight and awesome it is. There's optimization in that game too that I didn't really understand as a kid, but as an adult, I'm like, okay, so I can get this, that, and the other thing. There was a nice little risk and reward system too, where you could just overcharge your pods just to try to get a little bit of extra speed. And like surprisingly very awesome like difficulty spikes that could just like catch you off guard just to make you learn how to like control your pod better. Like I am just still upset that we never got any more pod racing, like just in general. It is a travesty and it's a crime that
Yeah, why did they come out with one where you can make your own pod racer? Like
That would have been cool.
Oh, that would have been cool.
yeah, exactly. Or
Carl,
like
Carl,
sorry,
did you ever play Racer's Revenge?
No, I heard it was absolutely horrible, so I
Okay.
did not.
I've heard the name of it. I know nothing about it, so I was curious what your take was if you had played it.
No, it's on the to-do list. I think I picked it up recently as part of my like retro collecting because I didn't know that I didn't even know they had one for the PS2. And then when I was like asking my buddies about it years later, I was like, "Oh, did you know that there was one for the PS2?" They're like, "Yeah, it's garbage. Don't play it."
Did you play the one on the Dreamcast?
They had one for the Dreamcast too? No, see, I didn't have a Dreamcast, so that's also probably why I didn't even know about that.
Oh, that's another thing I just thought of. Did anyone play the Episode 1 Racer arcade game with the actual...
Yes!
That was on the Dreamcast.
Oh, yeah.
That
Many a
was cool.
movie theater had it. Absolutely, I played that.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Every movie theater had it.
Mm-hmm.
That and the F-Zero arcade cabinet. If I ever win the lottery...
Dude. I've never seen one, but I've always wanted to.
The F-Zero one's really cool, especially when it moves.
Yeah, those are like the dream. If I ever win the lottery and I can just like take off and get a nice house, those are the two cabinets I would actually get.
Right on. And hot take coming in maybe when I think of Episode 1 Racer, and I think of similar racing games that kind of control the same or felt the same that came out around the same time. I think of Wipeout. And potentially hot take, I think Pod Racer felt and controlled better than Wipeout.
I honestly think it was my favorite racer of the Nintendo 64 era.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just don't know why, man. It's just the pod had so much control, even for like an old N64 game. It's just
again that sense of speed. Ooh,
it's a sense of speed and sense of control. That's
exactly.
the big part.
And that's what I'm saying regarding Wipeout. Like Wipeout had a good sense of speed and it had a good sense of control, but I prefer Pod Racer to Wipeout.
Nah, like Pod. If you took the Star Wars name off of Pod Racer, like just the Episode 1 Racers, just like and called it something else, like this would probably be like just remembered more fondly, I think, by a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
And it also was a bundle for the N64 as well. Don't forget that.
Oh, was it really?
Never saw that one.
Yes, there was a Episode 1 Pod Racer bundle for the N64.
Did it come with a specific colored N64?
No,
console?
it was just
that's
like
what I was wondering.
It was just like a promo box. I've seen it only once over here in the Chicagoland area. It's actually kind of expensive.
Oh, okay.
I remember when I was, because I think I know I didn't own it, Episode 1 Racer. I either rented it or I borrowed it from someone because I remember playing it at pretty length. And I remember finding, or I don't think I discovered it, but online, I found out that there was like a debug menu you could turn on and you could tweak like everything. I remember like tweaking like the stats to like max on everything and going to the track that has part of the race is like in 0G. And I remember doing that over boost, and because normally like I think on your speedometer, like the highest I think I ever saw playing the game normally was like 1200. And I think when I tweaked out all these tweaks with the debug menu, because you could go faster in that 0G section, and I was boosting, I think I got it up to like 3600.
Holy smokes!
It was really like I couldn't even see what was going on because it's going by so fast. I just wanted to see how high I could get the number before my pod exploded.
Yeah, I know that on the Xbox version, because that's where I played it on. You do get an achievement for hitting a certain crazy speed too. Just I know you would love that, Mr. Nerdy.
I do have the completion in the Xbox version.
Oh hell yeah! Then you know what I'm talking about then.
So, all right. Well, excellent. Good pick. James was just ranting about Racer the other night during Star Wars Roulette because he loves that game as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't know where it'll fall on his list, but I have a feeling it will be on his top 5 when he's on later.
Oh, yeah.
So, for me, my number 5, because I believe, I'm the only one who hasn't gone yet. For me, number 5 is one of the ones I mentioned in that pack at the beginning. For me, I put my number 5, I put as TIE Fighter. Okay. There are there was a series of those games. There was X-Wing, there was TIE Fighter, there was
X-Wing
X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, and there was
X-Wing
Rebel.
Alliance.
Yeah, X-Wing Alliance. Thank you.
Mhm.
Out of those 4, the only one I ever played was TIE Fighter. So I don't know how the others compare, but I hear a lot of people say that TIE Fighter was the best of the 4.
Yeah,
I
I
I
heard
know a
they
lot of
toned
people like X-Wing v TIE Fighter as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and I heard like after TIE Fighter, they toned down some of the gameplay mechanics and
Right.
made some of it a little bit easier. I heard
Mhm.
here.
Okay.
And if you ever want to find them and you want them to work, shout out GOG, Good Old Games.
Yeah,
They have
GOG.
all of them.
And there's a YouTuber that's doing it that has a total conversion mod for the X-Wing Alliance mod,
You're
and it makes it look
jumping
like
the gun
it
on
was.
me.
I'm so sorry. It's like if you are wanting to play an older game, boom, there you go. X-Wing Alliance total conversion mod makes it all look fabulous. Sorry.
No worries. But yeah, I had it, played it back in the day, and just the depth of the concept, like the systems in the game, it was, you basically had to use your entire keyboard because it's almost like flying like an actual like
Right.
spaceship because
Mhm.
you got
Oh,
so
yeah.
many different things you got to manage at the same time, and it was like the most. It definitely was at the time for me because as a kid, so I hadn't played very many. It was definitely the most in-depth and most complicated like flight game I'd ever played.
Mhm.
But still, to this day, looking back on it, it probably still holds that title because space sims like that it's like that genre has kind of disappeared. There used to be
Yes.
a more so like a lot of games that were kind of in that genre. I think the only thing recently that I could think of that kind of fits that genre was Chorus, which I know it's on Xbox. I haven't played it yet. I'm looking forward to playing it. But back then, it seemed like there was a lot more of them. But I love that game, and I actually still have all those discs I mentioned are still here in this CD tower.
Nice.
So I have the disc. Although I don't want to deal with the discs out in USB disc player, so I bought
Right.
a bunch of the really old Star Wars games during I think it was the Steam winter sale. So I've got it on Steam.
Mhm.
And I went to go boot it up, and it wouldn't even let me launch it if I don't have a joystick connected. And I don't have a joystick anymore. So I need to get a joystick so I can play the game again.
I
If
see.
you want the GOG copy, I'll hook you up. brother.
Yeah, shout out
Um,
GOG for giving us DRM free full
Yes.
downloads.
Well,
of the
and
game,
and
so-
Shout out
they
to
make
GOG.
older games play on modern systems.
That's
That's
right.
the other big kicker.
Amen.
And like James was having trouble with, I
Dark
think it's the
Forces.
Galactic Battlegrounds.
Yep.
He was trying to boot it up and everything, and I know I booted that up with a GOG copy, no problem. So
Oh yeah. I remember
that's
very
why,
specifically.
and Steam just kind of unfortunately
Oh yeah.
that back end just kind of gets a little bogged down, so they don't update everything.
I remember very specifically when Nerdy Neo had me on his open mic, my first ever live stream of any kind. I was learning Nerdy Neo some knowledge on GOG. I'm like, dude, you gotta check it out, especially for anything like pre-05, basically.
Mhm.
I'll definitely check that out on GOG. But because I had heard about the total conversion mod that you were talking about that like makes it look like a more modern game, and I was like, sweet, that's basically why I bought it because I wanted to play that. And then I found out that mod is not actually for TIE Fighter; it's for X-Wing
Alliance.
X-Wing Alliance.
Yeah.
So fortunately, I figured it out quick enough that I still bought that while they were both on sale, so I got them both for a few dollars. But I still need to get a joystick so I can play that version. I'm very much looking forward to. That's a little bit of a spoiler on mine because at the end I want to talk about games that we're looking forward to playing in Star Wars, and one of mine is the total conversion mod for TIE Fighter.
Hey,
Looking
me
forward to giving
too.
that a shot. So, yeah, that I think that'll do it for our number 5. Oh, I guess the other most recent one, because it actually is a Star Wars game. I haven't played it. I don't really plan to, but is Squadrons. I've heard it plays a lot like those old games. I've heard in VR it's phenomenal, but I don't have VR, so
VR takes some time to get used to because I mean, just VR in general for me just took time to get used to. But yeah, no, yeah, when you're looking left and right and you're like, oh crap, this thing's still moving. Yeah, no, it got to me, but it's really cool.
Oh, VR makes me absolutely sick, and I hate it so much.
So, all right. So we'll get on into our number 4s. I think, I guess I'll go ahead and start with 4, and then since I kind of waited the longest. So for number 4 is a Nintendo 64 game. And looking back on it, it's probably not a great game, and I haven't played it since the N64 days, but I loved it as a kid, and that was the introduction of knockoff Han Solo, Dash Rendar, and Shadows of the Empire.
Hey, respect to Dash Rendar.
I love Dash
Dash
Rendar.
Rendar.
And seeing, I don't remember if all of them, but I remember some of the bounty hunters from Empire Strikes Back were in it. Because I remember IG-88 was one of the level bosses.
Yep.
Remind me, Boba Fett was one as well, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Yes,
That's
he
what
was.
I thought. I don't have it up here, but I have it on my other bookshelf. And I didn't read it till way later, but I read the Tales from the Bounty Hunters, which actually it's like 5 short stories about the bounty hunters that are on the bridge of the Star Destroyer in Empire Strikes Back, and it goes into each of their histories. That was a great book. I read that much later, but seeing those characters, like IG-88 is my favorite of those bounty hunters, not counting Boba Fett, because obviously, and that was my online persona for a decade, Boba Fett. So I love Boba Fett, but of the lesser known ones, IG-88 was my favorite, and seeing him in a video game was really cool. But yeah, not aged well, but I had a lot of fun with that game. And messing with cheats was fun because on certain levels, you could take control of the other characters. Like in the first level, you could control the Wampas. And I think in the second level during the Hoth battle, you could control the ATSTs. The thing was, you're still in control of your character.
Yeah, it was kind of a funny way to then you could use the AT-ATs and stuff like that to attack the other ATSTs and stuff like that.
Yeah, but your camera didn't switch to them. You controlled them while you were the camera still following your character. You controlled them with the C buttons on this N64 controller. So in order to see what they were doing, you had to get your Dash Rendar in the same place as them. And it was basically like playing them because often we talk about like first person and third person games. First person is obviously when you're looking and you see like your hands and stuff, and you look down and see your body. Third person, the camera's behind you. We never hear about second person, where it's like following someone else in the story who's not the main character. That's a perfect example of second person view because your camera's still following your character, but you control the other character, but you can't see what they're doing unless you can actually see them. Although I think there was a way to switch your camera to that character, being the Wampa or the ATST, but by default, it was still following like Dash Rendar. So it was really
I remember
interesting to mess around with. And the Wampas were fun to just walk around and just whack at the stormtroopers. They take forever to kill them.
Those are
Wampas. They have so much health.
Yeah, you basically just unleash the Wampas from their cages and then just let them go sick house on it. Even as lumbering as slow as they were, it's always hilarious to still watch them just haul up on any old stormtrooper and start taking swipes at people.
And I think that, as far as I know, that was the introduction of the desert Wampas, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense because it would be hot and they have lots of hair, but whatever. But
the stage where you go to fight Boba Fett, they had those weird desert brown Wampa things.
Yeah, they looked exactly like a Wampa, but they were brown. But I remember the level that might have been the level you got the jetpack. I remember getting stuck because I was like, I got this jetpack, and
the jetpack was great.
And I was like, how am I supposed to continue? And I didn't know
you had the little fuel in the side.
I didn't realize there was fuel. You have to hit the jump button and hold it to boost and go up. And then I was able to continue on. I remember getting stuck for a while on that. But the Shadows of the Empire was cool because it was like this whole multimedia event because there was the game, there were comics, there was the book,
there was the soundtrack that they made specifically for it. That made it into the game.
At the same time, it helped keep Star Wars alive because this was before the prequels, I'm pretty sure.
96, so yeah.
Yeah, it was. That was great. And I thought for decades that the antagonist of that was Caesar. And I found out just recently it's actually pronounced Shizor, which I don't like that pronunciation. I like Caesar better, but it is Shizor. But he was cool in that he was
Shizor and his bodyguard Geary,
and he was the head of the Black Sun crime syndicate. And I remember the TIE fighters. I forget what type of TIE fighters they were, but you fight in that last level were pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I forget
because they almost had like S-foils, like X-wings. Although it wasn't like sideways, it was more behind. But they could go like open or closed. And And then I remember the gladiator droid. You had to fight in three stages. That was a pretty cool boss fight. But yeah,
Oh yeah.
I think that was the second to last level. But
yeah, you're getting towards the end there.
Like I said, I haven't played it since N64. It's on RetroArch, so I'm going to play it again at some point for with achievements. I'm looking forward to playing that at some point.
Yeah, Shadow of the Empire also had a toy line too. Do any of you remember that?
Yeah, it did.
I'm sure there was an Outrider toy.
I don't remember if they had an Outrider toy. I believe they had like the enemy spaceship, and Shizor was also one of the action figures you could buy as a kid.
That was speaking of Shadow, it's funny because like that was one of the good things that came out of the NGE for Galaxies was that they brought in Dash Rendar's ship, the YT, or just the Outrider, because I forget what the YT 2400.
Yeah, the Millennium Falcon's the 1300 and the Outrider's the 2400.
2400, yeah, and you had to fight HK to get it. And I always wanted to get that damn thing.
Oh, you're talking about in Galaxies.
In Galaxies, yeah.
I was like, HK, that was nice.
Yeah, they did a lot of goofy shit towards the end there. But like that was like definitely like I wanted that ship because this is one of the games that I also like a lot. And Dash Render I thought was a great character. He was kind of a Han Solo knockoff, but he was kind of still more of the brash arrogance and stuff like that at times, but he also saw errors in his but instead of a giant Wookiee, he had a droid as a companion instead.
Yeah. So, and we got Christian Freight. So I know I've seen you before. I think you're one of my Xbox buddies, but you like Starkiller.
Starkiller's the homie. I mean, him bringing down that Star Destroyer was
epic.
Chef's kiss.
He's pretty dope. So also, I have a feeling he'll probably show up
my camera died.
on someone's list. Yeah, no worries.
Even though it's still lighting up and I can see it through the application when I boot it up, but I would I imagine I'd have to leave the stream and come back in and restart the browser and all that stuff. So I'm not going to bother breaking up the flow. We'll just go like this. You can just see my beautiful, stone cold killer face, unmoving. It'll be fine.
So let's do a counterclockwise this time. So we'll go with JT Epsilon next with your number 4.
So my number 4 is actually Galaxies.
Galaxies?
Oh, hey,
there we go.
Nice.
But rather for like all the great reasons of what it was more of I wish I could have enjoyed all that because I missed it entirely. All the reasons of what made it great, not holding your hand and all that, was the exact reason I never got into it when I was a kid because it was way too complicated and I couldn't understand anything.
Understandable.
Right when I was all like, "Oh, I'm figuring this out," the game shut down. I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. Thanks, Tony.
That's the worst.
Tony.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Then I heard the news about the Old Republican, and I immediately got excited for that. So.
I mean, especially if you want, I like 3 servers that I follow for emulation is Star Wars Awakening, which is pre-combat upgrade. So that's like before they started making a lot of changes. And then there's it's Star Wars Galaxies Revolution 3 or something like that. Or Reawakening, I think it was, or something. God dang it, I forgot what the hell it was. But that one was Star Wars Galaxies Reckoning, I think. And that one was that's a combat upgrade server. And then Star Wars Galaxies Legends, which sounds like might have been where you were at, which is the new game enhancement era. It's very the good thing about the Legends server is that it is very populated. It has a lot of players in it. So if you're looking to check things out, that's possibly a route to go if you wanted to try and check it out again.
People
Legacy,
love that game.
And I think it was, I don't remember if this was a server or if this was the name, Bloodfin.
Yes, that was a server.
Okay. So then I don't remember what the other emulation was, but there was another emulator I also had checked out that was, I think it was, I know it was pre-enhancements, but I don't know if it was before the combat changes.
Okay. Yeah, like I said earlier, there's so many different servers out there now. It's so tough to. I've just happened to like narrow a few down, just be like, okay, here's a slice of different things if need be.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Going back, I meant to ask you this filter while I was on my number 5. That total conversion mod for TIE Fighter, well, technically for X-Wing Alliance,
Yeah.
does that work on both the Steam and the GOG versions?
Yes, I do believe it does.
Okay, cool. So, all right. And Christian is saying that his personal favorite is Battlefront 2. And I think that's a very popular pick. I would not be surprised to see that at the top of someone's list tonight.
Yeah, nor I.
So, cool. Yeah, it's a bummer when the game's shut down, but
yeah,
stuff with online, it's going to happen eventually.
Well, and some small credit to SOE to some degree. They said that they gave the developer team for Star Wars Galaxy's emulator to they had
really?
to reverse engineer the coding and everything, but like they gave full goodwill to a degree. Like they could only give away so much because of whatever corporate
IP
BS
and whatnot.
Yeah. But then it was like, okay, so here's the base of everything, but you guys now have to engineer the whole rest of the game. So have fun with that. But they basically gave a blessing, and that's like a rare.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because it was shut down for Star Wars: The Old Republic. That was the thing, because they didn't want the two competing at the same time naturally. So, but that was at least like kind of the cool thing about that was that they gave him the blessing. It's like, yeah, go ahead, because not many there's like kind of how Nerdy Neo, you got the whole Matrix theme going on here. I still wish somebody would either give a boost or help to the Matrix Online. To bring that one so people could bring that one back, because that was like that was fun too. That was a fun MMO.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, some credit to Sony Online Entertainment at the time. They were like, yeah, go ahead. You guys can make your emulated servers. You have kind of free reign. You just have to do a lot of the heavy lifting though. That was the thing. But hey, we've eventually got the game back, more or less.
Absolutely.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh yeah.
So, all right. So we'll go on with a filter with your number 4.
Okay. My number 4 is going into Star Wars Republic Commando.
Let's go, baby.
I mean, where else can you find such a shift for some Star Wars games, having the first person shooter, but like you said, kind of that Rainbow Six style gameplay. You got the squad commands and everything like that. And for this game especially, it was kind of that, for me, further seeing some the whole Mandalorian culture going on, because the soundtrack to it were meant to be Mandalorian hymns. I mean, helped well put together by, I believe it was Karen Travis who was doing a lot of that stuff.
Yes, indeed.
And the language, and they really built a lot of that stuff up until a certain twat in a Kmart hat, cowboy hat, decided to kill away a lot of that in a TV show. It was just kind of that groundwork and everything for the Mando culture that was going on, and more storylines that was part of the multimedia project for the Clone Wars leading up to like Revenge of the Sith and everything. And I mean, again, it was just
we never got.
And it was just. Sorry, go ahead.
I was say, and a magnificent book series.
Yes, I still need to read the book series because I hear nothing but fantastic things.
They're very good.
But yeah, like I mean, I attribute this game to having such a deep loathing of super battle droids, because nothing was worse than trying to go up against those armored sons of guns, especially when you liked. Because nothing was also better than that dang blade. That blade was so much fun just to pop. Pop out at the right moment. And exactly. Just to get that good hit on either the regular battle droids or a fleshy Trandoshan, whatever it may have been. But then also the
wiping all that Trandoshan.
Yeah, the visor wipe was always so cool when they did, or the damn Geonosian bugs. Also fun
Absolutely.
just to get a good stab in on. But
Mhm.
and
Oh,
I like their decision too that they didn't make the rest of the squad sound the same. And they had their whole like in-universe explanation that they were all designed differently for this special squad, if I recall correctly. So at least then it was like, okay, that's why they have different voice actors instead of returning to Tamora Morrison giving the voice of Boss. So I thought that was a good choice, and it gave them all their individual characteristics and stuff like that too. And I mean, nothing was worse than leaving a brother behind for that last mission. But man, what a game!
What a game!
And it's like I said, the soundtrack too was especially fantastic because even though it was something that sounded very different, it also still felt very connected and still in line with Star Wars. Like it didn't feel like it took you out of it too much. It felt like it fit perfectly like a glove.
Right from the boot up screen, you could tell that this was going to be a special game. It just
100%
really gave you that feeling that you were about to go to war. I could still remember it, and it's kind of playing in my head right now. But it's just so, it felt like a Spartan hymn a little bit, like you're just marching to war. Just like one of those nice. Felt just like you're going to war. Like this game is like putting the war in Star Wars. No
well,
pun
if I
intended.
remember correctly, the main menu, the song, I think it's called Brothers All.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's all part of the intro when you're first starting the game. Doing the little flash forwards through you being in a tank, being grown, then growing up, and then being selected to be part of the Special Forces group. All that stuff. It really, really conveyed that there are clone troopers and there's millions of them, but you are special. You're
the special
very
unit,
specifically chosen. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And also probably one of the more fun things, wasn't this also one of the very first appearances by General Grievous in a video game too, outside of the movies?
Oh,
maybe first one, maybe.
I want to say this was either the first one, like when he was in a video game, or like one of the first appearances of him, because you just get him for like a brief second. I just know that.
Yeah, if I remember right from when I last played, that was like, so you're mainly battling his Magna Guards.
That came out March. It's gonna depend on when Episode 3 came out.
Came out in May of 2005.
Then yes, Republic Commando will be the first, as Episode 3 has Grievous. But that came out in
the Tartakovsky Clone Wars first featured Grievous, so that I don't know what came before in between that line of things. So
yeah, really.
But for video game wise, that was I think Grievous's first appearance until they got the Episode 3 game.
Oh yeah, and Battlefront 2.
And
Oh, my buddy is saying that his first appearance was in the 2D Tartakovsky Clone Wars, but in 3D was in video game was in Republic Commando. So he says he remembers the teaser trailer for Republic Commando coming out on the Battlefront 1 disc in the extras section.
Oh,
was so hyped for the game to come out.
Yeah,
that's a great one. Play that. And that's what it is. You're making me want to go back and play it right now.
Well, and the fun of it,
love it.
Yeah, the fun of it was the especially like when you're on the derelict Republic ship and you're kind of skulking around trying to get it turned, everything figured out.
Yeah, I know.
You have the Trandoshans that are skulking around the ship, and you even kind of have a little bit of a horror moment, kind of some spooks here or there, some little kind of attempts for jump scares and everything. But it's just like, I mean, it was another great little segment of the game, and they did it well throughout. And then it was kind of cool too, because like is also when you got to Kashyyyk, you saw the Wookiees in full battle mode, and they were just like it really showed off them just tearing things up and being an imposing threat to even some of the battle droids and stuff that you're taking out. So that was also kind of the cool thing about it.
Yeah. I believe there was also an Easter egg in the Battle Cruiser one where you can find a lightsaber in one of the ducks, if I recall.
I didn't find it myself when I last played, so I'd have to check on that.
I You get like a special line that says "a more elegant weapon for an elegant time."
Elegant weapon for a civilized time. Absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah. So I haven't, as I mentioned earlier, I've not been a big fan of Republic Commando from what I've played yet. But
Get out. Get
I'm
out.
hoping when I play it next, and I have
Get
someone
him outta
coaching
here!
me, I'll come to enjoy it as much as you guys do. So
Well, I hate to overhype it or anything, but
I've played through most
No,
of the
go
game.
for it.
I've played probably about 75% of the game so far.
okay,
So
okay.
it's not like I just started.
Well, it sadly ends on a cliffhanger because there was supposed to be a sequel. I think it was supposed to be a trilogy, actually. But it's a real it makes me cry.
My heart.
I'm telling you.
Well,
Yeah, my heart.
I'm
Indeed.
sure that'll get brought up at the end when we have a section that I mentioned in our Discord chat before we started today.
I didn't know that, and now I'm getting that. I'm getting an understanding why Yoda felt that pain when all the Jedi were being murdered. God damn it! So much greatness.
It
So
was
much
that and
greatness
knowing
lost.
he'd have to be on some freaking swamp planet. It's like, oh no, I gotta live here now. Oh damn, shit. Well, I guess I'll live here. Fuck.
Who allowed Norporial in here? Paul, can you ban him?
Get out!
Paul,
What are you
Paul-
doing?
You're lucky Paul's not here to ban you, Nerdporial. What's up, Nerdporial? Always good to see you, buddy.
Good to see
Oh,
you.
nice boy.
And my buddy is saying, yeah, because you don't use squad commands or other grenades or understand ammo reload. That's what I'm saying. It's not the game. I'm not saying anything bad against the game. It's probably not the game.
Yeah,
it's me.
a you thing.
Verity, did you not go through the
You're just
tutorial?
bad at
Come
it,
on,
no worries.
man.
What
How do you
tutorial?
fail the tutorial?
It's the beginning. It was the first part of the game.
I played through it from the beginning.
How did you get past the tutorial when failing? It doesn't make sense.
The tutorial did not do a good job, in my opinion.
Wow.
Come on. Come
I'm
on.
just imagining the failed successfully.
Yeah.
He just failed upwards. That's what he did.
The task manager on a computer says task failed successfully. So, I'm hoping I can come around on it and get a better opinion of it next time I play it, and I understand what I'm doing better. So, nothing against the game. I completely say that's all on me, not the game. So, all right, that brings us to Carl for your number 4.
All right, my number 4 is kind of like the fighting game, Masters of Terrakasi, right? Or Terrakasi?
Yeah,
I don't know
what
the
it is.
correct pronunciation, but that's like close
I always
enough.
said Terraskasi.
Yeah, same here.
It's yeah.
So, but this one is completely different. It's also an episode 1 game too, but this time it was on the PS1.
Jedi Power Battles.
No, this
Oh.
Obi-Wan.
no, it was
No, that was Xbox.
Yeah.
it was the Phantom Menace video
Dude,
Oh,
I had that
right
one on. I had that on PC.
game. Yes,
It was just the Phantom Menace game.
Yeah.
yes, it was literally
Okay.
just Star Wars episode 1 of Phantom Menace.
I
And
played that at my friend's house on his PC.
This game
Let's
is like
go.
a trip. I don't even know how to explain it because it's
so
basically
weird.
some person came up with a great idea. It's like, what if we just took like the events of like episode 1, the movie, and just let you do whatever the hell you wanted to do.
and turned it into an isometric top-down third-person gameplay. Like, what the hell are you doing?
You can be like Qui-Gon Jinn just getting drunk and just like telling bartenders off. You can be like Obi-Wan breaking into people's houses and stealing their stuff.
Yes.
There's no rhyme or reason to this game to this very day that I can think of besides
Oh
just
my
like
It was
it's
a
just
top-down Gungan murder simulator.
exactly.
I
like,
remember getting stuck in a damn in the damn prison
give me
cell
crap,
on
man.
Tatooine in the like Jabba Palace kind of area. I remember always getting stuck
Yes.
in the damn Rancor pit.
Yes, I remember that too. And I'm like, Qui-Gon was just having a hell of a time. He's just
He
getting
was.
drunk, just fighting Jabba. Like, you could kill Jabba, I think, too, and then you just fall into the Rancor pit. It's like, I'm just changing Star Wars history, all right? You know? It's just for the better, I
Jabba showed
guess.
up in episode 1.
Yeah, I think he was like one of like.
Well,
if
he's
you're
in
on
the movie, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, he's there at the pod race, but it's not like he plays any significant part.
Listen,
True.
like I said, this is just like your fanfic. You're going through. You hate all the Gungans, you just murder a whole village and you complete the level. There you go. It doesn't matter. Anything goes. That's what it should have
Big
been.
voodoo this time.
You just you're yelling at Gungan children. You're just like getting drunk. It's like the most like, it's like a fever dream. Like this should have been, this is like a Robot Chicken sketch before like Robot Chicken came out. You can make like the entire game a meme. It is one of the funniest things I can just remember as a kid. Is just like, I hate all these Gungans, so I'm just mowing them down with my little lightsaber and just like creating massive chaos. And I also found out recently that they did port it to the PS4 and PS5.
Oh my god.
So I did buy it, and I plan to sit down and replaying it now as an adult to see if like
See if
just
it holds up, or was
to
it
see if it
rose
holds
tinted
up, yeah.
glasses?
Well, it's like even as a kid, I'm just like, why am I getting drunk as Qui-Gon Jinn? You know, it's just like one of those weird things. And the combat was actually kind of solid, believe it or not, too. I would say like it wasn't super janky.
I'm trying to remember because I remember it as being janky, but
It was janky, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't like unplayable jank. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
it
what I
wasn't
mean.
like stupid difficult, but it had some curves here and there.
It was basically if you were starting to like throw grenades around, you were just basically praying that you wouldn't die. That part was super janky, but the lightsaber combat wasn't terrible either.
Some of the platforming could be really like a
forget
pain
it.
in the neck. Yeah.
Yeah, forget about it. If you're trying to platform, you might as well just say a prayer and close your eyes. It's just as effective.
Platform review was not good for platforming.
No.
What's up, Jacob Ironside? Good evening, buddy. Good to see you.
Howdy.
Good to see you.
No, but anyone out there that has a chance, if you have like a PS1, if you could get it on PC, I don't know. Is it on GOG? I don't know if it's on.
I
GOG.
don't know. I'll have to look.
Here,
I
I can.
don't know.
Like, someone
If
can
was a
look it up right
console
now.
only thing, it might not be.
No, it was on PC too. It was like a
then it might
PS1
be.
and a
Very well might be.
PC game. But like I said, it is right now. I think only $10 on the PS4 and PS5 if you want to check this out for yourself. And
It
just
is not on Steam.
all right. It might be on GOG. Someone can
It's
check
not.
it
They
out.
only have the episode 1 racer on God.
All right. So,
Ah.
so the only way you can play it right now, without going through emulation, is through the PS4, PS5 store. It is only $10, so it's not super expensive, and it probably will go on sale many times. You just need to play this and understand, like, this is a fever dream. Like, that's the best way to say it. It is a fever dream. I don't know how this happened, and we will never see anything like that ever again. And it is like a time capsule in just like that early generation of the PS1, back when you could get into like a Star Wars game when we had so many choices out there for Star Wars games. Like this is like unique and interesting. And if you want to experience like episode 1 your way, that's the best way I could describe this game. It's like episode 1 your way. Just go and have fun.
Star Wars Burger King, have it your way.
Exactly.
That's right.
So that's my number 4.
I did not expect to hear that
Yeah,
one
I didn't
mentioned
either.
tonight for
That's
sure.
a good one. That's a good one.
Like I said, I think about this game like probably once a year, and I just go like, man, there's a game where you could play as Qui-Gon Jinn and just kill all the Gungans and still complete the mission just fine, I guess.
Oh, and I forgot to mention it earlier because I did mention that Shadows of the Empire is on Retro Achievements, but I didn't notice that Dude mentioned it until after I did. But he's also saying that the Phantom Menace game on PS1 is also support on Retro Achievements if you want to hunt achievements while you play the game.
Nice.
There you go.
Very nice.
And my buddy Christian saying that the Obi-Wan game for OG Xbox was the second Star Wars he ever owned game, and it was a trip. It was better, more refined, but also hasn't aged well, but had some weird stuff in it.
I never played that one because I was never an Xbox person, but I need to look into that one for sure.
I was an Xbox person, but I still never played that game. So.
I own it. I didn't know it existed until after I started retro collecting.
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of the funny. I was a PS2 person, but I didn't get the Revenge of the Sith game. I hear it's really good. And I've started playing a little bit of it, but I need to go back to it someday.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I blew Nerdy's mind when I said, yeah, that's backwards.
Don't. Yeah, you spoiled some of my thunder. So, yeah, when I was on R&D a couple weeks ago, I mentioned 2 original Xbox games that I have, but I don't have an original Xbox, and I thought they were non-backwards compatible, so I had no way to play them, and he blew my mind. The Star Wars Episode 3 game is backwards compatible, and I didn't know it all these years.
Oh,
so
nice.
after that stream, I went and installed it, and I booted it up just to make sure it ran. I mean, it's on Xbox, so you don't have to worry about it like you do on PC. But yep, it installed and booted up. So I'm going to go back and playing that at some point.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, I was very glad that you pointed that out because I was like, yeah, you literally blew my mind. I'm like, what? Friggin' 20 years later, I'm finding out that it's backwards compatible because I kept up on top of like the backwards compatible updates like a hawk. Somehow that one slipped through my fingers, and I don't know how I missed that.
Yeah, you made me second guess myself. I'm like, am I right? Am I
Yep.
just misremembering this?
You were right. So I'll be bringing that up again at a later point, at some point. So hint, hint. All right, Jason, for your number 4.
So yeah, my number 4 is the one that I've been currently playing. I currently played, I guess. Obviously, this game kind of got into my head just because I wanted to try it when it first came out, but I never did. And obviously, when we did the Metroidvania stuff, and obviously just kind of getting ready for just playing those kind of games, and obviously with the new Elden Ring DLC. So my number 4 is going to be Fallen Order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a lot of Star Wars games I haven't played. So this one right now is, I mean, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I knew I was going to, I just didn't know why I didn't play it when it first came out. I think I can remember what I was playing at the time or anything like that, but not done with the game. But I mean, as far as I've got with it, characters are fun. Combat's a lot of fun. So, I mean, there's just a lot of things in the game, even though I'm not done with it, or even know the whole complete story, that I'm just having a blast with it. So, like, there's not a lot of games that I can like sit down and play a gigantic gaming session anymore with, and this one has been one of those. So don't have much to say about story, don't have much about saying anything else, but just like as of what I've played so far, I'm excited to finish this one and then kind of go over to Survivor afterwards. So I mean, the next time I'm done, I don't know which one's better out of this one or the one I'm playing or Survivor. I mean, it could easily change, very easily, kind of thing like that. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's I know
It's not a bad game.
Filter's biting his tongue. I haven't played Jedi Survivor yet. I will be playing it at some point. It just recently joined Game Pass. And Fallen Order's been on Game Pass for a while, but I will say that out of everything Disney Star Wars, I think Fallen Order is the best thing. I haven't played Jedi Survivor yet, but I think Fallen Order is the best thing that's come out of Disney Star Wars.
What I will say definitely with Fallen Order is that the gameplay wise, yes, is solid. Like I did like the whole kind of Metroidvania style gameplay of going back and forth to planets after you unlock new powers, but I will still forever be a stickler in that the lightsaber combat is where you go full Nerf bat.
Yep.
And I mean, that was for like I mentioned, Force Unleashed first kind of brought that in for the whole hack and slash. I get it, I understand it, but it's just like you give me that lightsaber. Gosh darn it, I want to feel like a Jedi actually cutting people down properly. I even reinstalled the game not too long ago, and I put in the kind of one-hit kill mod to kind of help with the whole like idea of turning it into an actual lightsaber. It still doesn't carry the same weight because you're meant to be doing the multiple attacks, the combos and stuff like that. But like for what it is, it's not bad. Like the game, like I said, the gameplay, the setup of levels and stuff like that is fine. For me, I oddly predicted some of the storyline stuff. I don't know how far in you are. I don't want to spoil anything. So, especially since you're enjoying it, I don't want to kill that for you. I'll just say, like, for me, it was just like, oh, I can see where this is kind of going. And, which is a rare thing for me. I'm not always too, catching up on things like that, but and then I feel like they've been making so many characters that are kind of Kyle Katarn derivatives, and this has kind of felt like another one to me personally.
I agree with you a lot, Fractured, about the lightsaber combat, especially. When I think of a lightsaber, I think of fluid and fast, not heavy and slow.
Right.
That's for sure one of my biggest gripes. I know that like when I used to still listen to games journalists, and they were like, I like how they were like saying, I like how the lightsaber feels. It feels heavy, like it's got weight to it. I'm like, that doesn't sound like a lightsaber.
That's not how a lightsaber works.
Yeah, really.
Have you not watched the movies, people?
Yeah, really.
They have no weight to them.
And I think also a lot of that comes from us growing up, and we had like the faster Jedi, the more
Right.
fast-paced lightsaber battles. Of course, the animated series of the Clone Wars was just over-the-top action. So I think that also plays into a lot of like how we see lightsabers and how we think combat should be with a lightsaber. It's like fast, like great parries and combos.
Even as the OT went along, the fights between Luke and Vader sped up, especially by time Episode 3 got along. You saw a little more of the acrobatics and stuff like that, especially coming from Luke. You couldn't so much from Vader just because of he's a man, he's half man, half machine.
Biomechanic man.
Yeah, he's limited in some of his mobility, even though he's trained himself to be beyond that. But he is still limited to a degree. But like you started seeing that as things went along, that more flash here and there, and a little more quicker movements. But I mean, that was like kind of the point of the prequel trilogy, right? This is the Jedi at the height of their power, height of their abilities, and training and honing that for so long that naturally they are going to be so much faster in comparison to what we eventually see, considering they got like a hard reset. So
I will say this though, I also agree with you also on this, Fractured, is that there was a very good sense of like reward when you did some stuff in Fallen Order too, especially when you lightsaber stuff as you keep going on there. I thought there was a lot of rewarding moments for sure. I do agree with like almost all your criticisms, and 100%. It was one of my top 5 games of the year I played it, but I still had a lot of issues with it.
One of the things that I did really, really like, and it was something that you could kind of do in Academy, but to such a small degree, and that was like in Academy, you got to pick your lightsaber hilt. In this game, you got to modify your lightsaber.
I did love that,
and I basically made mine either look like a combination of Luke's Episode 6 saber or Obi-Wan's Episode 3 lightsaber. That's kind of same design, but like I like that aspect to it where you got to modify and change the hilt and make it look to the way you wanted it to do. And that is something that I wish could have been adapted or brought into some other games, getting to be a Jedi and stuff like that, because they do make it seem like that's like a ceremony. Because like if you think it like the scene in Return of the Jedi when Vader's inspecting his lightsaber, he's like, now your training is complete and everything, because he's inspecting this now new custom built lightsaber, not just one that is his old the old one or anything like that, a hand me down. This is that's his lightsaber. It's a mark of the Jedi. So
see, that's why I can't use any of the customizations, is because it takes me right out of the immersion, is if he doesn't have his lightsaber, because they made it
I understand that for that specific character.
True, good point.
I understand that, but I'll kind of, the funny thing is too, is that the actor / the character for Cal Kestis is pretty much the way I'll create my characters in games. He's red hair and everything like that, so just minus a beard, but otherwise very, very close. So I was like, okay, I was able to kind of get more into a bit of a role play there of like, okay, this is kind of more closer to my Jedi. I couldn't have a lightsaber in each hand, which is what I always like doing for my characters.
I will say one funny thing about this, since we're talking about the character he was modeled, Cal Kestis is modeled on the actor.
Camera on hand.
The joke about that is I have a brother-in-law. When he was little, he looked like the kid from God of War, Atreus. And now he's grown up and he looks just like Cal Kestis. It's the funniest thing in the world. One thing. Can I just say something? Since we're talking about customization lightsabers, what color would you have your lightsaber?
Good question. Well, you guys are thinking about that. Oh, all right. Jake is yellow.
Green.
My since I do the dual lightsabers, one green, one red.
One green, one red. All right. Epsilon, did you say green?
Yeah.
Okay. So I picked because I didn't like. So I got this at my lightsabers here at WonderCon, and they had a bunch of hilts to choose from. And you could choose what
Oh, right
color.
on.
So I kind of built my own, and they do screw together into a staff saber.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
And and if I was in Star Wars, I would go with orange.
Oh, there you go.
That's not bad.
Plo Koon had the orange lightsaber.
Yeah. Plo Koon had like 7 lightsabers, depending on which one you listen to. He had so many different colors.
So
I always remember him
mine-
from Power Battles having it. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was trying to think. So like mine be tough because like blue and green are my favorite colors, but those have been done so much and I'd want something unique. So I would probably go something like probably just like a take, like I guess a take on white is kind of a weird way to say it, but like a white or like a kind of like a seafoam green.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Very
like
good.
the non-traditional colors because we see
Mhm.
so many blue and green. So if you choose anything
Mhm.
other than that, it definitely makes it more interesting.
I'm just I'm gonna say right now, all 3 of my favorite Star Wars characters have purple lightsabers,
Oh, don't
Interesting.
spoil it.
and I'm a purple
Chris
lightsaber
Meager,
fan.
huh?
Purple's my favorite color, and
Okay.
when I first saw Mace Windu with a purple lightsaber, I was like, "That's awesome!"
Yeah. Yeah. So speaking of Mace Windu, obviously, if you know any of the lore behind my channel in Melee Games, how they always say, and I love Mace
I've
Windu.
heard some things.
So on the thumbnail, I made myself Mace Windu.
Oh, you're black? I didn't know that.
No? So
Whitewashed the black man. I
great to
get
say
it.
that Cal Kestis' actor played Kevin in Click. I remember that movie.
So Adam
but I did
Sandler's
not-
son.
Yeah. I did not know who Cameron Monaghan was at the time. So if I ever go back and
Mhm.
watch the movie, I'll be like, oh my goodness, that was him.
So
So
he also the Joker in
Nice
Gotham.
shout out.
Yeah, I was
Yes,
gonna
he
say,
was.
he was. I was
he's
actually
Joker
rather
in
impressed
Gotham.
with.
Yep.
I was impressed with him with that performance. I just wish it wasn't the Joker, or maybe like done for an actual like movie or something. But
Right.
'cause I have feelings about that show.
Oh, I heard it was horrible.
So
Christian Frank
It had.
did-
It was a show that had promise. I'll certainly say that. But
So-
we're keeping it to Star Wars here.
thanks for dropping that little nugget of info. That was interesting.
Yeah.
My buddy Christian, other Christian, is saying that he'd go Indigo double-bladed saber for Calcutta. Oh, in Fallen Order and Survivor because he has already played Survivor. And I think Ironside would go with a curved hilt with a green blade. Sweet.
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
good choice.
But yeah, I remember when I first played Academy and you could pick your hilt and then
Yeah.
your color. I thought that was really cool. And then when I
Yep.
played Fallen Order and you could customize the heck, literally everything on your lightsaber, I was like, even though it doesn't have any effect at all, I thought that was
Yeah.
awesome. And it's the most detailed lightsaber customization I've
Pure
ever seen.
aesthetic, but it
That
was
was
great.
awesome. I definitely say that's probably one of the best aspects of the game, even though it's completely aesthetic.
That was part of what made basically the Metroidvania part of it fun, like rewarding, because like then when you
Finding
did
the
more of that stuff
pieces.
was getting more pieces so you could get more customizations to really hone it the way you wanted it.
So, and yeah, my biggest criticism was the combat, or was the lightsaber didn't actually operate like a lightsaber's, like a Nerf bat. But taking that out of the equation, my biggest issue was the lack of fast travel. Getting
Yes,
around was a
yes,
real
yes,
pain.
yes,
When
yes.
you're
Oh, yeah.
all the way to the other side of the planet, it's like, all right, I'm done. There's nothing else for me to do here. I need to get all the way back, and now I got to just trudge through everything that I've already done. Was
Right.
kind of annoying. It would be nice if
I
there's
get
fast travel,
that.
which I heard that they rectified that, or at least made it a lot better in Survivor.
See, that's weird. I never really felt that when I played that game. Like that was weirdly not a concern for me, but I see what you mean. Yeah.
I just remember a bunch of times I'm like, oh, I got to traverse all the way back across the planet to get my ship to go to another planet. So, all right. That will bring us to Jake for his number 4.
Indeed. And how apropos my number 4, based on what we've been speaking about for the past half hour. I know my number 5 was Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy. And I hope this isn't cheating too much, but my number 4 is Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast.
Yeah.
Carrying on the
All right.
story.
Yeah.
Carrying on the story from the first Jedi Knight. Cal Kestis kind of, or
Well,
Cal Kestis,
Cal
excuse
Kestis.
me, my goodness. Kyle Katarn Kyle Katarn.
Watch
excuse
your
me.
mouth.
I'm sorry, Dad. I apologize.
I'm sorry, Dad.
Katarn.
Don't beat me.
Yeah, don't beat me, please, not the bell. Kyle Katarn kind of losing his way in between the games and at the start.
Well,
and-
and they're sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Sure.
I was gonna say the Jedi Knight Mysteries of the Sith really fills in what happened to Kyle going into Jedi Outcast. I was
Okay.
really glad I finally went back and started playing that
Right.
and got more of that backstory, because I was always kind of curious, like, well, he became
was
a Jedi at the end of Dark Forces,
Yeah, and then
too,
kind of gave it up.
and
Right.
then kind of gave it up. So why?
Right,
And
what
Mysteries
happened?
of the Sith really helps kind of explain
Okay.
that.
Fills in the
And
gap.
I'll
Yep.
have to
It
look
fills
into
in the
that.
gaps for sure.
I'll have
Yeah.
to look into that.
And
Certainly.
there's a
I'm glad you mentioned that because I forgot to mention that.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
but-
there's a YouTuber that's doing a Mysteries of the Sith HD upscaling for Mysteries of the Sith. So
Ooh.
anybody wants to play that, I think it's Darth Tantor.
Oh, that name sounds familiar.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've been talking about it, and
You probably mentioned it on one of your Saturday Night
I
Sifts.
did. I
That's
have
why I
been, yeah.
recognize it.
So if you want an HD upscale of that game and some tweaks and stuff like that, definitely go for it, because I used it, played through it. It was great.
I'll definitely do that next
Right.
time I play through it.
Yeah, I want to pick up Dark Forces 2 Remaster 2 just to play through
Oh,
that.
very nice. Very
Yeah,
nice.
that as well for it.
Yeah, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. You were just mentioning the book that kind of comes in between Jedi Knight 1, I guess, and Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. Mentioning how Kyle Katarn, is. I mean, I wouldn't say that he was like falling to the dark side per se, or that he was really being like or empathizing with her, being pulled to it, but he decided, got to stay straight, got to stay clean, got to stay on the light side of things. So he just cut himself off from the Force, and the first couple of levels are basically like the first few levels of the first Jedi Knight. Basically just guns.
First Dark Forces and everything. Like, he's back to his
he's
ways.
back to square one. Exactly. And he starts out being a mercenary working for the New Republic, and obviously being a former Jedi who cut his connection to the Force, of course, and he's trying to figure out how to stop this Imperial remnant branch led by not a Sith, but a dark Jedi, Desan or Desan, however you want to pronounce it.
Desan, yeah.
Dasani water.
Yeah, Dasani water.
Yes.
It's Rainbow.
He looks like an overgrown quaking monkey
I was-
lizard.
He does.
I beat you to it.
You did.
But and I know, like I said, it might be cheating a little bit to put both of them on here. I did my
No,
best
it's not
to
at all. It's
avoid
great.
doing that, but
Nah.
I
Your
really
list, you did
that
it, dude.
the story picking off from Jedi Knight into Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. I really enjoyed the story. I enjoyed seeing Katarn come back to being a Jedi, realizing that, look, this is the way for him. This is the way for him.
Know the way.
To do the things I do know the way, to do the things that he needs to do. It's like the third level, I think, where he finally decides to pick the lightsaber back up again and just gets right back into his Force
Goes
powers.
back to the Valley of the
him.
Jedi, boosts up, and goes back to
Oh,
He
get
does
his lightsaber.
force steroids.
He does-
Oh yeah, he definitely does for steroids. Yeah. And
Well, the great
go
thing
ahead.
about that too is that you have Luke in the mentor role a bit, and
Right.
Yes.
he's
Exactly.
cautious. Wow, imagine that Luke being more than just a
right.
sad old man.
Right,
But
Not making me
he
sad, Fractured. I don't want to be sad.
Yeah,
he
please
still
don't
exists
make
in
us
this
sad.
world. This
He
is
does.
think of it.
He
It's
does.
a separate universe. Okay, we've got
Exactly.
our multiverse nonsense. Let's look at it this way.
Exactly.
The
And-
It's
true
a celebration
canon.
of Star Wars.
The
It's a celebration of
the
life.
true
Yeah.
canon. But I mean, yeah, Luke is cautioning. I mean, that's kind of the great thing about it. Is like Luke is very
it's-
much cautioning
right.
Kyle about suddenly reintroducing himself to the Force so
right,
strongly,
exactly.
so quickly. and
Especially
with-
how the first Jedi Knight ended with him having to kill
Jarek.
I mean, effectively, you can call him like a Padawan, kind of, to Kyle. Not exactly, but he does, kind of take on that mentor role. And later on in this
in
series of
Academy,
games,
yeah.
and powers open up. It can't be customized, which kind of sucks, but they couldn't really be super customized in the first one either. but having access to both light side and dark side, again, just force gripping motherfuckers and just hanging them over edges and dropping them, and having the neutral powers like speed and jump and push and pull.
Well, yeah, those are like the general
really
powers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I know between force grip and force healing were always the two I maxed out first because you needed that healing sometimes in a pinch.
Exactly. And again, with the end of Jedi Knight, him kind of not exactly falling to the dark side, but definitely doing some dark side stuff, if you will. I'm throwing up scare quotes right now. And having Luke Skywalker be this kind of mentor to him, telling him, teaching him how to find balance, and that's Kyle Katarn really taking that to heart, and that's him, being able to tap into those more neutral powers, more dark side powers as well, but still stay in the light, and just utilizing like the way Anakin should have done. When they said Anakin was going to bring balance to the Force, that's kind of the way it should have been. It should have been not him falling to the dark side, and thus the dark side has a powerful enemy to balance out the light side. But having someone like Kyle Katarn who is able to tap into both and utilize both, but still stay on the straight and narrow.
No, bringing balance to the Force means getting rid of the dark side. That's the thing.
Yes,
is that
Empire did nothing wrong. Get rid of the dark side, etc.
Okay, James.
Yeah, really.
Empire did nothing wrong.
But yeah,
I want to say like a couple things though. Kyle Katarn is probably one of the most likable video game characters.
Yes.
Oh yeah, dude.
No bias here, I swear.
No. Even if you there's a reason why you make him your avatar. He is really likable. He's witty. He's funny. He's got he's not like a prim and proper Jedi either. That's I think a lot of people like.
He's a well-written character.
He is. Yeah, the Dark Forces books are especially great too. And if they want to talk about how some of these things have more mature themes now, like Andor and stuff like that, go through those books.
Oh,
especially for the Dark Forces. Dark Forces 1 book, especially learning how the Empire basically did a false flag operation using rebels insignias and stuff like that, murdered his father, and then decapitates his father and puts his head on a spike, and it's in the book. It's an actual. They have the image for it and everything. There was some dark stuff that did take place at one time, before this other stuff came along.
And on top of that too, about Outcast 2, Dasani Water, as I'm just going to call him now. One of the really cool, interesting villain designs, one of the more unique Star Wars aliens in the universe that really had mass appeal. I mean, he's basically a T-Rex Jedi, Sith Lord, It's that's cool. I don't care what you say. Star Wars and dinosaurs come together.
He had a great voice too. The voice.
Yeah, he did have a great voice. Yeah.
And it also there's a lot of mind messing going on too, especially with him later, when he appears as 3 of them and you gotta go through the right door and all that stuff. Oh
yeah, in the Jedi Temple when you're chasing him down for the final fight.
Yeah. Honestly,
I got tripped up when I played through it again. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah. The Dark Forces and the Jedi Knight games are, I honestly knew that they were gonna get picked a lot, but so they were all my honorable mentions, but those games are just classics, you need to play those any way you can. They're on PC. A lot of them, they got remastered and ported to modern consoles. So you have no real excuse. If you haven't played those yet and you're a Star Wars fan, you are doing yourself a disservice.
And I'm you know me, I'm a console guy, but basically that entire series of games is best on PC. Oh, okay.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you have an opportunity, play them on PC. If you have an opportunity, especially for older games, buy them on GOG. Play them through GOG. Download them. Put them on. I don't know what type of cold storage anybody might have, but download the executables and hold on to them, and maybe pass them out to the homies every once in a while. So
absolutely,
things like that.
Two quick things about the game is there's the line about the quaking monkey lizard. It's because of that line, I looked into what that is, and Salacious Crumb, the little laughing dude that sits on Robin's lap, that is a quaking monkey lizard. For those who didn't know,
that was
because of the song, I found that out.
That was Katarn throwing a bit of some banter at.
Yeah,
right.
He's already like, you ain't nothing to me. You're just an overgrown quaking monkey lizard. What do I got to fear from you? Oh
Who
crap!
was his voice actor too for the games too? Because
Oh.
he was a
Oh,
really good
gosh.
voice actor.
For
I have
who?
no idea.
someone-
Or
honestly.
Kyle Katarn.
That
for
was
Kyle
Jeff
Katarn.
Bennett. Jeff
Jeff
Bennett
Bennett.
was in Jedi Outcast and Academy, and he eventually went on to do a small voice role for voicing Revan in Star Wars: The Old Republic.
I did
Yeah.
not know
Which
that.
Jeff
was
Bennett voiced a
only the
lot of stuff.
one, which is the only one time he did it for that damn sad, pathetic level 30 Flashpoint. But I wish they kept him because I thought he did a really good job. But even then, like, I wish they did bring back Jason Court and Angela Harry for Kyle and Jan, who were the actors basically for the Dark Forces 2.
And I'll do a real quick shout out to SWOTOR. I know it's not one of the MMOs that's famous, but if you're like me and you're a fan of Bioware games like Jade Empire, Dragon Age Origins, just give it a shot. Download it and just play it like a single player. Play through the story. You know, again, the missions in between are to collect 10 bare asses like in every MMORPG. But there's genuinely good story. There genuinely is. I would recommend everybody.
If they just split up every different character line as like a single player game, like it could have been great, man.
Yeah. And that's the way you can play it now. You can basically, again, you can pay to get like whatever, like you would pay $15 a month or whatever for any other MMO. But if the story in and of itself, just playing straight up single player on a PvE server or whatever, it's actually good stuff. And instead of spending 50 to 80 hours in like Dragon Age Origins or whatever, it could be like 200 hours. But it's fun. It's enjoyable. I like the stories.
So, but yeah, I was just saying that because of that Quaking Monkey Lizard line, I went to Wikipedia and looked it up and I'm like, oh, Salacious Crumb. That's that species. So if you didn't know, now you do. And last thing I wanted to say about Jedi Outcast is the first level, you get the fast saber style.
Yes, indeed.
You meet up with Luke. And you and Luke fight 4 Reborn Jedi at the same time is one of my favorite battles.
That's a great.
I have replayed that battle hundreds of times. I quick save, do the fight, reload my quick save, and do it again dozens of times. I love that fight.
It's a great fight. Yeah.
So, was a Boba fight in that one or
that was Jedi Academy?
That was
I always get those two mixed up.
They are on the same engine, so they do play very much alike. So
and Billy D. Williams popped in to do the voice for Lando too.
When I first heard him, I was like, "Is that actually Billy D. Williams?"
It
is him. So that was cool too. So unfortunately, BD Jake has to leave us now. He's got some real life stuff going on. So
unfortunately,
do you want 2 options here? Do you want to burn through your other choices real quick, or do you want to save them for whenever we do part 2?
You know what? If that is an option, then I will save them for part 2. I'll save my 3, 2, 1, and my honorable mentions for part 2.
Okay.
But yeah, I did.
Whatever you want to do, up to you.
I had a friend call me out of the blue before the stream started to do some stuff, and he called me again. I had to mute myself, take care of that, and I also have some real life stuff going on in the house that I need to take care of. Got to make sure all the homies are okay. But myself, I apologize for not being able to stick around. I was looking forward to this. I'm glad I was able to be here for as long as I was. So if I may do my outro real quick.
Absolutely.
Interested.
What do you got to
I'm
plug?
Jake. I go by Big Dog Jake, BIGGDOGGJAKE. I'm a professional, though occasional, VOA for hire. I'm a professional political writer and analyst for hire. I love video games. I love metal music. I will talk to anyone about them. You can find me at Big Dog Jake on X, Twitter, Beware Politics, on Instagram. You can shoot me a DM. Thank you so very much, Neo. Thank you so very much, Neo. And also the same name, you can shoot me a message over on Discord if you want to talk about music or video games, or if you want to hire me out for something. And my sign off is, as always, be well, peace out, horns up, and rock on. You guys, Neo, Jason, thank you so much for having me on this top 5. I look forward to part 2. Epsilon, Fracture Filter, Carl, I look forward to talking to you guys again, as always.
Absolutely.
It's been a blast. I really enjoyed this. You guys take care of yourselves and be well.
You too, sir.
Thanks again.
Always good to have you on, and I will talk to you in a few days. And
absolutely. Be seeing you on Thursday. You guys take care. Be well, guys.
See you later, Jake.
Later, dude.
But yeah, his Twitter link is in the stream description. If you want to go give him a follow, he is a really good dude. So, and with that, you know what? I'm going to drop it here in the chat as well. Make sure. Yep, there we go. So, shout out to Big Dog J. He's awesome. So, all right, that will wrap it up for our number 4s. I love it. So, I hope you guys are still able to stay around for a while because we're only like halfway done. We're already over 2 hours. So, anybody have else have like a hard out?
No.
I'm good.
Okay, so I was gonna say we can set a timer and be like, all right, you've got your 5 minutes if we need to.
No.
I do want to respect your guys' time if you need to go somewhere.
I mean, I have work tomorrow, but I don't care.
Good answer. So, all right, on to our number 3s. Number 3. Anybody want to jump in?
Yeah, I'll start it off.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, might as well go
Jason,
clockwise or something.
I'll go after you.
It works. My number 3 was pretty easy. Again, what got me into Star Wars was X-wings and all the ships and everything like that. So when N64 had the first Rogue Squadron, I was like, oh man, this is great. This is something that I've always wanted to play. I love kind of like the arcade, shoot 'em ups and all that kind of stuff. But then the GameCube came out and they showed you exactly what it should look like and should feel like. So then Rogue Squadron 2 is my number 3. So that game,
choice.
that game looks still really good today, in my opinion. And I mean, just when it first came out, I remember the GameCube was my first system that I bought with my own money.
There you go.
And then 2, I remember going to all the just waiting for it, thinking Resident Evil 4 was going to come out early like they said it was supposed to, and then it didn't. But still excited that all the games were, but just going to all the kiosks that had them in stores and just getting neck cramps looking up playing this Rogue Squadron game before may have a chance to purchase it. And then I did get it, and then going back from playing all these games to play Melee to this, and I was like, man, this game is great and still one of my favorite flying style arcade games, or arcade shoot 'em up style games, I should say.
Yeah, excellent choice.
God, I haven't played that one in a real long time.
I have those games, and that was the first game I actually tested when I got my GameCube upscaler.
Oh, nice.
And that game was such a massive upgrade from the original Rogue Squadron.
Mhm.
Just to the GameCube, it was almost night and day how just drastically different these two look. But even when you get it upscaled to 480p, it just still looks good. And I wish I could get like the better upscaler to try to get it up to 4K, because I guarantee you that game really does shine, and like with the high graphics. The GameCube may not have been like known for like being like a super big powerhouse.
I love that system. God dang it!
But geez, it had a lot of bangers, and it had probably 2 of the best Star Wars exclusives tied to that console with both of the Rogue Squadron games.
I think like the GameCube wasn't a powerful system, but I think it knew how to do colors very well.
Yes.
And it made games look better than what they should have been. Just like if you just look at any GameCube game, it's like, oh yeah, the colors look really, really good in it. And then you go to like, PlayStation 2 at the time or something like that. You can tell, yes, PS2 and the Xbox were stronger systems, but they just like, obviously the good games were good, but like just for some odd reason, colors just popped with the Nintendo system.
Without doubt. Like if you play games like Beautiful Joe or Double Dash or, Skies of Arcadia, just any one of those games, like the GameCube knew how to really make the colors shine for some reason. It's weird to explain. It's just like, you just knew that this was a GameCube. Like you could just put on a GameCube game and you just know. And
yep.
A little spoiler that's what I'll be covering later this week. But that's all I'll have to say for that.
Yeah, I'm not going to say too much about it because I have some stuff to say about that game later on in the stream.
Oh,
wink, wink,
wink, nudge, nudge.
All right, so that was Oh, that was Jason's, right?
Yeah.
Number 3.
Okay. I was like, just because Carl was talking, I was like, wait a minute. I don't have anything for Carl. It's because he hasn't gone yet.
Also, one of the funnier things I want to bring up about all the Rogue Squadron games, you could play with a Blues Brothers Buick. Do you guys remember that?
I
I
don't
remember there
know.
was random, like, there always was like some sort like random vehicle, like, because what was it in the first Rogue Squadron? That's where the first time you could play like the Naboo Starfighter, and everybody was making such a big deal about that. And I remember
Yeah.
like there was like
That
that was
ship
like the
was
big thing about
great.
all. Yeah, there's always something big about every version. There was like some secret ship or vehicle you could use or something.
Because I remember when I unlocked the Naboo Starfighter in Rogue Squadron, the first one, and that was before. I'm almost positive that was before Episode 1 came out.
Yeah, that was them testing what, like, hey, look at this new thing that we got. Yeah.
And that was a great ship. I love using that one in Rogue Squadron. And I think that before we saw it in action, when we saw like pictures of it, we all thought it was like the back of what the ship was. I think we all thought that was the front.
Mm-hmm.
And then we saw it in the game, and it flew the opposite direction of what we thought. And it was like, oh, it's it kind of threw me off because I was expecting the pointy parts to be the front, and those are actually the back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just Googled it right now. The Buick was actually inside every Rogue Squadron game. It was a joke starship.
I don't think I ever knew that until just now.
Yeah, I just remember this because as a kid, I just remember playing with this giant black Buick flying the Death Star trench run. And if you go into cockpit, there's like a little like bobblehead and stuff swinging from like the mirror. I just remembered it so much as a kid that I almost thought, like, was this a fever dream? Did I just make this up? But no, yeah, it's the Buick is a reoccurring Easter egg presented throughout every game in the Rogue Squadron series, as well as Star Wars Episode 1 Battle for Naboo.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That
It's a replacement skin for the A-Wing, it says too.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Interesting.
Too.
So there you go. There's your fun fact of the day. That you could drive a Buick and bomb the Death Star in a Buick.
That's hilarious.
That's awesome.
So, all right. Well, since you're already on a little bit of a run.
Yeah, so my number 3, I really had a hard time putting this one at number 3 because it was a back and forth between my number 2, but it just wasn't good enough to be my number 1. We've talked about this many times, and Fractured actually played it recently. KOTOR 2.
Yeah, I'll be getting back to it too.
Yeah. Hopefully I won't come around and crash your stream. It's just blame me.
It's all good.
But I honestly say, like, the funny thing is James himself said that he had a similar experience with this as me. When I was a younger kid, I remember wanting to play Knights of the Old Republic. And when I got it, I was like, this game sucks. And I just like returned it to Blockbuster. And it wasn't until years later, before I used to walk to high school, I'd go to a buddy's house in the morning and just chill with him for an hour before school. And I started playing Knights of the Old Republic 2, and I was just like, this game is awesome.
What changed?
I think I just got older. That's really what it is. It's like I started getting more invested into JRPGs and RPGs at the time. And I think like right before that, the only RPG action I had as a kid was Fable. And I thought, oh, this is going to be like Fable, but Star Wars.
Right.
Oh,
so
yeah,
you were more wanting that action RPG versus the turn-based kind of weird D&D kind of RPG.
Sort of stuff.
Yeah, stuff going on for KOTOR.
Yeah. So when I started playing KOTOR 2, I just found out that this story was just like really like deep and intense. It had like such a great like moral gray character too that was just constantly telling you like, why'd you help that person? He's just gonna die.
Or why'd you kill those people? That didn't do anything for the like no matter what, Kreia was like chiding you for anything she freaking could.
And you know what? I didn't hate her in terms of just doing that. I'm just like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Just tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Just tell me when I do something right. Just praise me for once, damn it. It's just like, you know, it's just like a mom that's never happy with what you do. You're like, what do I have to do? Just tell me you love me once, Mom, please.
Yeah, but if you just chastised you for asking for it.
Exactly. But some of the cooler big bad designs too, I forget their names.
Darthian was the guy with the very
Scion.
cracked
Scion.
had the cracked skin. Nihilus was
Nihilus.
the
Yeah, Nihilus,
It seemed to be different pronunciations. Whatever.
No, it's Nihilus.
Whatever.
I just love their designs the
They're
most
cool
'cause
characters,
they
for
are
sure.
so cool and interesting characters in terms of just like design wise. And I was like, oh man, they actually felt imposing, but like go on.
I was actually disappointed with how Nihilus ended. Like, I wanted to know more. Like, there just wasn't enough.
Yeah.
I wanted to know so much more about his background, like how he came to be, who he was. Like, I know that he was human, and underneath the mask wasn't just that.
Yeah, and that also plays into just the quick turnaround that they did to make this game too, which is also kind of why I was like,
Uh,
well, I'll bump this one just a little bit lower, just because it was unrealized potential that could have been so much better if they were given more time and budget to do it.
Yeah, I got a little gimped there.
Yeah,
Are-
and go on.
Have you played it with the restored content?
I have not.
Oh,
I've only played it a few times. That's a mistake. I'm trying to correct. Later this year, it's just so like I'm also a JRPG fan, as people know. Those take like 100 hours, some of them.
Oh,
So
those are grind fests.
yeah. So
It's okay. I've never played KOTOR 2. It's on my to-do list.
oh,
Same.
You're like, dang, I want to say so much more now.
I want to say
But I
so much
can't.
more now.
I pretty much know the gist of it.
I will say that the only reason why the reason, let me rephrase this. One of the big things that like makes me love this game so much, I know people say that the light side run is like boring. I actually enjoyed the light side run. I'm one of those weirdos, I guess.
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you.
I'm enjoying mine so far, so
Yeah, but I still stand by this. One of the best things that this game has ever done was the conversion system to turn all your squad mates that were human
Yes.
for the most part into Jedi or Sith.
yes.
Oh,
That is
I
a great
think
thing
we were
about
talking
it.
about that the other night.
I think that was like the most mind-blowing mechanic when I first found out you could do that in a game, which was like really to me, like that moment is like the number 2 moment in video games where I'm like, what, really? I could do this to every one of my dudes? That's
Well,
like
and that
number
was supposed to
2.
be the kind of the unique thing to the Exile was that they were able to just kind of through the Force. I hate to use the word manipulate, but that's kind of what it is they'd manipulate them through the Force and bring out those powers or whatever, but also yeah, they would then align more through like the charisma of the Exile to then be of that alignment basically.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that was just kind of the intro. And just also, I mean, between the Exile and Kyle Katarn, the 2 Jedi that I've known of that completely cut themselves off from the Force to get away from it, to get away from that sort of thing because of their pasts and what's gone on. And but for the Exile, the whole Mandalorian war and
Oh, that
Malachor.
Mandalorian war like mission was so good. I love that one so much.
Does making your entire squad Jedi make the game too easy, or is it still balanced?
All right, so KOTOR 2 is incredibly imbalanced in general.
Both games are.
But KOTOR 2, it's much more noticeable. Like
It is.
Yeah.
I want to say like there is a funny joke from an old X-Play episode where I can still remember this because I was like, is this true? And then when I played, I'm like, no, they were true. It's like the plus side is you could become powerful. On the negative side, you become way too powerful. and it's like, and it just shows like the greatest threat in the galaxy, and they just do a leap attack and just one shot it. The boss dies in like 4 goes. And it's just like, this is the greatest threat in the galaxy, everyone. But yeah, it's not so much that it makes the game unbalanced if you make everyone a Jedi, because a lot of the people that you make Jedi, it takes forever for some of them, and they kind of are weak.
Okay.
Right. Well, because they're already kind of set in the certain skills that they started out with.
Yeah, especially Bio Dirk. He's the hardest one to become a Jedi, and he is definitely the weakest one to be a Jedi.
Oh, yeah, the Trandoshan.
Oh,
Yeah,
I love him
people
though.
Don't they even make Vader a Jedi at all in their runs?
Yeah, I like that when I found out that like like I had like the air pump Mario moment when I was able to turn him into a Jedi. I was like, oh my god, you could turn this guy even into a Jedi. I thought he was never going to be possible. But yeah, man, that KOTOR 2 is like one of those games where you're like, man, you know, like I hate remakes and remasters a lot. Like for some games, I was like, if they could just get like the original team back and just like say like just do this and then expand on your work. I wish I could see that. Just that one. Not the first one, the second one.
Okay.
It would be nice. It would
It
be
would
nice.
be nice. That's
but-
in a perfect world. If it's and butts were candy and nuts, you know.
So I missed this while we were on our last point, while we were talking about GameCube and Rogue Leader. Dude was saying that GameCube was more powerful than the PS2. The only problem it had was the disc size, and he will not take the GameCube slander. How dare you?
I do believe he is right. I think the PS2 was the weakest console out of the three, but I don't know
the
how much.
library for that system.
Yeah, the library for the PS2 was insane.
I didn't mean no slander on the GameCube. I mean, like that's my top. I think that's my top 3 favorite system of all time. So I mean, yeah.
Dude's gonna come over to your house and beat you with his game, and he's just gonna play a game on top of
No,
it.
because it's got a handle. It can actually do damage.
Oh yeah,
And they survive lightning strikes.
they do. They survive lightning strikes. They survive falls. Like the top. What was it? The lid. The lid cannot even close properly. If you just smash it in there after you just like drop it, the thing will still run. That is a sturdy console. It is home defense and entertainment at the same time.
Yeah. Well, I guess while we're on the topic of GameCube, it looks like you have an upcoming GameCube stream. Is that right, Carl?
Yes, I do. This Thursday, actually.
Yeah, I did. I was just looking through my videos. I saw that pop up. It looks like you have an Angry Canadian back on.
Oh hell yeah! My brother from Japan. I love that guy so much, and he's a big GameCube fan too. And I was like, you know what, buddy? You want to talk about some GameCube? And he's like, I am. And I'm so excited, but we can save that for the end, you know?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. Just wanted a little plug while we were on the topic of GameCube.
I appreciate that very much. You're always the homeboy.
So, let's go with JT for his number 3.
My number 3 is Empire at War.
On
Ooh,
RTS.
Yes, I actually really love RTS games. I discovered them through the Total War, Medieval 2. And so when I discovered the Star Wars one through the little Best of PC pack, I fell in love with it instantly. The whole space battles, I love it. The only thing I would play over that is Galactic Battleground for the ground play, but other than that, no, Empire at War all day. It's one of those games I can just pop in and play whenever I'm bored and just watch the X-Wings and TIE Fighters go at it all day.
Nice. Yeah, RTS is not a genre I typically play because I'm terrible at them. But I've
Same
heard that
here.
that's a great game.
It is. This is a lot of fun. Like you said, the space battles were just top tier.
Because that has space and ground battles, right?
Yeah,
It's not just a space battle simulator.
but I was never a fan of the ground battles. I felt like it was like too simplistic, in my opinion.
Now, how do the space battles play out? Is it basically still on a 2D plane in space, or is there like depth to it? Like, is there a Z-axis to the game?
No, it's flat.
It's- Yeah, it's kind of like if you played Terran versus Terran in StarCraft and you just had all the vehicles, like space, or the flying vehicles, right?
Right.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, cool.
You know what?
Never played it. So I'm not an RTS fan, so I don't have anything to say about that game.
See, I'm more embarrassed because I'm a huge RTS nerd and I'm also a huge Star Wars fan, and I've also never played that. So I am a failure at both.
I think it was when Jake was on open mic. He was telling me all about it. I think because I know someone was telling me about there was another RTS, or maybe it was a total conversion mod or something. But I remember someone was telling me about something, and it sounded pretty cool from what they were telling me. Maybe it was Angry Canadian. I don't know.
Well, Empire at War has a total conversion mod, and it's a Republic at War, and it takes it for the Clone Wars.
That's
And
probably what it was.
so
Yeah, Empire Wars, another old Star Wars game that still has a pretty thriving and going modding community. So, and I think people have been even doing like some Mass Effect mods for Empire at War and stuff too. So
That's
I mean,
cool, actually.
it runs a gambit. Like
That's
there's all
awesome.
sorts of crazy stuff for it out there.
Sweet.
I want to say I hate EA. It just feels like everything that we're talking about is not really getting past even the 360 area that much. You know, we only have really just one game that is more of modern, and even that is what 2019.
yeah,
that sounds about right for Fallen Order.
Yeah,
it was 2019.
that was 5 years ago too. Just like forever.
Yeah, jeez.
Feels like that sometimes. Yeah.
I'm still in my 20s.
Well, yeah, the whole 10-year gap, they came out with 3 Star Wars games, both the Battlefronts and then Fallen Order, and that was it.
Yeah, sadly,
God.
yeah.
So
Oh, but they got their mobile game, guys. Come on.
That was okay.
Galaxy of Heroes. Tell us, how is that game? I'm sure you played it a ton, right?
Huh?
Yeah, it was directed at you, Filter.
How dare you?
I played it a little bit, and then I was just like, this is not for me.
So, all right. Fractured, what is your number 3?
Well, speaking of KOTOR, it would be KOTOR 1.
Oh.
Again, it was from my same friend. He was the one playing it, and again, I was just like, "What? Again? What the heck are you playing?" Sort of situation, and I just definitely fell in love with it. And I mean, you can't go wrong, especially with what made me actually like the Mandalorians a lot more through Canderous and getting that more personal interaction with that guy, getting all of his war stories, which was like just some amazing stuff that you can listen to. Just hear him just go on and on about
Oh
the
yes.
different battle scenarios, the thrill of being on a basilisk war droid and breaking atmosphere and laying in this glassing Cathar left and right. It's like holy shit. But I mean, it was just like just kind of getting more of that because I was still fresh on trying to get into more of the expanded universe content. So hearing all of his stories and just what the Mandalorians were was really fascinating to me. And I was like, oh wow, so this is really that aspect was just really cool. And then yeah, you have your HK murder bot. Can't go wrong with old HK.
Pretty much everyone's favorite droid.
Everybody's favorite droid. I mean, hey, T3 does a great job. Yeah.
Hello, meatbags. Statement.
But it's kind of funny because it seems to be a BioWare staple where they just have to have a particular character that you just like to bully. And Karth is that character that you want to bully. Because he's such a tit. He's kind of like Alistair from Dragon Age, where you just want to bully the ever-loving hell out of him. And it's just hilarious bringing him along and like Canderous. Canderous will give him crap because Karth was obviously fighting for the Republic during the Mandalorian Wars.
Yeah.
So their back and forths are just particularly hilarious. There's even some kind of sniping between Karth and Bastila. And I mean, just even for that aspect too, the party interactions are just hilarious for the flavor dialogue that goes on.
Yes.
And what I did particularly just like get into is like they basically for their soundtrack too, they made original stuff, but they basically remixed or remastered tracks.
Ooh.
And just gave it its own kind of, because if you listen to some of the I couldn't name everything, but like I know there's tracks on when you're on Dantooine that are very similar to old Star Wars, music cues and stuff like that. But that was also the cool thing was I loved I remember because I'd get like an hour at a time to play at my friend's house until I finally was able to buy the game. and just having like an hour chunks at a time, give or take, playing through and getting to Dantooine. And I loved being on Dantooine for some weird reason. I have such fond memories of doing like the mission of, you know, the side mission for the murder, basically the little murder trial, doing the whole basically the Romeo and Juliet family feud stuff going on, and then getting your lightsaber crystals, doing the trials, learning to, even though I've not always been a big Jedi fan, but learning about the Jedi code was really cool. And it was funny, like my brothers had always said, it was like he when he did the test for the Sith code, he got it right off the bat. And I'm like, that makes sense. But I mean, and then yeah, I know everybody goes to like the whole big reveal for you are Darth Revan.
Damn it!
Spoilers.
You spoiled the game.
Damn. But like I remember getting to that point. I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But like, I didn't feel quite as blown away by it. But I mean, then
that's my number one favorite plot twist. Not just in like video games, but arguably in all media.
Like I said, it was certainly quite, because I mean, Malik really just relishes in revealing that little secret to you and how it's been kept away and all that. So that definitely kind of helped, kind of also elevated Malik more than just being a guy that was sitting on a ship and blew up Terrace. Even though, hey,
yeah,
I was okay with Terrace. Terrace was trying to be another Coruscant. You shouldn't be doing that sort of thing. You had to go.
Well, then you got to get rid of Nar Shaddaa too. That's like little Coruscant.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Nar Shaddaa definitely has to go.
That's where the huts are, so you can go easily.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, see, my buddy Chris was with me. My jaw literally wouldn't come off the floor when I saw the Resident reveal the first time.
It was cool.
Basically there as well.
Can I just say something?
No.
I never, like, when I first played that, I was just like not really blown away because they telegraphed that so hard to me.
Kind of like you kind of get some hints, but like you're still kind of going, okay, so what do all these dreams really mean? What's really going on through these force visions and stuff like that? So I think that was kind of the interesting part to it. But yeah, I like I said, it was a cool reveal and everything, but it just didn't quite have that same impact. But man, I mean, it's still a game that I'll love booting back up anytime, and especially now, like when you can do like the Jedi at the start mod and at least have some fun from the get-go. Okay. And that's what when I plan to do a playthrough for a Sith playthrough, I'm going to use that mod.
Okay, that was going to be my question, is you played light or dark side? Because
I've always, so before I really understood things, but like I was always a dirty fence riding neutral. So I generally did kind of lean light, but over time I'll now just kind of, it's just like, you got to be light side or dark side. It's just how it is. But yeah, so, and that was actually kind of the funny thing that completely screwed me, because I'll make dark side choices, I'll make light side choices. I kind of go with the moment of whatever's happening in the scenes. That's kind of the fun of, and that's what I do with any BioWare games. Like I've played them through and I'll see where I align just naturally playing through. But that kind of screwed me with KOTOR 2, because then I couldn't do the special little side mission on Korriban, because you had to be light side or dark side to enter the cave to do like that special, like weird, like little flashback, whatever for Revan and Malik and stuff like that. So they're
like, no fence riders allowed. You got
exactly. I was kicked out, and so it kind of taught me a lesson. I learned a valuable lesson that day. But yeah, like then recently when I did the playthrough of KOTOR 1, I did a full light side gameplay because I was kind of going canonical that way. But hey, that was also a game that first introduced the whole thing for me, at least, of the whole romance options and stuff like that. But that was mainly just between you and Bastila for that game.
Well, let's romance the 16-year-old kid.
Well, that was just it. I didn't realize how young she was when I first played through the game.
Are we talking mission?
Yeah.
Oh, you can also romance the cat lady.
That's right. Yeah.
Juhani.
Juhani,
You could,
yeah.
you could
I
do
killed her.
romance.
Oh no. I completely I think I skipped over that mission entirely. Like I remember getting it, but then I completely forgot she was out there.
Wait, wasn't that part of the main mission for the Jedi Council
No,
though?
that was it. No,
You
I
can
believe
skip
it
it
was
and never get her for your party?
Yeah.
Huh. Did not know that.
You're like, no cat people on my ship.
It's either that or I killed her. So either one of those two things, or I just kind of skipped it because it was kind of like Liliana in Dragon Age, where I completely bypassed her.
How do you?
I didn't.
What?
Man, why do you just like hate all the characters I
I
like?
didn't mean to. It
Do
was
you
just
play
one of those.
BioWare games, or do you just like play the story?
I play them. I just sometimes don't always like. I'll get to like, especially if I'm in an area for too long. I'm like, God damn it, I just want to move on. So
That's what I mean.
and it's just like I just sometimes just I don't always fully explore it. So like for Liliana, especially, I don't know how I managed to miss her. I just
You're just like dialogue. Ew.
Well, I was usually in kind of blood happy rages. I was killing shit as,
Only
a
half the
warrior,
time
so-
though. You're a fence rider. Don't just remember.
Well, you know, hey,
you were like, I want to destroy half a terrorist. Let's just
yeah, just half the plays. I want to kind of partly lead some of the gangs, just not all of them. But I mean, like for then back to KOTOR 1 is like that was interesting, like gameplay mechanics, is because they were doing the whole kind of dice roll and stuff like that. But I still like I always liked the motions for when you're locked up in lightsaber combat, and they generally did a good job of like the kind of back and forth between yourself and other characters. The animations looked really smooth, and just little things like that. And that game was certainly something where I tried to do as much as I could, but then like it was more later on that my friends and I got really weird and experimental trying to do different things with the game, like especially trying to do a terrorist run through without leveling up at all.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, a buddy of mine did that, and he was just like, man, that was murder. But like he got through it, and I think he even did still a good bit of the dueling arena and everything.
Oh,
so
wow.
so then once he got to Dantooine, man, it was all the Jedi skills were just up through the roof at that point. So it was just kind of fun. It was just it was just for a time of playing that game in particular. Again, I got it on PC. I didn't even know it was on Xbox originally. I had no idea. And I was like, and I found that much later. I was like, oh, okay. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah,
But
I
I
love
love PC
the
as well.
little manual that came with it for like the original Xbox disc. It had the little manual on the inside that told you all about the game and everything. And
back when
explain.
manuals did that sort of thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
But that was also like a time where, because I just had a very low tier laptop, and that was the same laptop that I had to upgrade with RAM, but like it started running the game ran a little hot, so that we were like, why the hell does the laptop keep shutting down after an hour of playing? And then we just started putting a little desk fan on top of it, and hey, then we were able to keep playing and enjoying the little things that happens in life.
I added that for a laptop once, but instead of doing that, we put ice packs underneath it.
There you go. Yeah, that would be my number 3.
Okay.
And of course, like it's set up with Revan, and then gave Darth Bane his tools to make the rule of 2.
Yes.
I will say one of my favorite Canderous' stories was the asteroid story. Do you remember that one?
Isn't that the one he kind of alludes to maybe the Yuuzhan Vong a bit?
Yeah, where he just fired on an asteroid and went insane and then took off into deep space. He's like, I don't know what that was, but I like to forget it.
Yeah, that's something I don't want to think about. So let's move on from there.
It's like, man, it's scaring a Mandalorian. So
yeah, when you got a Mandalorian chuck, it's like, oh, okay, I'll take you seriously on this one.
All right. Something I meant to look up earlier, and when we were talking about the voice actor for Rosh, I was like, I swear he was one of the voices in the cartoon show Static Shock, and he was
Oh.
Richie. He was the white guy in Static Shock. That's why.
Oh, wasn't he his
recognized
best friend,
voice.
right? He was Static's best friend. Now that you say that, yeah.
Oh
there you
God,
go.
that's right.
That's why when I first played, I'm like, wait, I swear that's the guy from Static Shock. And yes, I was right. He was in like all 51 or 53 episodes of that show.
Oh, I love that show.
Speaking of Static, what's up, Static?
Howdy,
His
sir.
internet's finally working, so we can begin now.
Yay.
Thank you
There
for
we
giving
go.
us permission. Good evening. Static. My buddy Christian is saying that playing Darkseid with high charisma to minimize force alignment penalty, so you can use force powers from both sides, is OP.
There you go.
Yeah, like the flurry move in KOTOR 1 is broken as shit. It is so
Yes.
it is a great move that you got to level up and to just kind of go ham.
And the Xbox version was on 1 disc, but yeah, the PC version was 4 discs.
Yeah, you had to do a 4-disc install.
Wait, what? That's
Yeah.
on the greatest PC collection. It comes on one.
No,
One
the
disc.
original release on
The
PC.
original release,
Ah,
yeah.
okay.
Because it was on standard CDs, not a DVD.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm kicking myself for not buying that at half price books for like $3.
Yeah.
I just wanted that for my collection, and then it's just like I'll get it next week, and then someone else bought it. I'm like, what other nerd wants this besides me? I want to meet that guy.
And when I went over there for a few minutes, I was looking for my copy of KOTOR. I mentioned it once or twice on stream before, but my copy of PC KOTOR, which is those 4 discs, was I borrowed it from a friend in high school, and I played it. And then I never ended up giving it back to him. I still have it. So my buddy,
Oh,
my
there you
buddy
go.
in chat knows this friend. So my friend Derek let me borrow it. So I still have his original copy of KOTOR. So whenever I see you, if Derek ever happens to stumble across my channel in this stream, I still have your KOTOR and I can give it back to you. It's in a box over there somewhere. I just couldn't find it.
So you're saying that's what this show is all about. We got to find Derek and have him just watch this part of the show.
So Christian's probably like, "Oh my God, you still have Derek's copy of KOTOR?" Yes, I do. From
You
high
should
school.
just wrap it up and give it to him as a Christmas gift.
But he was all saying his top 5 are number 5, Republic Commando, 4, Battlefront 2, the OG, 3, Jedi Academy, 2, KOTOR 2, and number 1, KOTOR 1. Excellent list.
There you go.
So, all right, and I think that leaves it with me. No. Oh, yeah. I was going to say Jake hasn't done his 3, but he already left. So, for me, so for my number 3, I mentioned earlier as one of the first Star Wars games I ever played. Actually, 2 of on my list so far now are the first games I ever played. Was Dark Forces.
Nice.
What I typically do, just for me, for myself, I know Jake had Jedi Outcast and Academy as 2 separate options. Typically for me on lists, I like to, if there's like a series of games, I like to keep limit myself to 1 game in that series. But I felt that Dark Forces was enough different removed from the later games in the series that it didn't feel like the same series. And so, like I said earlier, I had the demo disc. So I played the first 3 levels of that so many times. I didn't actually play the full game until probably like at least a decade later. I didn't get the actual game when it was new. I played it, I think a burned copy from a friend like a decade or more later. But I love that game. I never played any of the other first-person shooters from that era, like Wolfenstein or Doom or anything. So this was like my probably my first first-person shooter. Now that I think about it, I never thought about that until just now.
Not a bad one to start out on.
Yeah, I never played any Duke Nukem because I don't think I would have been allowed to play any of those M-rated games. But this one was teen, so I was allowed to, and I would have chosen this over all those games anyways because it was Star Wars, and I loved. I mean, I still do love Star Wars, but I loved, Dark Forces. And when I finally played the full game later on, it's like, I love this game. I have not played the Night Dive remaster yet, but I'm looking forward to playing it eventually.
Same.
I know James was just playing it last night, so that was fun to get a little bit of a refresher on the game. I dipped in and out of that stream. I didn't watch a whole lot of it, but I'm very much looking forward to playing the remaster and playing through it again because it has been a long time since I have played it. Because I did play the full game a couple of times, but I think the last time I played it was probably at least 10 years ago. So, but yeah, it made me fall in love with Kyle Katarn. He's one of my favorite Star Wars characters. I'm not going to say which one because little nod, wink, wink, nod, nod, nudge, nudge. The next episode of Top 5 is going to be 2 weeks from today. And we're keeping it on the Star Wars train. And we're going to be ranking our top 5 favorite Star Wars characters over on Jason's channel because it's not strictly video game related. And I think most of this panel is going to be there.
Yep.
But if anyone is out there watching and wants to be part of that, let me know. And we can see if we can make it happen. We may have to do a part 2 on Star Wars characters. But just a little heads up, we're going to be doing Star Wars characters, and Kyle Katarn is on that list somewhere. So we'll see in 2 weeks where he lands. I have mentioned plenty of times on my channel, so if you hung out here, you probably know where it is. But love the character, love that game, and I just love that whole series of games. But and I remember, I think in the demo, because it only had, like I said, only had the first 3 levels. You don't get a whole lot of the weapons because you get the better weapons as you get later in the game. But the cheat codes still worked in the demo, so I was able to use the cheat codes and unlock all the guns that you don't even get till later in the game. So I was able to use them all in the demo before I actually played the real full game, years down the line. So, but yeah, that is my number.
Very
3.
nice.
Oh, and I think he's saying he remembers that I borrowed KOTOR from my buddy Derek. I know your favorite character is, but I won't spoil it for everyone. Yeah, if anyone's hung out on my channel for any period of time, you probably know who my number 1 is. But if you don't, you'll see.
And his name is John Cena.
We into the music.
Are you sure about that? So. All right, that'll bring us into our number 2s. So, Popcorn, who wants to go with their number 2?
I'll
go. Oh,
Fractured, you can go first. I'll let you go.
okay. Well, I mean, it's been a game. God, this was my toughest decision to really make because I didn't know which route I wanted to go. Because like it is, I've been kind of going off of importance to me for gaming and stuff like that, for where these games, how they, with friends and stuff like that, how I got into them. But this one, I'm going to take a bit of a different route. And my number 2 is going to be...
How dare you? Oh, sorry, I have to wait till you answer what your number 2 is.
Star Wars Auto Chest.
Jedi Outcast. Basically, and like I said earlier, I feel like Jedi Academies is kind of an expansion pack to that game. So I kind of lumped the 2 together. But I mean, yeah, Jedi Outcast is just that fantastic game where we finally got the Star Wars game of a lot of people's dreams, I think, for lightsaber combat, for the Jedi powers and stuff like that, where you got to have fun. And like we've said, Kyle, he's kind of an unconventional Jedi. He's not your usual robed up guy with a lightsaber. He's got that lightsaber, sure, and he knows how to use it, but he's not all. Heyo, Jan knows. She knows. But
Swing.
But definitely more. It is kind of the interesting part too, where it's like you're thrown back into this character's life after Dark Forces 2 and Mysteries of the Sith and everything, and he's without force powers. He's back to using a blaster like he was in Dark Forces 2 at the start. It's kind of a little bit of a rehash of that a little bit. Just instead of Jarek and his Dark Jedi, you have Dasan and the Reborn. But I mean, it's again, like I said earlier, get to the point of like Luke, he's trying to train and give guidance to somebody that once gave guidance to Mara Jade, of all people. But Luke's trying to keep him on the path of not letting his anger get the better of him, and you have moments of that through the story as he takes on Tavian and almost wants to kill her because of what happened with Jan and everything, and he again finds ways of reeling himself back. And I think that is kind of the thing of a sign of some of the great Jedi characters out there, is that they all have either fallen to the dark side at one point and come back, or have just kind of flirted with the idea of it and of it almost happening. But like, they have those, it's showing their weak moments, and Kyle has certainly had his. And I think that's just kind of what's great with his character. And then, I mean, again, I can't put over the dang lightsaber combat enough, being that Bushido blade style of where one hit kill. It only takes that one hit to take you out, either you taking the enemy out or them taking you out at any given time. And that was the extra fun of it too. That's what really made you want to get into the extra kind of combo moves and kind of using the parkour system a bit of running up walls and avoiding enemies and all that sort of stuff. So, and yeah, like it was, I think this was probably like, because I had played Dark Forces 2 before this naturally. But I hadn't gotten through that game, and then I got suddenly reintroduced to Kyle through Outcast, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm all on board. So that was kind of and as much in I mean the voice actor really brought Kyle to life as well. It would have been great. It would have been great to have the same actor from Dark Forces, but Jeff Bennett, he did a fantastic job with Kyle, and like again, brought the character to life in a great way. And it was just another fun Star Wars story in the universe, and kind of giving you more of that after time of the whole rebellion and the New Republic rebuilding. And it's kind of funny that you have Mon Mothma that makes the appearance of basically getting these two for hire to go out and investigate, and then what so happens, they get involved with some Jedi nonsense. Everything Kyle's trying to avoid. So
yeah, it'll just be as easy as a blue milk run.
Not exactly.
I think why a lot of people like Kyle Katarn is kind of like you were saying, Fractured, is that he has edge. You know,
Yes.
there's some roughness to his character that is both endearing, likable, and even lovable at times.
Well, it's like you said in Jedi Academy, a lightsaber has many uses. It doesn't always have to be activated. It could just showing it can have an effect. Kind of like with the bartender on.
I was just gonna say that.
He just slams down the lightsaber, and that's an instant reaction. And so
Never trust a bartender with bad grammar.
Exactly. So Kyle brings that kind of unrefined touch to the Jedi, but like it's kind of the more of what you'd expect from a regular person, and not somebody being thrusted into a destiny greater than themselves. Like he is your kind of average guy, and he's just trying to make his way in the galaxy, much like Boba Fett or Jango Fett was.
Jango Fett, yeah.
But
I love
he's got the lightsaber and force powers.
Oh, Christian said here, Kyle Katarn is kind of Jedi who would tell Luke's Jedi students to stop being pussies if they had problems with the sniper rifle that's outlawed by the Republic.
Pretty much. But he takes it all very seriously too, and he is, that's the fun about something like Mysteries of the Sith, seeing him teach Mara Jade and everything, something you won't see nowadays, but just kind of giving her those lessons and stuff like that, but it just adds to then the overall story of what takes place. So
yeah, and another timeline, we have a really awesome Kyle Katarn TV show.
Don't tell me things like this.
Yeah, I think, and Kyle,
I try not to think about it.
That's all I do is think about.
and Kyle being much more rough around the edges as a Jedi, it makes him a great complement to Luke's Jedi Master.
And like you said, that's the great thing about the duel with him and Luke taking on the Reborn on that ship. It's just kind of so cool just to see the two characters together in that way, and just taking on these goofy Reborn Dark Jedi, lightsabering it up.
All right. Yes, excellent choice. Yes. Carl, were you going? I think you were going to go next, right?
I could go next. I have no problem with it. So my number 2, this one is pretty much just chalk as like original Xbox, PS2, a vast improvement every way over the first one. Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Okay.
Nice.
Even to this very day, I still will boot up Star Wars Battlefront on and play a few matches here and there.
That's good fun.
I love it. It's like I said, sure, the first Star Wars Battlefront when it came out originally, like it was fun. It was just kind of like pick up and play, kind of chaos.
It was
But
kind
there-
of a test case for Battlefront 2, I think, too.
Yeah, I think so. Like it was kind of very bare bones, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Like there wasn't like an actual real single player story. It kind of just was like go blow up some stuff, play as your favorite factions, relive your fantasies of your favorite battles, and just kind of go from there, you know?
Right.
But Battlefront 2, like the story of the 501st is like actually pretty
so
well
good.
done. You
so
know,
good.
it is incredibly good. And just seeing like the gradual, like we're the good guys to become we're the baddies. And
I mean, even like it's kind of funny because like they get, I think it's in one of the towards the last missions, even the I don't know who is supposed, if it's supposed to be whoever like was basically in charge of the 501st.
Rex? Are you thinking Rex?
Yeah. And basically he's like, even he's coming to a point of like, we got to take out these filthy rebels.
Yes. It's like the duality of him is just like he could look her in the eyes as we knew we are going to gun her down or something. It's just like when he's talking about killing the Jedi. And
then when they had to raid Camino and just how they're having to take out their own brothers and stuff like that. And he talked about it in a mournful way, but then at the same time as like, this is a job we have to do.
Yes, and he's also complaining about how the batch became unpure too because they had to bring in other DNA.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like it is a very like for a very short and very like non-super narrative driven like story is like the little like information that they put in there is really well done. And Pandemic, hats off to you guys who did that. You made the most of your writing in a game to be precise and effective and emotional all at the same time. And go on.
And they got the original guy too.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Murray Morrison's doing the voice for it.
But on top of that too, like I said, vast improvement from the first game. Spaceship battles.
The spaceship battles were fun.
I loved boarding the ships. That was like some of the most fun stuff in games. I was like, oh, I can actually land on the enemy ship and mess it up from the inside too.
That kind of made me think of Battlefield 2142 when you got to do that with the Titan ships and board them and wreak havoc on the inside.
And also being able to play as a Jedi too, or like a hero as one of the
hero battles were fun.
Oh, those were so great, and they're so well done. Jedi were always overpowered too. Let's just face it. They were like a hero power in the first one, and they just basically were like dumb AI that would just kill you in one shot if you got close. But in the second one, they were like legit terror. Like you just Jaws music starts playing, and you're gonna get killed down. If you see like a Obi-Wan coming at you, you're like, well, I hope I could kill him. I hope I have the AI set low. Like I said, just it's terrible that Aspire kind of messed up those
collection that came out recently.
Yeah, but
I know if they had made it, I was blown away that they didn't do cross-platform because that's like that would be the main selling point. If they did it good with cross-platform and any platform played anybody, that would literally be like blowing up the player charts. Right? Still, even though it came out close to like 2 months ago already.
Yeah,
and it like died off like immediately. It's like that could have been amazing.
But I will say this, this is kind of my favorite joke. It's like they did a faithful remaster when it came to the multiplayer because that didn't work at all either. Like at the original Xbox, good luck. You see one of those like AT-ATs just like glitching out, like moving back and forth, like it's just like on earthquake ground, and it's just like, oh yeah, at least they got that part right. Well, we kind of knew that the Aspire was going to mess up the multiplayer, and they're like, there's 32 players, and I'm like, oh no, oh no, they're going to destroy that. And I was right. I wish I wasn't, but I was right.
Yeah,
you hate
being right.
You hate to predict it sometimes, but it's like you have to. You just have to call it the way it is. It's like this is the way I'm seeing it. Sorry, guys.
I want to be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be.
Yep.
I
Yep.
was like, the original did not work, and now you're gonna say like we're gonna use that and then put 32 people on there. That ain't gonna happen, boss. That's some hopes and dreams.
Even
right
newer
there.
games have trouble trying to make that stuff work.
Exactly. But yeah, short and sweet about it. Battlefront 2. If you haven't played it, get the original version from 2005. It's on Steam. I know that the enhanced edition, right? A little bit. That-
I don't know. I know like when we played together for the Melee Games event, I used the GOG copy and I slapped in a HD mod and it made it look great.
Yeah, great game. I don't short and sweet on it. It's just like you got to play the game and you'll understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like all both the originals and the EA Battlefronts and the collection are all on Steam.
Don't play the EA ones. Do not.
So, all right, and we had my good buddy, another JT Gunn,
What up?
hopping in saying, "Hey, what's up, JT? Always good to see you, buddy.
Hello.
Hope you're doing well." So, all right, and well, I guess since we're on the topic of JT, the JT that's on the panel, what's your number 2?
My number 2 is Republic Commando.
All right.
Aha! All right.
So, for me, I actually have always really loved the stories about the clones. Like when I grew up watching the Clone Wars TV show, I loved the episodes about the clones. I could not have cared less about the Jedi episodes half the time. I love the clone content, and then like you mentioned, the fact that I had the Mandalorian ties. I also really, really love Mandalorian. So it was just like it was the perfect game ever when I discovered it way later after it came out. And I quickly learned to hate Super Battle Droids as well as it made me not play the game for quite a while before I put my big boy pants on and got over it. And
Yeah, they make it rough to you just had to like it is. Yeah, you just had to power through and yeah. Sounds like guns.
the only thing I wish that the game had was just 4-player co-op.
That would have made the
Like,
game
Yeah, it would have been awesome.
amazing.
Yeah.
4 players squad shooter and it's only AI. It's like, come on, what were you thinking? This was like in the infancy of Xbox Live, so it's like, can you imagine like playing 4-player split screen with this with your buddies on the couch? Like, man, that would have been awesome.
And Halo had already come out by that point, right? So
Yeah,
like,
Halo was the launch title on the original Xbox.
So yeah, then you know that you already had that 4-player co-op thing going on there. So I don't know why.
Well, Halo 1 was only 2-player co-op, but it did have 4-player, up to 16-player versus with, 4 players per Xbox on a system link. But yeah, there's still 4 players, so yeah, split screen was a huge thing at the time. It's such a huge missed opportunity.
Yeah, that could have been awesome.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that a couple times on my streams when I was playing Republic Commando. I was like, just imagining how much fun it would be playing this with playing this with 4 people. So, but yeah, I've said basically everything that I've said about Republic Commando. But yeah, I know lots of people love this game. So, good pick. So, all right. Well, I think I'll go next, and we'll finish off our 2s with Jason. So for me, which is actually one of Jason's earlier, was I remember the day the GameCube launched. I went to a couple of different stores, and they were sold out. But I remember going to finding it at a Target and picking it up, and I was so excited. And the 2 games I got on launch day were Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader. And like Jason said earlier, the jump in graphics between the original Rogue Squadron and Rogue Leader was mind-blowing. Like, I had played a lot of, because basically all of the major battles were in Rogue Squadron or the Battle of Hoth was also in Shadows of the Empire, but playing it again on Rogue Leader was like it was very different than playing it on those other older games, and it was amazing. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but because I remember in Rogue Leader, I'm pretty sure that's when they introduced the cockpit view and the targeting computer. I don't think you could do. I know there was no targeting computer in Rogue Squadron, but correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that there was a cockpit view either. I think it was just a third-person view. Does anyone know that for a fact? I don't remember ever doing a first-person view in a cockpit view in Rogue Squadron, but I remember in Rogue Leader because that's how you use the targeting computer, and that was just another huge like, this is awesome. But I remember you actually get deducted points for using your targeting computer, so if you want to get better medals, you got to use your targeting computer as little as possible. But yeah, I remember coming home and playing those two games on launch day very vividly, and damn, that game is fantastic. I never played the third one, so I don't know how that one compared, but out of all the Star Wars space combat games, I think Rogue Leader is the best one. And it added a bunch of new ships that weren't in the first one. It's not that the Rogue Squadron was easy, but it was harder than Rogue Squadron because I got gold medals on every mission in Rogue Squadron. That was difficult. I never did that on Rogue Leader because there were some missions that were just, I was like, I can't get gold. One of the hardest ones I remember, but it was really fun, was the Death Star Escape, where you're actually a gunner on the Millennium Falcon shooting at the ties as they come at you, because there's no reticle. You only can aim based on where the lasers that you shot were going. And in order to get a gold medal on that one, you had to have really high accuracy, which was almost impossible because you have nothing to use to judge where your shots are going other than your previous shots, which are obviously reducing your targeting, your accuracy, because you're not hitting anything with them. So, but it was a great game. I remember that I don't remember if you unlocked it naturally or whether it was a cheat, but I remember unlocking the Slave 1, and it was so big that it took up most of the screen, and there was no way to back the camera out farther. So it was cool playing the Slave 1, but it made it very difficult. It's like, this is not feasible because the camera's too close and it takes up too much of the screen.
But they did have those cool sonic bombs.
Yeah, it did have those sonic depth charges with that really awesome sound effect from the game.
I love that
from the movie. I mean,
I love that sound so much.
It is such a great sound effect. It's like all silent and goes almost like the Inception sound turned up to 11. But yes, the Rogue Leader is my number 2, because that is a fantastic game, and just talking about it makes me want to go back and play it again.
Talking about all these games makes me want to go back and play them.
Yeah, seriously.
You said you also got Tony Hawk 3 that same day or whatever.
Yes, that is also my favorite Tony Hawk game.
Well, Darth Maul was also in that game.
He wasn't. He was. Thank you for reminding me that. He was my favorite hidden character because he had he had his staff saber and a floating, hoverboard. Darth Maul was awesome. I remember Wolverine was also in it, and he was cool too. But Darth Maul was my favorite.
Yeah, we're learning a bunch about stuff today. That's for sure.
Yeah. Dude hasn't mentioned it, but I am almost positive that because with Retro Achievements, probably before the end of this year, they're adding support for GameCube. There's no official announcement, but it's very likely GameCube support will be added before the end of this year. And I have a very strong feeling Rogue Leader will be one of them. So I'll be when I do end up going back and playing it again, I'll be able to play it for achievements. Yes.
Very nice.
I might want to do that with Pokemon Coliseum, to be honest.
And dude's giving me crap. He's saying, Neo, imagine playing Republic Commando correctly.
Oh, wow.
I know. I get crap from everyone. So
and pigs will fly.
But yeah, that is my number 2, and that will leave us with Jason to finish off our number 2s.
All right. So
oh wait, no, you already did your number 2.
Nope.
Or no, you didn't. I wrote it in the wrong one.
It's all good.
You put JT's and Jason's?
I did put JT and Jason's because JT's number 2 was Republic Commando, and I put it in Jason's. Thank you. I have to make a mistake like that on pretty much every one of these top fives. I've done it like every time I've done it once.
There's enough JTs to go around. Yeah. My number 2 is kind of almost like a cop out answer in a way, because obviously when you play a Star Wars game, you kind of want to relive all the moments of Star Wars that you possibly can. So mine is the Lego Skywalker saga, just because
nice.
you literally get every movie
James
in
will be
one.
proud.
Yeah, you get every movie in one game. And the coolest thing about it is, like, if you are, a sequel or a prequel fan, if you're an original fan, or if you're even like the sequel fan, like, you have to start at the first movie to unlock the movies after that. And they do it with such great, and obviously you get the Lego humor, which is so much fun. Anytime you get to play like a normal regular version of the movie that you like, and then they add like just little silly things. I'm a huge fan of the Lego humor in a way, because they're not taking anything away from it. They're just being like, cool, we're Lego. We know we're toys, and we're kind of doing a parody, but we're not. Just
Good night,
you're
buddy.
gonna
I
have
will
fun
talk to you
collecting stuff.
later.
So, but yeah, no, the
And
Legos,
well,
and then
later.
obviously there's more Lego games out there too. So, but I just chose Skywalker because it has all of them, and I mean, it's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, when James was talking it up a while ago, I know he sold a couple people on it. I think Angry Canadian was one of them. I looked into it. Being a completionist, I looked into it, and it's like a 200-hour completion. I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah, it's a Lego game. It's a collectathon. I mean, it is a Lego, collect pieces, everything like that. Plus, you got 9 movies to go through, so it is it's a lot.
I did play one of the Lego Star Wars games. I think I got it through Games with Gold, because I know I never bought it. It was Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy. And I played that back in April of 2007. So, wow, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I had that one on the PS2.
Yeah, it was Games with Gold. So, I like that one for the most part, but it was not a ridiculously long game like the Skywalker saga is.
Mm-hmm.
But, all right. Cool. All right. Well, that will end off our number 2s. But before we get to our number 1s, we like to go through our honorable mentions before we get to our number 1s. So, I'll go ahead and start because I kind of hinted at it earlier. A couple of these, actually. Episode 1 Racer. I love that game. That is on my honorable mentions.
Nice.
Force Unleashed, I liked because the whole the motto for the dev team when they were making that game was kicking someone's ass with the Force, and I think they very much delivered on that. But yeah, the lightsaber combat isn't great, but I did like how they combined Force powers with lightsaber, like electrifying your lightsaber to do like electrified swings. I thought stuff like that was pretty cool.
I think I remember
and
that,
like the battles were cool and very over the top, and I love hack and slashes, so I liked it, but I didn't love it, especially given that the lightsaber is doesn't operate like a lightsaber. But one thing I always have to mention when it comes to that is because the whole trailer that kind of blew everyone's mind was with Galen Merrick Starkiller ripping down the Star Destroyer from from space. Yep. That is just played up for the video game. The canonical what happened was in the book that Star Destroyer was already crashing, and he was basically directing where it was going to crash. So but still cool, fun game.
Still cool visual.
Thanks, nerd, for ruining the fun.
Go ahead, JT.
The actor and voice actor that
Sam Witwer.
Yeah, also does Darth Maul in the Clone Wars.
Yep, Darth Maul, and he
knows his shit. I'll give it.
He knows his shit big time. Yeah.
And he was Doomsday in Smallville.
Your feelings for her are unnatural.
That was around the same time. I'm like, wait a minute, that's Starkiller. What's he doing in Smallville?
He actually does he doesn't do too bad of an impression of Palpatine too.
No, I have not heard that.
Well, he does the was it the brother of the Light and Dark and
in the Star Wars the Old Republic expansion.
Yeah,
I did not know that. That makes sense.
No, from the Clone Wars show,
TV show.
They had the whole
his brother and the sister.
The whole
Oh, the Mortis arc.
the Mortis
Yeah,
arc. Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah.
He
was
did the
he
voice of
voiced
the
the
brother?
brother. Yeah.
I did not
Yeah.
know that.
Well, now
Yeah.
you do.
And I learned another thing.
knowing
I've been
is
learning
half
a
the
whole bunch of
battle.
stuff tonight. The more you know.
And then there's Shooting
Um,
Star.
Yeah. And one of the things I thought I've mentioned before on a previous stream, but since we're talking all things Star Wars, on Jedi Knight, one of the cool things, and I don't know that there's ever been another game. I don't think there's ever been a game like this in Star Wars, much less any other game that has a what's the word? The generic term for games when you have like an alignment sort of system.
Morality?
Morality
Yeah,
system.
morality
Thank you.
There you go.
Is that Jedi Knight, when you get to the halfway point, depending on how you've played it, it automatically makes you go light
Yes.
side or dark
Yes.
side. You don't
I ran
get to
into
pick.
that.
So if you want to play it as the other way, you can't just go back to that point and like make the other
Reload
opposite
the
choice
yeah.
like you could do. Because a lot
tried
of the
that.
times it's at the end of the game, like in the Force Unleashed games, it's a choice you make at the end whether you save someone or kill someone, and then you just go reload or redo the last level and make the other choice. In Jedi Knight, if you want to play through it as the opposite alignment, you have to start from the beginning and play from the beginning.
Because it takes into account everything. Because I got a little cheeky and I killed some civilians and stuff like that, and it took that into account. So then when I got to that point, I was like, oh crap, I'm going to the dark side. No, I want to do the proper light side ending. And I got refreshed. I was like, oh no, I completely screwed my game. So I kind of cheated and realigned and got to play properly. Because I'm like, but I ran into that. That's very I was like, gosh.
Because I think Jedi Academy does that to some extent as well. Where at one point,
it's a choice though. It
is a choice. Okay,
that's more the choice where that is kind of the fun thing about Academy is like either Kyle or Luke at certain points, like when you're kind of getting into the next segments of the game, they'll comment on like we sense a lot of anger in you, Jaden. We caution you on the way you're, that sort of thing. And then it's all about when you square off with Rosh, and if you kill him, you go dark side. If you save him, you don't. So
okay, it's a choice, not based on your previous actions. Which
not like Jedi Knight.
So that's a really cool thing, that the way that they did that. And fortunately, if you had, because you can spec into both light and dark side up to that point, but any points you had into like dark, if you spec into dark side and you ended up going light, it refunds those back to you, so you can invest them into light side and vice versa. But that was one of the really cool things about Jedi Knight, is that it doesn't let you pick. It's based on your previous choices, which was pretty cool. And I don't think I've ever seen any other game ever that has a morality system do something like that.
Yeah, not hardline you into that sort of thing. I mean, another game that kind of had the whole certain things will happen with the morality choices, like KOTOR 2. If you are a certain alignment when you go to Nar Shaddaa, will depend on which companion you get. Of either
I've heard about that.
Hanar, I forget the Hanar, the Wookiee, or
I was like, Hanar, that's from Mass Effect.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Hang on, it's something similar to that. I'm trying. I always forget. I've never been dark side when I go to that place because I don't like the Wookiee.
Okay.
Characters. So it
So
was
close to it.
it was Mira, the bounty hunter girl. Han Har is the Wookiee.
Okay.
Is the
Han
Wookiee?
Har, the evil Wookiee.
Yep, the evil dickhead Wookiee.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
One of the few games where you actually saw like an evil Wookiee too. So
yes,
that was awesome.
So.
Well, you kind of did in KOTOR 1 with
a little bit
with the brother. Like I said, a little bit.
Yeah.
So, and then a couple others, as mentioned earlier, the Super Star Wars games. I'm pretty sure I rented all three of them at one point. The only one I ever owned was Super Empire Strikes Back. I don't know that I ever beat that one, but I do know for a fact I did beat Super Return of the Jedi. And I remember picking that up from from Blockbuster, because I don't remember what grade I was in. It was like 4th or 5th grade or something. And I had to go get some teeth removed. And so before we went to go to the dentist to get my teeth removed, because I had like too many teeth in my mouth, is we went to the store and rented a movie and rented a game because I was going to be out of school for a couple days. And I remember I rented Super Return of the Jedi, and I did beat it in that time frame, and I had a lot of fun doing that. But yeah, not quite on my list. And then my last honorable mention, where did it go? Oh, the Star Wars Episode 3 game. And I vaguely remember the main campaign of it, but I do remember liking it, and it's a underrated, especially when you talk about because movie-based games typically have a terrible reputation. We talked about movie-based games on Party Chat, I think on my last episode of Party Chat a few weeks ago, and this is one of the ones that got brought up because it's actually a pretty good movie-based game and is very underrated. But what I wanted to talk about earlier, but I was going to hold off till we got to this point, was with Jason's pick at the beginning. Yeah, his number 5 pick was a fighting game. The multiplayer in this game was a 2D fighter that I don't know if you ever played it, Jason, but it was a lot like what you were talking about. And you could pick your Jedi. My favorite was Sin Dralig, who is the Jedi Battle Master.
Oh, and that was that was Nick Gillard too, the stunt coordinator for the lightsaber fights.
I don't know about that, but I don't do fighting games either. But I enjoyed playing the multiplayer in that just against bots. That was fun.
He played that character. That was
the actor.
The actor. He played that character.
Okay. But yeah, the multiplayer on that was pretty fun. Just playing against bots. I don't know if I ever actually played it against another person. But if you're looking for a 2D Star Wars fighter, I believe that's the only one that exists is the multiplayer in the Episode 3 game.
As you're bringing it up, if I remember right, they did that as well for the Wii version of Force Unleashed. They had the 2D fighter.
I did not know that
segment. Yeah,
I'm
pretty sure.
Version.
Yeah, I played the PS3 version myself. So
when we were talking about Force Unleashed, I did get 100% in Force Unleashed 1 and 2.
Nice.
That was one of those ones I came back. I played through it and got most of the achievements, then didn't play it again for years, and then I came back and got the completions and got those last few achievements years later. But yeah, so those are my honorable mentions. Filter, what about you?
Honorable mentions, I will throw in Star Wars: The Old Republic. It's a game that I have a love-hate relationship for sure. It usually the first 3 chapters, as they put them, which is basically levels 1 through 50 for that game. A lot of the stories are fantastic, all very interesting, except for unfortunately the Republic Trooper is really lacking. Could have been better. I think it needs a rewrite, as well as the Jedi Consular. Otherwise, all the other stories are very top tier stuff. It's just sad that afterwards they really lost the uniqueness to each class, and they basically just get very sanitized into all one samey storyline, and it takes away from what they originally set up with each class's storyline being unique to it. So that was unfortunate, but I give BioWare some credit where credit's due. They did a fine enough job. I just wish they a lot of people, I remember when Galaxies was on its bed of going into NGE, people were like, man, it'd be great if BioWare did an MMO, did a new Star Wars Galaxies 2. Monkey Paw, guess what? Wasn't as great an idea as we hoped. But I mean, I just remember getting in on the early the alpha, or some of the the kind of invites and stuff like that to test the game, and I was really excited for what I got to try out and help test and everything. But
it had best marketing. Those are the greatest.
Those trailers! Those trailers are amazing.
Those are literally the best saber fights in all of Star Wars.
And that's what also just adds to part of my disappointment with that game, because again, like I said, it had so much potential, but the way they did Revan dirty for that level 30 flashpoint just and the book was fuck that
book. Oh
that book is trash. Drew Karpyshyn lost his freaking mind. I don't know where he went wrong in life, but apparently he started to hate Revan, and he took it out on Revan in that book, and helped with the storyline too.
Just Revan though, he did multiple
The Exile.
Oh my god, that one broke me.
That was sad. And I almost think it was kind of him taking a dig at Obsidian because they did such a phenomenal job with the storytelling of KOTOR 2 that people still talk about it to this day. So I don't know if
Okay.
he got a little jealous, but that's just me
Bethesda's
making.
doing
That's
the
just
same
me.
thing now.
Yeah, this is me making assumptions here. Yeah, exactly. Bethesda's doing the same thing. But like it is, love hate. There, it's a tough thing with that game. But as an honorable mention for me, Dark Forces 2 gets an honorable mention. Kyle Katarn, my boy. I like this number one spot that I'm going to be going into. It was tough to make the final decision because it was very neck and neck. But one game I played fully. Dark Forces 2, kind of like you with Dark Forces 1. I only played the demo. And I was first getting into computer gaming and stuff like that. A friend of mine brought it over, and I was like, "Oh, this is actually really freaking cool."
I remember getting Jedi Knight, and my computer wasn't powerful enough, so I tried playing it. And it was unplayable, and I didn't get to play it for a long time until I had a better computer.
Right? Yeah, that's when things were especially finicky. But yeah, honorable mention to Kyle. He for Dark Forces 2. It's a great game, and I've gotten to play it with like the HD mod and stuff like that. It's fantastic. It's still fun.
I'm definitely gonna do that at some point.
Yeah, it's great, and him and his relationship with Jan is fantastic too. It's just some of that early stuff. You don't quite get enough of it in Dark Forces 1, the game. The books is where that really helps gets fleshed out. But yeah, and then I think for it, I mean, Empire at War definitely gets that honorable mention too for just a fantastic RTS for the storyline, and then like another. I mean, again, it's kind of funny with like some of the people want to say there's been no big storylines with characters that aren't Force users and stuff like that. But I mean, Kyle started out as a non-Force user. We have Republic Commando with non-Force users. And Empire at War again introduces a character like Tiber Zahn, not a Force user character, but ends up being quite a big player in the whole. He kind of, I think, if I remember right, he's a kind of a big player for the kind of underworld side of things, taking on like the likes of Jabba and the Black Sun, I believe. So another fun part for Empire War. Force Commander does get an honorable mention because that was an early RTS Star Wars game that I always remember playing. Great soundtrack too. That's where I have the ending theme play for when I flash the logo and everything. I use the tracks from that because YouTube, thank God, does not catch up on that. Apparently does not hit their TISM bots. So
every one of my Republic Commando streams has gotten hit because of the licensed music.
It has, I don't think
not that I care, but
no.
It's just, later on. I was like,
it's just,
are you kidding me?
It's just funny what YouTube picks up on and doesn't pick up on.
Right.
But apparently, Force Commander is, I guess, just not well known enough. So,
yeah, I don't think I even heard of that game before today.
Well, like I had not always been the biggest PC gamer for quite some time, but my buddy who went by the name Koloshnikov, we just called him Cole. He was the one that got me into a lot of PC games, especially when we used to be friends in kindergarten. We got reunited like more in middle school.
I think you mentioned that on the last on Saturday.
And he was the one that had a lot of these games that I checked out and played, and he let me, when I finally got my own PC, I would borrow some of the games and play and had a blast. And he's kind of because he also introduced me to games like Marathon and stuff like that. He's kind of my he introduced me to Fallout. He introduced me to Fallout 1 and 2 and everything. So he's kind of my gateway guy into the PC gaming world.
Yeah, that's right. I think you mentioned because of Marathon.
Yeah. But yeah, so that was definitely part of it. I want to say, I think that'll be it for my honorable mention. Okay. Other than, I guess, we'll throw in another Battlefront 2 live.
What's up, Savage Dad? Good to see you, man.
Savage Dad.
Hello.
Yeah, good choices. JT, I think you may have forgotten, but I think you were going to comment on something when Fracture was talking about the Old Republic. Was there something you wanted to mention on that?
Yeah, no, that's definitely gone if it was there.
So, all right. Carl, you want to do your honorable mentions?
Yeah, I only got 3. One of them I did play. 2 of them I'm going to play this year. The 2 I want to say that I was interested in playing this year as I was kind of looking to build up my PSP collection. I found out that Rebellion made 2 PSP games based in the Star Wars Battlefront universe.
Yeah, someone told me about those not long ago.
Yeah, Renegade Squad and Elite Squadron.
Yeah.
So, they look very interesting. I guess one of them, Renegade Squadron, is actually a Han Solo based storyline. So, that should be interesting to get into. And the other one looks like it's more Imperial based too, so more Empire based. So,
Nice.
I want to check out these ones. Kind of looking for some more PSP games to kind of check out and play. But I know people in here are also retro collectors and everything else, or just looking for stuff. So yeah, the PSP actually had a decent amount of Star Wars games that were exclusive to it, and a couple exclusive Star Wars Battlefront games with interesting stories. I don't know how long or how good they are, but if you're just willing to check them out, they're also very cheap. I think they're like no more than $20 if you're looking to collect.
I actually, growing up, wanted the PSP because of those Battlefront games, but my parents could never afford it, so I never got the chance to ever play them.
You look like you were about to say something nerdy.
Yeah, just to that, it's like there's always a chance to catch up. I was just thinking of because just recently someone was telling me about it. What was it you that was telling me about those PSP Star Wars games not long ago?
I think it might have been. I could have. I don't know. I say so
I feel
much.
like it was either you or Angry Canadian. I think it was one of you two who were telling me about it recently.
Well, I could ask him when I see him later.
Yeah. So okay, that was 2 of your 3.
2 of my 3, and the third one is a game. Ironically enough, a lot of these come from my childhood, and a lot of these are episode 1 related too, which is kind of funny. This one is still trapped on the N64 as far as I'm aware. I don't think it ever got a PC port or anything else that was ever done with it, but it was Star Wars Episode 1 Battle for Naboo.
Battle for Naboo. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about
I never
that game.
played that one, but I always remember seeing it. Yeah.
That one was very interesting because it was one of the rare games where you could actually fight in the air and also fight on the ground. So they would have different segments where you would get into a little it wasn't like a full Naboo starfighter. It was like a gimped version of it. And you could fly around the map and do air missions. And then you had the chance to land inside of little, air bases. And then you would get out and you would go on, say, like a little tank mission. I think, what was it? It was like a green speeder with a cannon on the back of it. Like it was used in episode 1 very briefly when they were storming the palace at the end of the movie. But it basically had a very unique, interesting storyline where you basically played the Naboo resistance during the events of episode 1.
Huh.
Okay.
So, like I said, very obscure kind of game, very forgotten, and like out of all the ones all the Star Wars games that I can think of from the Nintendo 64 era, even Shadows of the Empire got love even with like a re-release of the cartridge. Nothing has really been done with Battle for Naboo, and I don't know why, because the game was actually fun. So
yeah, I always remember seeing that the video store. It was always like one of those ones that you're like, yeah. It for some odd reason, I just remember the cover art, and it looked like it would I don't know. It's one of those weird ones that like it didn't look like it was made by the people who made Star Wars games at the time. It was one of those weird. I don't know. It was something weird about the game. I don't know if it did well sell wise or anything like that. That's why we don't see it. But yeah, I always remember seeing that, and it was just something that always felt weird about it. I don't know what it was.
I'm looking at the kind of like box art for it, and it does kind of give those vibes of like a shovelware title sort of thing, where it's just like, yeah, they slapped this one together and threw it out there. It's like if you're just going off of the cover, it's like, wow, maybe not.
Yeah, I was I going off of like a young man's memory of this, probably like 25 years ago at this point, but it still was very fun. I can still remember a lot of those mission structures, and I think that it's worth a check if you can,
Okay. Yeah. All right. And JT Epsilon, what are your honorable mentions?
All right. So my honorable mentions are starting with is the Old Republic.
Okay.
Like I said, I got to by the time I started getting around to Galaxies, it had just shut down. So all the trailers and everything for the Old Republic was coming out, and I was eating them up, every single one of them, especially the
So was
HoloNet. I love their like little lore videos with the
oh yeah.
historian.
Mhm.
I'm sad that they never actually finished like all of those. And even when the game released, I actually enjoyed it. I didn't have a problem with it like many others. I mean, I can definitely see and acknowledge more of the problems now and see them in hindsight. But I mean, overall, I've always enjoyed the game more than I've hated it. So, um, yeah,
Yeah, I was totally on board with it too. It's just like it was just the eventuality of where things started going was definitely where I'm like, God, guys, come
well,
on.
I
It's
blame
so much potential.
I blame most of it on EA, and I just accept that if I'm gonna play a game with EA's name on it, I'm gonna have to accept that there's things I don't like.
Because I remember like some of those Cantina fan events they did, and I remember some of the stuff they were talking about too, which was like they were gonna do more with the space combat, especially like for new
Yeah.
ships and stuff like that. And I was like, I'm just kind of standing here at an eventual point. I'm like, guys, where's this things you talked about you were gonna do that you never did? And oh yeah, I'm still waiting for proper hoods, guys. I can't. I have to get separate tops just to do hood up, hood down. You said you would change that.
Yeah, didn't you know if you want to put your hood up on your hoodie, you have to change hoodies?
Yes, apparently. God dang it, BioWare.
So, so I can tell that Fractured played it, JT played it, Jason and Carl. Did you guys ever play Old Republic?
I played a little bit of it. I bought it and I didn't hate it. It's just well, let me rephrase that. I didn't hate the storyline. I've watched a lot of those videos on YouTube because I thought the story is actually really damn good. I just hate MMOs. I hate MMO combat in every form. I
That
think
is
they're
absolutely fair.
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah. I was just going to ask, for those of us who have played Old Republic, what was your main? Mine was the Sith Inquisitor.
Mine was the Sith Marauder.
Okay.
Dual blade, each hand. Booyah, baby.
I would say my main. I mean, I played them all right off the start. I'm one of those alcoholics, but I would say that the first one I started and at least got to level 30 was a commando.
Okay.
Republic
Yeah.
Commando.
They rushed that storyline, damn it.
Yes. Thank you. Sith Assassin was to be more exact because each class had like a split, and I did Sith Assassin.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was just curious on what everyone's mains were in that game. So, go ahead and continue with your honorable mentions, JT.
My next one is Star Wars Episode 3.
All right.
I love the whole just playing through basically the movie and the fact that they added like the deleted scenes to the story as well. So that was kind of fun to see and see some more of the concepts that didn't quite make it into the movie kind of get fleshed out in that way that gets fleshed out in the novelization anyway, but whatever.
Yeah.
And
As
then
I mentioned earlier, Carl informed me that it's backwards compatible. So.
And then there's just the fact that you had that alternate ending that was just really cool to see too.
Oh yeah, because you
Oh
could play
yeah.
Because when you first play the last level, you're playing as Obi-Wan, but you can play it again as Anakin and defeat Obi-Wan and have the alternate ending. I forgot about that.
Yep.
I love that alternate ending stuff, like the DLC in Force Unleashed where you like kill Luke.
Yep.
Or no, you turn him to the dark side.
Dark Side.
Oh,
that
that's
was-
right. Yeah.
On the battle at the Battle of
Hoth battle.
Hoth, he
Hoth.
turned dark side. That was a really interesting concept.
Oh, or the horrible things you do to Obi-Wan.
Yep. Yep.
So, but yeah, those alternate ending things I always like those.
I don't like those. They make me sad.
Yeah,
Like, what are you doing to my boys?
it's rough to watch, but sometimes it's just fun to play.
Yeah.
Next is Galactic Battleground. Just one of the other RTS.
Okay, I was gonna say, I think that was the RTS.
I mean, it's quite the pixelated mess, but it's pretty great.
So was that before Empire at War?
I'm gonna assume yes.
Okay.
And then speaking of, a bunch of overpoweredness, Force Unleashed. Well, I played that, and that was probably one of the first Star Wars games I completed start to finish in probably one sitting.
Oh damn.
Yeah, it's not a terribly long game.
No, and I was hooked from the start. Just the whole concept, being Vader's apprentice, hunting down the previous Jedi, from the survivors, and then, like you said, you had that whole alternate ending, for I just thought it was cool concept having a whole expansion based on the other ending choice that you would make,
Yeah.
while
I
they
like that.
give you a whole second game for the complete other choice.
And his whole Sith look was pretty cool. Was pretty badass.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And the opening level of Force Unleashed, where you're Vader just destroying the Wookiees, that was pretty
Yeah,
dope.
that was fun. That was fun.
Just murdering everybody, including the stormtroopers too.
There's a couple,
They're in your way. What? I mean, come
there's
on.
an achievement for that, for killing like 5 stormtroopers, and it's like world's worst manager or world's worst boss, or something like that. I thought that was pretty funny.
And then my last honorable mention is Clone Wars Adventures.
Clone Wars Adventures.
I've never heard of this.
I know I played a Clone Wars game. I wonder if that's the one that I'm thinking of. But tell us a little bit about that one.
So Clone Wars Adventures was actually a web browser based game.
I remember playing that.
That explains why I didn't know what this is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The one I was thinking of was Republic Heroes.
Yeah, I figured that was the one that you were thinking of. Yeah, this one was based off of the Clone Wars TV show, and you could choose to create either a Jedi or a clone.
Yeah.
And you could it's basically just like a social game page for kids. But they had all these different games that you could play, and they had dueling. They had a tower defense that I really love because I love tower defense games. And they were adding more towards the end, but I stopped playing, so I didn't get to see them before it shut down. Right now, there's a group of people out there trying to basically bring it back on their own.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. The thought briefly crossed my mind as I was doing a little bit of research for the stream about like web-based or like Flash games, but I never played any of them. So I didn't know of any of them, but I was like, there's got to be some out there. So, and there it is. So, and Dude is saying that his main in the Old Republic was a Sith Marauder as well. So, Filter and Dude are Marauder bros. So, alrighty, and with that will bring us into our number ones. And let's see here. I think I started started number 2, so I don't think I'll go first on this one. Is anyone dying to go first?
I'll go first. I'll be shocked if this is anybody's number one. But again, with all the games that I've mentioned, especially with the first Star Wars game that I've ever played, I probably might be easy to guess. But my number one is the Star Wars trilogy arcade game.
Oh, I did think about it. I never played it, but I remember seeing it.
Yeah. Obviously, it's all first three movies. You have go through each big scene in the movie. The arcade cabinet again is absolutely huge and it is amazing. It's done by Sega.
Sega.
Yeah, exactly, and it's during the Sega arcade good days kind of thing. So like, it's yes, it is a quarter munching machine, but again, that's what they were there to do. But the best thing about it is the one that I played a lot was at a local Chuck E. Cheese, and they always had the one token, so you can easily kind of complete it without having to worry about it. So, but yeah, no, that game was great. The only thing that was always a pain in the butt is when you had to do like the lightsaber battles, is that everything was still in like
First person.
reverse. That and then reverse control. So if you wanted to block down low, you need to go push up in this way because
inverted.
everything's still inverted. So that was always the worst part, is like you had to remember that. But again, if you just follow what the screen was telling you instead of just using your brain, like it says up right, you just do that and it would have blocked it for you. But because you're like so used to like, oh no, I got to block down, and you use the joystick and go down and you'd get hit. So, but the game was fantastic. I don't know. The sounds were great. Everything about the machine was turned up to 11. So you knew it was around when there was, when it was in an arcade. But yeah, that was by far my favorite, just Star Wars, like besides watching a movie, but my favorite Star Wars moment is just like, oh shoot, I'm gonna go sit down and, see what I can do with, with one credit and see if I can make it at least, through Hoth or through, anything like that. And yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Cool. Yeah, I remember I never really played almost any arcade games. I remember seeing that one. I'm like, I really want to play that, but I never did. But that one looked pretty cool.
Yeah, I also was looking up something too. Well, when you said Sega, I got curious, and Sega also did the Pod Racer arcade machine as well.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, that was they both machines are awesome. Even the pod racing one too.
That
That's
one
why I like to. Yeah. That's why I like to when somebody said the pod racing game earlier, like the N64 one's a lot of fun because it has a little bit more. But like I said, like the Dreamcast one's a lot of fun too, just because obviously it's the arcade version at home.
Yes, and it's also $6,000 on eBay to buy one. I'm about to make some bad choices in life.
So okay, so the arcade version of Episode 1 Racer was the Dreamcast one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to buy that now.
Oh, the Dreamcast version, not the arcade.
Both.
Yeah.
He's like, both. Yeah, that's totally what I meant. Wink, wink.
Which one do you think my wife won't murder me over? That's a better question.
The Dreamcast disc version.
Neither. I mean, it's $6,000 now. Just imagine the future, investment in it.
Yes, exactly. It's like we can make a killing, honey.
If Carl doesn't show up for a stream with an angry Canadian on Thursday, I think we know why.
I'll be like, what? It's my birthday next week. You said I could buy something.
All right. Carl, you want to give us your number one?
Number one is Knights of the Old Republic.
I figured that would be on here. Someone's number one.
I absolutely adore Knights of the Old Republic. It is one of those games that I started off a little bit of an arc of my own. I hated it, and then I learned to absolutely love it. As much as I love KOTOR 2 and what it does right, I just think BioWare just really was like, this is like their A game writing days,
100%.
I really, like I said, the first game that I had experienced like a morality system was still Fable. But then I played Knights of the Old Republic, and I realized what good writing was when it came to like absolute sainthood and even absolute brutality, even to the point of like comically brutality. many times we have made different evil Revens, and we named them after dictators. Just me and my buddy, and just some of the most brutal moments in that game are like just forcing Zalbar to like just murder mission.
Oh God, that's right.
Just destroying Jolie Binder, forcing Bastila to basically become your like servant, constantly kicking down Karth as much as you can. And let me tell you something. I wanted to save this earlier, but like Karth is a man that I actually did enjoy his character arc a lot. And I felt really bad for always constantly just kicking him as an evil guy. Like it felt even worse because this man's life has just been like through the ringer,
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
like through the ringer. And it's just like even worse is like when you're like an evil woman one too, and you get Karth to try to like sim for you a little bit, and you just treat him even worse. I have gone through so many different scenarios in KOTOR. Like Knights of the Old Republic is like my third favorite video game of all time. It's only topped by Halo and Mass Effect.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's just all the different like storylines, all the different like ways to do things, just the fun memories, the Cellcath, the little fish people with their like crazy voices and everything.
Yeah.
The Star Forge is probably one of the cooler inventions of like Star Wars mythos out there too. I love Malik. I think he's one of the more imposing and like, evil villains, that you meet in a Star Wars universe, especially because he doesn't have a bottom jaw. So when you see that shocking reveal was the even better one, I thought too, when he's just basically got a beeping light that's him talking.
Right.
I thought that was a lot more cool than say like, you find out you're Revan. And I love the design of Revan's costume. That was like another big one too. I have a Gentle Giants limited edition statue of Revan that is like my favorite possession. It's my favorite statue to this very day. And like I said, like for me, that was like just like I was coming of age, and it's just like one of these games that like I appreciate more and more as I get older. I think Knights of the Old Republic, the first one, has the better written storylines, no matter how you play it. But I just think KOTOR 2 has like the one good character who kind of has like that morality with you for everything you do. That's like the best difference I could say. It's like the gameplay wise in KOTOR 2 is just better mechanic wise, but it suffers in the writing department. Versus KOTOR 1, I just think like it's just aces everywhere I can think of. Like if I want to play as a good person, I will play as a good person. If I want to play as a bad person, I will commit all the war crimes and not even think about it. Like if you have not played Knights of the Old Republic, you need to. And it is so good and so great that I just don't want a remake. I don't usually like to be black-pilled about stuff, and I usually don't like to wish that games would fail or studios will suffer, but it's just like I just really hope that like there's that part of me where it's just like this is like perfection in terms of writing, not gameplay, but writing.
Yeah,
right.
Agreed. It's one of the best written video games ever, in my opinion.
One of my biggest.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's just one of those situations of if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. And the only thing you could do nowadays is that you could fix the gameplay, but you could not fix the writing. You would just mess it up. It's like if you remade Goodfellas, or if you remade Godfather or something like that, you could only just mess it up because there are some things that man's hubris would destroy,
Yeah. JT, was there something you wanted to say?
I just pretty much more of the same. Just I don't think if they were to remake it, or they are trying to remake it, I don't think that they'll remake it well enough. I think they'll change too much of the core experience to try to make it new and appealing and forget all what made it good in the first place.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that it does not need a remaster. or it does not need a remake. It
It
needs
just
a remaster
yeah.
where everything is left the same, just a nicer coat of paint. Don't
Mhm.
change anything, and that would be perfect.
And I
But
will
that's
say
not what they
this.
want to do.
Sorry, I cut you off.
No, no worries.
I was gonna say I will say this. Playing it on the Xbox Series X kind of gave me that too, because it plays at like 60 FPS. It looks great in 4K and all that stuff. It just feels so much smoother and nicer. And also on PC now, you could just play it on PC too. Like you could play it on your
Yep.
Steam Deck too.
They
And it
finally released
amazing.
PC 2.
I see what you did there, you whippersnapper.
It's all the handheld PCs that are out there now.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not all slight spoiler. KOTOR is not on my list. Not that I don't think it's a good game. Just one thing that I will give it though is because I'm not I pretty much despise turn-based combat, and this is the game that kind of turned the tide for a little bit, because it's not exactly turn-based combat. I always call it pseudo turn-based combat. And because of that, it kind of started changing my perception of, I'm still not a fan of turn-based combat, but I'm more open to giving it a chance nowadays because of KOTOR.
I think what
Right.
helps with KOTOR is the kind of constantly but fluid animations that are still going on for the combat, while
Yeah.
like actual strikes may not be taking place. It's kind of giving you the chance to react. The game is still going, so that at least you're still feeling like you're in action doing something, versus just your characters are just kind of standing in a ready pose off to the side waiting to initiate attack. So I think that's what also kind of helps that.
Yeah. It's kind of more of a how do you say this properly? A more tactical kind of feel a little bit. That's what I would say. Like you can move your guys in position and you can set up their attacks and you can kind of plan out your turns.
Don't they call
Yeah.
it real time with pause?
You broke up. What'd you say?
Real time with pause.
Yes.
Yeah, because I like real time combat. Like I said, I've never really cared for turn based, but especially with like when I first started playing it, it was driving me nuts because I'd like see my hits connect and it says miss. I'm like, what do you mean miss? I saw it hit him. Because this is the first time I ever played a game that was based on dice rolls, and that was driving me nuts. And that was one thing that gave me a bad first impression of the game. Years later down the line, I actually played some actual D&D, and that was the first time I actually played something with dice and dice rolls and stats. Then when I came back to KOTOR, I never actually played it, but I did start a character and played through a little bit of it. And it all started to click with me after playing D&D and understanding dice rolls.
Gotcha.
See, I didn't learn about the dice rolls thing until much later. I just came from myself. Like I was always playing JRPGs, so I was used to turn-based combat. So that didn't quite agitate me as much. So I understand what you mean. It's like, especially when you want a little more action and stuff going on. Like you say, you see things are happening, yet otherwise the game is telling you otherwise.
Yeah,
So,
it's all based on stats and stuff.
Yeah.
I wasn't used to, because I don't even think I'd ever even played an RPG. That might have been the first RPG I ever played. Might have been KOTOR.
Yeah. So I understand that.
I honestly believe all those dice rolls and stuff that you're talking about, it's just all lies. They just don't want to admit that they have no idea how the combat works. They just
So, all right. Well, excellent pick. I figured that had to be someone's number one.
easily my number one.
So, JT, you want to give us your number one?
Oh yeah, sure. So Knights of the Old Republic 1. I actually did struggle with this one because I like almost everything about Knights of the Old Republic 2 more, but pretty much exactly like Carl was saying, the writing is just too good in the first one that it just it overpowers pretty much all the good that the second one has over it. And for me personally as well, I just connect better with all the companions in the first game than I do the second one. I'm just way more emotionally attached. So
Mm-hmm.
I just a much stronger connection. Even though, like Carl, it started out with a hatred and then came back with a love. as this was my first RPG ever, and this was one of my first games that was mine ever for console because I got it automatically when my uncle gave me his original Xbox. And I was like, "Oh, Star Wars," and I popped it in. I had no understanding of the combat and it grasped no concepts whatsoever, and kept dying on the Ender Spire over and over and over and over. So I eventually stopped playing the game. Um, after I learned how the Xbox's hard drives works and the memory cartridges work, because I would try to steal my stepdad's save file from his Xbox
Mm.
by taking his game disc and putting it in my Xbox, and it didn't work.
That doesn't work like that. Yeah, because was the Xbox your first disc-based console then?
Yes, it was.
Okay, yeah, because up until that point, you probably were playing cartridges where it's stored on the cartridge.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I had no concept of that, especially since neither me or my stepdad had any cartridges, so I didn't know that those were even a thing for quite a while.
You're
Um,
like, I'm gonna show you, stepdad.
So
um,
this is just a kind of a little tangent before we continue with the KOTOR stuff. Why did the Xbox have memory cards?
For lulz.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
figured too.
Yeah, someone talked about this recently because the Xbox was the first console, I think, with like an actual normal
drive.
hard drive.
yeah,
And
it
I
was.
think it had an 8 gig hard drive, which was huge at the time. You're never going to fill
Mhm.
that up unless you were ripping your music to it, which not a lot of people did, but you could do it. But if you were just using game saves, you would never fill that hard drive up.
Oh no, you never would. I think we even talked about that on the Xbox episode we did.
Oh, that's probably what it was when we were talking about it. That makes sense.
Well, I mean, yeah, wasn't like the PS2's memories like 8 MB?
Yeah,
Probably
Something.
the
those
memory
memory
cards.
cards. You could also get a SSD or something, an internal storage too. You can also do that with the PS2, right?
Yeah, that's more now though. People found out more about that now.
I love the PS2 too. I love that generation. Yes, you all know.
Good times, good times.
Sorry, JT, you can continue with your number one. I always just find it like people are like, yeah, we get memory cards for their Xbox. I'm like, why'd you waste money?
Yeah. So, yeah. Anything else you want to say about KOTOR, JT?
I mean, yeah, just like I was saying, it was also just my first real RPG. So when I got back into it and just actually got full on into it and everything, it opened my world to RPGs. I was then able to get into Jade Empire, and then of course, KOTOR
Oh,
2, which
Mhm.
the whole reason I ended up not even putting it on my list at all is because I'm gonna technically cheat and put it as a tie with the first one because I just consider the second one as an extension of the first one. I never played the first one and then not play the second one, and I never skip the first one and go to the second one. It's always if I'm gonna play KOTOR,
Play the
1,
first.
2, and if I'm not done playing it, then I'll hop on and start playing the Old Republic MMO.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, have you played KOTOR 2 with the restored content?
Yes.
All right. Because I've heard that's the definitive way to play it. Like I said, I haven't played KOTOR 2 yet, but I'm all queued up and ready to use that restored content mod when I do get around to playing it. But I will be playing KOTOR 1 first because I played it once, 20 years ago, and I need to play it again.
Like,
There's
and then sorry, go on.
I was gonna say there's actually 2 mods. If you want, definitely the restored content mod. There is another one that restores another planet and another storyline that the restored content mod does not do. However, it is not. It doesn't fully restore it, and it can be a little bit of a drag. But I would say it's worth one playthrough if you really want to experience what the game could have been.
Do you remember what that one's called?
Not at the moment, but I could find out and send it to you.
Yeah, message me too, so I can download that on my Steam Deck.
Yeah, it'd be cool to check it out when I get around to playing it.
Also, it's kind of hard to top HK-47, man, as a Star Wars character.
So, all right. Let's see here. So for next up, I guess that just leaves me and Filter. So I think I'll finish it off. So Filter, you want to hit us with your number one?
Sure. Okay. So kind of how I started things out mentioning, I got it. I did enjoy Star Wars. I enjoyed the movies and stuff like that, but I wouldn't say I was that deeply into it as I was, say, like being a Godzilla fan and everything like that at the time as a kid. But what really did kind of help change that course a bit, especially kind of opening up that galaxy, taking that step into a much larger world, was this game. And it is kind of a tie, but I'm leaning it more towards this game in particular because I played it all the way through, beat it, and all that jazz. And it's Shadows of the Empire.
Nah, number
There you
one.
go.
Interesting.
Shadows of the Empire is a game that introduced me to the concept that yes, there are more stories in the Star Wars universe, more than just Han, Luke, and Leia as the main starring cast, and more than just Vader and Palpatine as your villains. At the time, I wasn't aware of things of like Heir to the Empire and stuff like that because I believe the books had already been out. And
Yeah.
began that actual continuity and continuation of the storyline. So I was unawares of it. But Shadows of the Empire on the N64 was that game that just kind of came along, and I'm like, hey, Star Wars, cool. I'll check this out. And I'm like, who?
Also,
Dash Rendar?
non-Force user, right?
Yeah,
That's another thing we're talking about.
again,
Big one.
another a character, a main character, and a main villain that are both non-force users, and like you said, yes, Dash is a bit of a Han ripoff, but I feel like they, especially like in the book, they contextualize him enough to having his own identity and stuff like that. I think he's a fun character. He is a little more cocky and sure of himself. For good reason at times, but then also he does screw up here and there. And I think that's what was also just so fascinating and awesome about this is that what I learned much later is that, yeah, you had the N64 version, but you also had the PC version. The PC version has like animated scenes, 3D animated scenes, while the N64
Really?
version did the screen cap, basically picture with the subtitles underneath and everything. But the PC version was voice acted and all that.
I did not know
Oh,
that.
really?
Yes, I just
Wow.
wish GOG would do a little more job for making it more accessible to play on modern systems. But they have it on GOG to grab for Shadows of the Empire, as well as on Steam, I believe.
Yeah, it is on Steam because I own
But
it. Steam.
Yeah, it's ass to try and play though. It's such a chore to try and do.
So I'm gonna say this right now, and I don't know if any of you tried this, but Fractured, if you own a Steam Deck, it runs great on a Steam Deck.
Oh, does it really?
I tested this on a Steam Deck, and I was actually surprised at how well, like even the opening sequence when you're doing the snow speeders, it handles incredibly well on a Steam Deck.
Good to know. I've been looking at the Steam Decks. I kind of wish I'd went that route instead of a Switch, but oh well. I made my choice.
I mean, eventually you could if you.
Yeah, eventually down the line. But for the Shadows of the Empire, that was like kind of the fun thing too, like the snow speeder mission at the start, especially like once you started learning, there's basically like in-game achievements, right? You had to earn you could do like special things to complete the level 100% through getting like either collecting the the rebellion symbols.
That's right.
When you doing, especially like if you in like the snow speeder levels, you have to like do the tow cables on all of the AT-ATs.
That was tough.
It could be a pain in the neck because that camera was not always the best. And even then the gameplay wise, especially when you're on foot running around as Dash, is a little stiff, a little kind of awkward with your movements because sometimes you can try and stop them from running.
You're pretty floaty.
Yeah, you're very floaty. And in fact, that can either be to your detriment or to your saving grace. Because sometimes you can, if you knew how to maneuver yourself just right, you can still land on the platform or completely miss and fall to your death in a very either hilarious fashion or sad fashion, depending on which. But I mean, I think what was so cool about this too is, yeah, the whole being a big media project around it. The soundtrack is just phenomenal, especially something like the Shizor's theme and destruction of Shizor's palace. The
I can't
last
get
level.
used to that name. It just makes me laugh.
I know it's sometimes
it sounds like a Pokemon. I just can't
right.
help it.
But I mean, Joel McNeely, who did the soundtrack, did a fantastic job with it, even redoing tracks from the movies, which is now basically how I think of a lot of the tracks, a lot of the music from the Star Wars original trilogy. I always then think of Empire Strikes Back and the particular stages that they were played in. So that was I think this kind of the amazing part. And then the book is also just a fantastic read, because you also got on that end too, you got Luke, who's still kind of that in between point of he's rebuilt the lightsaber, he's still getting down the Force and everything like that. So that's the fun part. We learn how Chewie gets his haircut, Leia gets the Ubi's armor, and then just Shizor himself as a villain and being introduced to this new alien race, the Falene. I think that's how it's pronounced. And how he is trying to basically seduce her and use the alien pheromones that he can produce to help seduce her and everything. So it adds another danger threat through him. But mainly what I always kind of got kind of a chuckle at the time is that there's a scene in the book where Vader is in his chamber and he's trying to do basically like a Force healing on himself and trying to use the dark side while doing it. And this is kind of what then leads into, of course, Return of the Jedi and everything, and where he's conflicted. But as he heals himself, he feels better. He feels good. He's basically, Anakin is there again. And it's in that sense, however you want to put it. But he starts returning to the light side. But as soon as he starts doing that, everything reverses on him, and he goes right back to his original state, because he was instead of using the dark side, he had reverted back to the light for that moment. And so it's kind of an interesting moment for him. And I chuckled just because it's like, this is kind of what you get, dude. You threw it all away when you knew what your path could have been, but you chose the dark side. You fell for Palpatine's seduction. And I always kind of laughed with Palpatine too, because I always kind of made fun of the character for a long time until I got through the Plagueis book. But I was like, he keeps predicting everything. Like, how does he just happen to know this shit? Because he's like, just as I foresaw this at the end of even the book. I'm like, you dickhead. You call it after the fact, okay?
And how he returned.
Yeah, don't go there. I still don't even like Dark Empire. I have a lot of gripes with that storyline. He should have never come back, no matter what. I don't care where, don't care when or how. Stay dead, Palpatine.
But no one's ever really gone.
But Shadows of the Empire, like I said, this was just another fun game, and they had the sections in between for doing some light space combat too, which had its moments. The last mission could be a pisser, depending on if you're going for that higher difficulty and stuff like that. So, and yeah, that's just kind of that. Like I said, that game just got me into checking out so much more. Got more to looking into Dark Forces 2 and seeing what else was out there for the whole Star Wars universe.
All right, good pick. Let's see here. No, whatever. All right, I was trying to find it, but I couldn't find it quick enough. But anyways, I will put it in the stream description after the fact. But JT Epsilon found that second mod that he was talking about with the other restored content, so I will be adding that to the stream description if anyone is interested in checking that out after the fact.
Oh, nice.
So thank you for shooting me that link. All right. Well, that leaves it for me for the final number 1 slot. And as a lot of my choices, well, not so far, but I mention stuff like this all the time. So if you hung out my channel, you might probably already know what my answer is. But when we decided to do top 5 Star Wars video games for this one, 1 and 2 were easy. I knew what those were immediately. It was 3, 4, and 5. I had to go and I created a list of like 10 other games. I had to narrow it down to what 3 I was going to keep, and then of those 3, what order they were going to be in. So 1 and 2 were easy. It was for me. It was 3, 4, and 5 that were difficult. But my number 1 is, in my opinion, still the best Star Wars game, and I think hands down the best lightsaber combat game we've ever gotten, and that is Jedi Academy. I
Nice.
kind of like Fracture said multiple times, Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy are basically equal. And like I said earlier, I try to do 1 game per series, so I didn't want Outcast and Academy taking up 2 slots on my list just to make it more interesting. That's just something that I like to do. So
I get it.
If you want to put Outcast and Academy on your list like Jake did, by all means, go for it. The thing for me that puts Academy over Outcast is the more fleshed out lightsaber combat.
Yeah.
Because in Jedi Outcast, you just have 1 lightsaber and you get 3 styles, which is the single in Jedi Academy. If you go with the single saber, you get all 3 of those styles. But in Academy, you can also choose to go with dual sabers or staff saber. And the way that they expanded the combat with all those different saber styles for me is what puts it at number 1. The story, I think, in Outcast is better, but I think the gameplay in Academy is hands down the best. The lightsabers operate like actual lightsabers. You cut people off, you can basically kill anyone in 1 hit, except for for accurate reasons, like in Jedi Outcast, you have the Shadow Troopers which have lightsaber resistant armor, so it makes sense on why you can't kill them in 1 hit. But by the most part, lightsabers in both these games operate like actual lightsabers. You kill them in 1 hit, and when you turn on the G_lightsaber realistic lightsaber combat 1 code, it is chef's kiss. I played on stream just because I think it was when I was doing my test stream when I was setting up this new PC when I got it running back in September. I think that was one of the first games I booted up to test streaming. So I just booted up Jedi Outcast first level, put in some codes to get the lightsaber and force powers, and just screwed around for a few minutes. And it was like, oh man, it's like going back to your comfort game, it's just like in this comfy couch, it feels so good running around and barely swinging a lightsaber and limbs are flying everywhere. So, Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor, like we were saying, are like Nerf bats. The enemies have hellfires. You don't have that in Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy, because lightsabers operate like actual lightsabers, and it is fantastic. And you do get, because in Jedi Academy you're playing as Jaden Core, an apprentice, you actually get to spec into your force abilities the kind of the way you want, and you have more control over the story, kind of like you do in not the story, but how your character, your character build, just like we were talking about earlier in Jedi Knight. Whereas in Jedi Outcast, you don't get to pick anything. All your force powers get unlocked at a certain point, and just by beating a certain level, certain force powers automatically level up. You don't actually pick anything. So getting to choose your force powers again was nice, kind of going back to the way Jedi Knight was. I guess the only negative thing is just Rosh being so annoying. I think that's really the only negative I could say about it. The only thing is that I played Jedi Outcast way more times because I didn't actually it's kind of like Dark Forces. I played Jedi Academy demo a good number of times, but I didn't actually own Jedi Academy for quite a few years after it came out. So I have not played it anywhere near as many times as I've played Jedi Outcast, but I think it just plays so much better. And the Fallen Order and Survivor are the closest things we've gotten to that, but they still don't hold a candle to it. Jedi Academy, I think, is the best Star Wars game, best playing Star Wars, has the best combat. Like I was saying, that's one of the main reasons why I was not a huge fan of KOTOR, because you're not really in control. You just kind of set things up and let them play out. Here, you're controlling your character, and based on your movements and when you do your I played it on PC, so and I think you have better control of your lightsaber and your force powers on PC than you do on consoles. You have more buttons, especially when you have a button for each force power, whereas on the console version, I think you have to cycle through your force powers to use the ones that you want.
Yeah.
But with the lightsaber combat, I think you have more control, and you basically every way you move forward, back, right, left, and which mouse button you're using and at what time will decide on what type of lightsaber slash you do.
Yeah,
So
it's
it
like
really
its own combo moves and stuff.
Lightsaber combat, because you're trying to do like he's blocking high, so you want to slice low or vice versa. You actually have control of that stuff. And like Filter mentioned, it's based on Bushido Blade, which is, I never played it, but I've seen it.
Oh, it's a blast.
It's basically like that. It's I think it's 2D. I'm not sure. It might be.
It's a 3D. It's a 3D fighter. You got like basically the arena map to run around in.
And you have weapons that basically do one-hit kills.
Yeah, and you one-hit kills, or like depending on the strikes that you get, you can damage limbs and stuff like that. And then if you're a cheating little son of a gun and play the character that has guns, you just basically shoot people and they're dead.
Gun with
yes,
with
but
gun.
yeah,
that's even worse than Odd Job and GoldenEye,
right? But yeah, that was like the great thing. I mean, that's what I wish people would do more of, is like, yes, look back to certain games, look to other games, and maybe get some inspiration and ideas to spice up these games. Although I know like some are like in like copyright hell for whatever reasons, is because the companies have it locked down legally,
like licensing and stuff.
Licensing, thank you, that's more of what I was looking for, like the licensing lockdown. Because like I hear how like BioWare has the licensing on the dialogue wheel, which is why you don't see that in other games. WB has the whole licensing on the Nemesis. Yep. That's one of my biggest peeves ever. Is
I was watching a video that was talking about the Nemesis system recently. It's like, dude, if there was like a sequel to Arkham Knight with the Nemesis system, that would be freaking awesome.
I keep harping on it, and it's like, WB, you have a system that would just help make such a amazingly top tier like superhero game. You don't even have to maybe do it as a licensed character. Maybe do something new, something original, or whatever. But
do
like
something with it,
anything with it, please. Or just
they're like,
knock off your licensing crap and let somebody else do something with it, please. For the love of God.
They're like, if I'm not going to do anything with it, but you can't either. It's my toy and you can't play with it.
Yeah, they've taken their toys from the sandbox and left. It's like, no. But I mean, I can only imagine like that for maybe like a Star Wars game, like a whole like bounty hunters and shit like that. Like the possibilities are all there.
Yeah. So I had never played Outcast or Academy online. I heard that was a lot of people had a lot of fun with that. I just loved the campaign, and
me too,
playing through and taking out. I've never been big on multiplayer games like versus PvP. I love co-op and PvE stuff. I've never been huge on PvP, so I never went online and played it online. I know my buddy who was here earlier, he did it online. I never did, but I just love the campaign in both of those games. And yeah, the lightsaber combat just took it to another level in Jedi Academy. And yeah, staff saber for life.
Well, I mean, we all did a staff saber run because
I played through it all with each style.
Who didn't want to LARP as Darth Maul for a bit? I mean, come on, that was like the whole that was why they put the staff saber in there anyways, was to give you your Darth Maul fun run to do that sort of thing. Yeah. But I mean, the base game I never played multiplayer. It was always, like I said, the mod movie battles too that I played the freaking hell out of. And I mean, they kind of tweaked things a bit for that lightsaber combat, still just as deadly and stuff like that, but definitely added a little more kind of movement and stuff like that you had to be aware of. Maybe tried to overcomplicate it a bit, but I just remember spending so many hours playing that mod for Jedi Academy with some friends, and how I met some friends and stuff like that too. It's just a wild thing.
Yeah, I've heard that was a good one, but yeah, I never even played it modded. So, but I forgot to mention at the beginning of the stream my Star Wars video game shirt. Thought was very apropos for tonight's stream. Xbox is the Empire, and you got a Star Destroyer with the Kinect is the bridge of the Star Destroyer, and you got the PlayStation is the Millennium Falcon. You got the Wiimote as the X-wing.
So Evil Empire is
like the X-wing or something.
So, what was that? You both talking?
I said it should be like the Hi-Fi Rush developers for like the Rebels now. Xbox going after all their own people.
Yeah. And what was that, Carl?
I said AT&T is the real Evil Empire.
Down with the telecoms. So, all right. Well, that wraps it up for all of our top fives, but we're not quite done yet. Jason, you want to get us on this next section?
Yeah.
Usually pretty quick.
Yeah. So, obviously, after we're done talking about our top fives, we like to do the group top five. This one was actually one of the easier ones to kind of get together because later on in there we had a lot of sames. But we did have a tie for our number 5. Number 5 was a tie between Republic Commando and Jedi Outcasts. And then because of that, we also had a tie at number 3, technically. That was going to be Rogue Leader and Shadows of the Empire. And then number 2 with Nerdy Neo bringing in Jedi Academy. That is our number 2 is Jedi Academy. And then obviously our number 1 was Knights of the Old Republic. So pretty easy group. Going to be exciting to see how things can change or even make Knights of the Republic more of a number 1 with
sure
more people adding. Yeah. So when we do, like we said, the George Lucas cut for our second part or whatever we're going to get, it's going to be very interesting if games do move around. But this does seem like a pretty solid 5 with how everybody talks about these games. So
yeah, and so for anyone who doesn't know how that is each of our number 5 choices gets 1 point, each of our number 4 choices gets 2 points, and up until each of our number 1 choice gets 5 points. And so that's how that was determined.
Yeah. And then also, like I said, if multiple people choose the same in general, obviously there are bonus points because, again, it's not fair if one person chooses a 5-point game, we'll say, and then 3 people choose, 2 points or a 1-point game. Like, come on, like, because more people like this game, so it should deserve a better spot on the list than just one person with 5. So, using how everybody voted and this crazy, math thing that we're gonna do, it's easily made it for top 5 or technically 6, but top 5.
Cool. All right, and Paul's coming in. He's like, "You're all still going?" And Fracture had perfect response. It's Star Wars, naturally.
It's Star Wars. This coming into this one with this group, I'm like, this is for I. It was crazy how long the comedy movie one lasted. The last time I knew coming this one, like, this is going to, if this doesn't blow any of our top 5s time wise out of the water, we didn't do something right. So.
And we lost one of our panelists after 2, so
this easily could have been another hour.
So
easily another 2.
Yeah, definitely. So, all right, Jason, thank you for the group rank. Couple last things before we head on out here. I dropped a screenshot in the Discord because I saw so I knew that there were a few canceled Star Wars games. I didn't realize how many Star Wars games had been canceled. So I took a screenshot, dropped it in our Discord chat, asked everyone to take a look at it, and wanted to know what your most disappointing canceled Star Wars game is. And I'm going to leave what my actual number 1, or at least up until today, was going to be my number 1 because I'm pretty sure someone else is going to mention. But I did not know that this was a thing until today, and it makes me sad now because it definitely would have been my number one disappointed canceled Star Wars game for all these years that I'd known it was ever planned to begin with. And that was there was going to be a Star Wars Jedi Knight 3 called Brink of Darkness, which I had never heard of until today.
What?
And I was like, and then sad at the same time because I was like, yeah, it's canceled before I even knew it existed. And I would have been over the moon excited for that game back in the day if I'd known that it was coming. So curious from the rest of you guys, if you took a look at that list and what game on that list would you have been most excited for?
I mean, now that you mention it, yeah, I didn't realize that there was gonna be a Jedi Knight 3. If naturally, that's kind of where I definitely would lean right there. But
I figured you would as well.
But I was always kind of curious about the Star Wars 1313, just because that was gonna be kind of going into the whole underbelly of the of Coruscant and stuff like that, and then the underworld stuff. And I could have. Was that the one that was going to be kind of featuring also like an Imperial agent sort of character too? Or am I thinking of a different one?
Well, I mean, there was.
I know this was like going to be also
Eclipse in Force Unleashed.
Yeah, but like 1313, I thought also had like a kind of another Imperial.
Maybe I don't know much about it,
but sort of situation. But I know it was going to be another like thing. Also, Boba Fett was going to be featured in it.
Yeah, he was going to be a main character.
Okay, so that's where I got things mixed up.
Yeah,
but no, that was
very
another
much looking forward to that game as well.
I think. That's what I forgot to mention for my another one. There's a few
mentions.
honorable mentions I forgot to bring up, but the GameCube Bounty Hunter game.
Oh,
because
I was going to bring that up, and that was going to be on our last section before we head out here. But yes, good honorable mention. So, but yeah, 1313 was one that I was very much excited for, and that was my number one most anticipated and one of my most disappointing canceled games of all time. Until I found out there was going to be a Jedi Knight 3 today.
Yeah, that, and I can see like the Force Unleashed 3 just because none of us brought up the second game that I could recall. Like we all talked about the first game for sure, but the second one just was like, it really is just kind of that bastard child that you just don't really want to talk about that much, just because it was. We talk about KOTOR 2 being like a rushed project. That was such a rushed game because it was so short, it was so trimmed down, and like I felt bad in a sense because like I kind of wanted to see where this would take the character, but at the same time I was almost like, well, maybe we've gotten enough, but still I could see a third where maybe they could have redeemed it with a third game, maybe.
I know a lot of people would say like, what's a game that you want a sequel to? And a lot of people would say Force Unleashed 3. So, and Insidious Bliss is coming in and saying, hello, TIE Fighter wins. That is all. What's up, Bliss? Good to see you, buddy. So, Carl, do you have a most anticipated canceled Star Wars game?
Most anticipated canceled Star Wars game. That's a statement.
Yes.
What
game would you have been most excited for had it actually come out?
I know, it's just the way you said it. It's just funny to me.
That's an oxymoron.
Yeah. One thing I can recall, Battlefront 3 was supposed to be a massive game from everything that they were talking about, and it was supposed to be like the next step. Like you could go from a ground battle to a space battle. There was a lot of demo footage of it out there.
Yep.
And KOTOR 3 is like easily like the easy one to say, and
those are the other two ones that a lot of people, Battlefront 3 and KOTOR 3.
And we did kind of get a KOTOR 3. Was it good?
Sort of.
From a certain point of view.
We didn't get what we wanted, but we got something,
which is better than nothing at times.
Yes,
not always, but it wasn't terrible.
Yeah, but Battlefront 3, it's kind of funny. It's also Battlefront 4 is on here too, so that's even more funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see
I
that.
thought that was funny. It's like they canceled a 4 when a third got canceled and it didn't even come out yet. How does that work?
They
Yeah,
were
but-
already planning a sequel. No.
But that's the unfortunate reality was Pandemic Studios gone too soon.
Yep.
Freaking EA.
Yeah,
Every
But-
time.
they couldn't handle the greatness, and that's why they made 2 inferior Battlefront games.
So, and JT, do you have any games that were canceled or Star Wars that you were looking forward to?
Imperial Commando.
I figured someone was going to mention that.
Oh, maybe. There it is. I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, sequel to Republic Commando.
One of the biggest things I have been wanting to see is something from the point of view of the Empire, and I wanted it to be not the stereotype where they automatically defect the rebels or they're cruel. Like I wanted to see like a sympathetic side from the Empire, and I would have loved to have seen that through the Imperial Commandos,
Yeah.
especially since Battlefront 2 hyped that up only to deliver the stereotypical swapping.
All right, and you're talking about the 2017 Battlefront 2, right?
The EA
Yeah,
one. Yeah.
no, no, the original one. I love the original one.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, you're gonna play from the side of the Empire for like 2 levels, then you're gonna switch sides.
I
Biggest
hate
cock tease.
Why EA? Why do you always have to ruin my life?
So
I
Yeah.
think they delight in it.
Everything I love that you make dies.
all right. And
R.I.P.
Jason.
Westwood.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of
games.
Gone Studios in the EA graveyard.
Yes. Mine out of the list was 1313 as well. I was just looking up now. I totally forgot how much gameplay they had to show and everything too. I thought it was just more of all the concept art, but yeah, no, I just finished watching the trailer and some of the gameplay stuff. I'm like, I wonder if it stopped or if it failed just because I mean, it looked heavily like kind of like a Gears of War and like a Star Wars thing with like the cover shooters and everything like that. So I don't know.
Wasn't it the Disney acquisition?
I was
It
gonna
was
say,
the
I
Disney
believe
probably
it,
was
yeah,
that.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was the Disney acquisition.
It was the
Yeah, 'cause,
biggest
I mean, it was
mistake
a-
ever. Besides,
Yeah, because I mean, it was a
funny.
mature game too. So I mean, it definitely looked like they were trying to go Gears of War style with Star Wars. So I mean,
I thought more Uncharted, but yeah, similar.
I
guess
feel like
too.
it was both. It could feel like
Yeah.
both. Star Wars doesn't have edge. That's the big problem now. The edge has been removed, and that's the sad part. That's a lot of these games that we talked about. That's really what made these games so special. Is there was a lot of edge to them.
Well, and each game was trying something slightly different in a way. I mean, look at how they changed up lightsaber combat for Outcasts and bringing into some the squad commands for Republic Commando, the turn-based action RPG stuff being what it was for BioWare, but bringing that to such a big level in a big way for Knights of the Republic, for all the dialogue options, light side, dark side, and all that stuff. Yeah, we've kind of seen the morality system stuff, but they kind of tweak things in another way. And hey, they gave us both the Jedi and the Sith code.
And then on
So-
top of that, too, you had an amazing racing game too.
That's right. Yep.
And whatever the hell that fever dream was in episode 1.
Exactly.
But yeah, as you were saying a moment ago, Filter, that like one of the biggest mistakes ever. 1, decanonizing the EU.
Yep.
2, scrapping 1313, and 3 is giving all Star Wars to EA and not letting it be licensed like it was in the 2000s. We had all these different studios doing all these different amazing things with the IP and making all sorts of different games, and that was the
It wasn't even given to them. EA bought LucasArts, if I recall correctly, because LucasArts was considered like a separate part of Lucasfilm.
oh, is
And
that
I believe
why?
and then they bought, and now
Oh.
they're just now losing the license to it all because they've also just messed
I
around.
thought
for
they only
too
bought
long.
the rights. I'm gonna
Maybe it was the rights. I might be misremembering. It just
But yeah.
feels like because they've had such strict control over the whole thing, and honestly, with the way they run all
No.
these company.
They
so it wouldn't
they
surprise
signed
me.
an exclusive deal only
Okay,
for
okay.
10 years,
All right.
and it was 10 years of misery.
Yeah.
10 years of nothing, a freaking desert.
Fractured, I really don't like Bob Iger. You don't have to remind me why.
But yeah, that whole era, almost all the games we talked about today is like the golden age of Star Wars games because so many people could make Star Wars games and do all sorts of different interesting things with it. And then EA put out Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, Squadrons, and the two Battlefront games.
And
5 games in 10 years.
It took them a long time even just to finally squeeze out things like Squadrons, Battlefront 2, and
that was like
whatnot.
the end of their life.
Yeah, this has been at the end of their life, and they finally got out the Jedi Survivor. Fallen Order was there for the longest time, along with Battlefront 1 and 2. So it's like it's just been those 3 games plus the mobile shit games. So only now did they finally like kind of amp it up a little, just a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit.
And now we get Ubisoft.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah,
we finally don't have a stranglehold on the license. First thing we're getting is a Ubisoft game, which looks very mediocre.
I hate this. I hate this so much.
I'm hoping we can get a return to good Star Wars games, but I'm not holding my breath.
We will once Bob Iger leaves, and he's never leaving.
Yeah, it's like, when is that going to happen?
The ride never ends.
Just look at it this way: we still got all the old games to still play and go back to and enjoy.
Yeah.
To bring it back to a positive note, we've still got the tried and true classics.
So they find some way to ban the old games to make you buy the new one.
Don't give them ideas.
For
JT.
once, I'm trying to be a positive source.
And you got to take us right back down.
I'm just glad it's not me for once.
I will say at least I have them on disc, so I'm okay.
That's good. Yeah.
It's like you're playing, like your N64, and it's like, no, this game is detected as banned, and it bricks your console. How is that even possible? It doesn't even have an internet connection.
It's just Bob Iger.
Your phone
break my stuff.
Your phone has alerted us to your N64. We are sending out a radio wave to shut it down in 5, 4, 3.
No!
Disney Corp has your IP address. We are not going to block you out. Hey, Dios mío.
And for our last little segment before we head out here, Star Wars games that you are looking forward to playing. Could be something that you've never played before and is 30 years old. Could be something that you're just looking forward to playing again because it's been too long, or heck, maybe you beat it yesterday and you want to play it again right away. Doesn't matter. What Star Wars games are you looking forward to playing? And for me, the first thing, I know I might get some groans, but I am looking forward to giving Jedi Survivor a shot now that it is on Game Pass. It won't be anytime soon because I'm still working on my recovery, but I'm at least looking forward to giving it a try. It's funny because the guys I was mentioning earlier, they were talking about how the story in it is great. I'm like, that's probably the worst part of the game, in my opinion. What I've heard. But it looks like the saber combat is better than it was in Fallen Order, and I thought Fallen Order was okay, but obviously it doesn't live up to Jedi Academy. And next one is one that I mentioned way back. But I was trying to save it for this part, is the total conversion mod for TIE Fighter with the updated graphics. I'm very much looking forward to giving that a shot at some point, but I need to get myself a joystick so I can play it. And then lastly, as Fracture just mentioned a few minutes ago on a honorable mention that he forgot to mention, is I never got around to playing Bounty Hunter, and I always wanted to. So I'm looking forward to getting to that at some point. I'm hoping that is also in the RetroArch GameCube release, but even if it isn't, it is already on RetroArch via PS2, so I'll play it that way when I get around to it. If it isn't out on GameCube for RetroArch yet, but if I have the option to play the two versions, I'm going to do the GameCube version because I was a GameCube kid and I've never had a PlayStation. So those are the Star Wars games that I'm looking forward to playing at some point. What about you guys?
I'm looking forward to Star Wars Eclipse.
Do we know anything about that yet?
Not much, but I've enjoyed that game company's work. So
I was gonna say, isn't that the David Cage one?
What company is it?
Oh my God! Wow,
they're French, so they don't matter.
Oh,
It's the same people who did Detroit Become Human.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
David Cage.
yeah.
Quantic Dream or
Qu-
whatever.
Quantic
Yeah,
Dream,
yeah,
that's
it is.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I could see where at least for that aspect, just because that guy really is this kind of a weird auteur type.
It
It'll
could
at
be
least be
interesting.
it'll be at least kind of interesting. Yeah,
Yeah, all we've gotten was that one trailer with all the people playing the drums, right?
that's been it as far as I've noticed.
There was
yeah.
like one trailer, and I thought that game silently got canceled. I'm not even joking. I forgot that game existed.
It,
No,
I,
it's
it
too
got
quickly.
kind of squashed for
I
a
don't-
moment, and then it was like, and then David Cage was even coming out. It was like, no, we are still working on it.
Yeah, I don't think it got
It's
canceled,
just
but
got
I
a
did
long
forget about it as well.
It just has a long. Apparently, they already have it set for a long production time, so they're supposedly at it. It's just been the one that especially has been going in and out of development, the quote unquote development hell or just like uncertainty is the KOTOR remake, which I keep doing my my dance of cancellation to
Please
keep
don't
it.
happen. Please don't happen.
Yeah, I
all
don't
the
want
people
any of
like-
that Sam Maggs content that she did for rewrites making it out. Into the
Like I
world.
said, man, I don't like being that guy because I don't think anyone should have to suffer the job insecurity and stuff like that. But it's just like, damn, this is
Yeah.
one I would be okay with, I guess.
All
And I
the
hate
people like,
saying that.
oh no, that it got canceled again. It's like that's a good thing. You already have
Yeah.
the original. Go play that.
Exactly.
I don't know. After I played Detroit Become Human, I also don't think I want to play that other game.
You're
I'm
not
sorry
wrong.
if you like it, JT. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna
Nah,
I'm not gonna say that it sucks to you, but I just like, whoa, man, I did not like that.
I'm very aware that I like that game.
So, Carl, you got any ones that you're looking forward to?
I said them earlier, both the PSP games.
Oh, that's right.
So I guess those are like the only ones I'm actually looking forward to because I think they'll be short, so I could probably crank them out in like a weekend of just laying in bed, not doing anything.
Nice.
But I also want to get back into Jedi Survivor 2 because the only thing that like really bummed me out about it was 150 gigabytes for a game.
Oh yeah, it's I think on Xbox like 134.
Yeah, I was just I wanted to like just smash my brain in. And I was like, why God, why do you torture me every day?
Was it? Yeah, I think it was Jedi Survivor. It had some controversy because even if you bought the disc copy, you still need the internet to install it because they didn't bother fitting the entire game on the disc.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
like
Oh,
everything.
jeez.
But like when I played it originally on the PS5, and now I just re-downloaded it on the Xbox. The combat is much better, and that's like a good thing to say that it is much better. But besides that, I don't know, everything we've been talking about tonight. I mean, I just want to play everything again. It's just like all these good memories are back. I got that dopamine hit really good from tonight's conversation. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Hook it into my veins.
Yeah, exactly.
What's up, Kay? Good to see you. I'm assuming the
Hello.
Helldiver stream just got over. Good to see you. And we are just about to wrap up. So I think we got Jason and Fractured, or because Fractured was talking about KOTOR
Yeah,
remaster,
I
but
mean,
not that he's looking forward to it.
yeah. And I mean, it's funny. Like you could do some unintentionally like hilarious stuff with Detroit Become Human. It's at least worth a playthrough just for the goofy stuff you can do in that game.
Oh Jesus,
Um,
man, you ain't lying. I'm very mad right now when you say this, so I'm just gonna shut up.
Really quick, just quickly for Carl and JT. Heavy Rain, yes or no?
Jason,
Jason!
I don't. I've never played it. I never tried
Okay.
it.
don't.
I'm a huge fan of Heavy Rain.
You liked Heavy Rain?
I liked Heavy Rain.
Okay.
I
I never
didn't
played
mind
it,
it.
but it's basically the spiritual predecessor to Detroit Become Human, right?
It's made by the same company. I played
Yeah,
the
it's the
other
same
one,
company.
but Beyond Two Souls. I thought that one was like just okay. Like it's not one I don't think I'll ever play again, but I don't regret playing it either.
Okay.
Never change, JT. Like what you like. I generally do mean that.
So So, Filter, did you say any games that you're looking forward to playing?
I mean, yeah, like kind of like you said, the total conversion mod, I definitely need to fully check out and everything. I plan on rechecking out the General Tantor's Mysteries of the Sith remastered,
Okay.
just to see, because he's now updated like the scenes for the new character models and stuff
I
like
remember
that.
you showed that on Saturday Night Sith a few weeks ago.
I want to check that out, but of course, I'm gonna be looking forward to getting back to KOTOR 2, continuing my playthrough. So yeah, that's what I'll be looking forward to doing.
Nice. Kay is saying Heavy Rain is worth a playthrough. It's cheesy, but it can be fun. It's so bad it's good sometimes.
Well, Detroit's the best part of the game is playing as the detective robot. That's like the best part of the game.
Is that Clancy Brown's character?
He's partnered.
He's your
partner.
partner.
Connor.
Thank you,
Okay.
Connor. It's because he has like unintentionally just hilariously great lines, especially like I like
his delivery.
dogs.
Yeah, his
the
delivery.
His delivery is
great.
Just fantastic.
It's like Clancy Brown, the drunk, and then like an autistic robot.
and Clancy Brown himself is just freaking erratic and everything, because it's like a very bipolar individual with this autistic robot.
I know.
It's just hilarious.
I know. There's like that whole going to Canada stuff in the game, and I'm like, what am I playing?
You can end that real quickly if you don't want to have to deal with that through the game.
I can too. It's called I eject the disc.
Well, there's that too. Absolutely.
That's
I was gonna
say
there's a scene where you're running across a highway, and
oh god, I remember this scene.
You can figure out the rest from there.
My favorite part about that is like every time, like if like Connor goes bye, and then anyone shows up, he gets more annoyed each time a new one shows up. Like,
well, it's like there's just so much that does not make sense for the storylines.
You are not even kidding.
Because it's like, how does a guy that's basically spending all of his time getting high in his house, who has bills that aren't being paid, but yet somehow he still manages to pay off his robot to get repairs? And his child bot to get repairs?
That's the part that annoyed the shit out of me even more. Now you say, stop doing this. They're going to make me swear and mad. I'm about to go to bed. I'm having a good time.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. It's that game. I hate you, James. You and Kojima, I hate you both.
Back to Star Wars. Jason, what about you? Do you have any Star Wars games that you're looking forward to getting around to? Or
yeah, I'm looking forward to finish Fallen Order and then trying out Survivor, because again, haven't done that. And then I think after that, this KOTOR game that we're talking about, I should probably play that. It sounds pretty good, so trying to give that game probably a try.
All right. Well, with that, I think we will wrap it there. Longest one by far, unsurprisingly. So we'll go around the horn and let everyone plug their stuff. JT, do you have anything you want to plug? I know you don't really have a channel, but anything you want to mention?
Not really. I mean, other than just thanks for having me on. Really enjoyed it and had a great time with everybody.
Yeah, it was great having you on. Thanks for joining us. All the guys here, I put their Twitter or their YouTube links or whatever in the stream description. So if you want to go check them out, the links are all there. Carl, I know you got we've mentioned a couple times, a stream coming up here on Thursday. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you got something going on tomorrow, too, that I don't know about. But what do you got going on?
Tomorrow, I'm just playing Pokemon Coliseum and trying to finish that before Thursday show with Angry Canadian. We're doing a retrospective of the GameCube. So for everyone who likes the GameCube, you can check us out Thursday night, 7 p.m. Central, as me and Angry Canadian talk about the history about the GameCube, what we liked about it, the great bangers that system had, and just how it continues to hold up to this very day of just, being an iconic Nintendo system, which ironically was, the fourth place in that generation compared to the other ones.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'll catch it live, but I will definitely watch that afterward if I don't.
Yes, and then Saturday, I will also be having the second show and that is going to be with Melee Games too. Kay and James are going to be on, and we're going to do our top 5 underrated games.
Hey, that's our thing. You can't
Yeah,
take
you're
our
trying to
thing.
step in,
How dare you?
watch those toes.
That's cool. I'll look forward to watching that as well. I probably definitely won't be able to catch that one live, but definitely looking forward to watching. And I'm sure both those streams, you'll find some way to get another dig at me about Crackdown.
I will try not to.
All right. So if you're not sub to Carl at RNG, go check him out. His link is in the description. He does great discussions as well. And Fractured Filter, what do you got going on?
Oh God, what have I got going on? I will be trying to fire up a KOTOR 2 stream within the next couple of days or so. I'll of course be on Static 2020's channel for weekend pregame on Thursday, where we talk about Clown World and everything else going on. Last week we had an interesting conversation about Helldiver. Wait, was it last week or the week?
I think last week. No, Helldivers. Oh, maybe, but I know Helldivers. They did Helldivers on Bloodbath last week.
Yeah, no, I know you guys played it, and then we did have a discussion. Lethal Lightning joined us, Horror Murata joined us, and everything.
Yeah, that was on pregame.
Okay, that was last week. Okay. So who knows what we'll be talking about this week? Static always manages to find something. So it'll be a blast. Saturday night.
Still here.
Oh, is he still here?
He is still here.
Okay, thank you, Static. Thank you. My brain doesn't always work properly. And of course, yeah, you can find me over on my channel, The Fractured Filter, YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, Kick, Twitch. I whore myself around. And but we'll for Saturday Night Sith that we do every Saturday well, we've been getting back into it, thankfully. But yeah, 4 p.m. Mountain Time, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and where we do talk about sometimes Star Wars related content or gaming or whatever kind of crops up in pop culture that wants to drive us up a wall.
Or some very deep philosophical discussions.
And then there's that too. Absolutely. We try and mix things up, you know. We bring the Jedi, we bring a bit of the Sith philosophies, we mix it all up there. But then we all, and also Static, the son of a gun, who will be having us watch Acolyte. You bastard.
Oh no.
Which I'm debating on whether or not I'm going to force my co-host to watch it too, Jay Hitman, for us to review on Saturday Night Sith when that comes out. But otherwise, we tend to end the Saturday Night Sith with an episode of Stargate SG-1 that we've been doing watch throughs of. We're still in season 1 presently. We last week did Enigma, which was a lot of fun. But then this week we will be doing Solitudes, which, if you are unfamiliar, is where Jack and Carter get stuck in an ice location. And yeah, it's a great episode. We get another MacGyver dig for Richard Dean Anderson on that one, which is always hilarious when they like to bring up MacGyver. But yeah, it's kind of a way of positively ending things out for a stream, because, you know, we get through enough of the negative in the early parts of the stream. Let's go for something good, something old. And, you know, I think and things like this are fantastic, you know, talking about the stuff that is still there, still great, that we can all play and enjoy and be happy. Don't always have to be some cynical snots like me. But yeah, otherwise that's all she wrote from me. And again, yeah, thank you guys for allowing me on to rant on about the Star Wars games. It's always a blast.
Glad you could join us. Yeah, the
happy to.
Episode of Stargate that I watched last night is basically the sequel to the one you're going to be watching. I watched the one with the weather control device.
Ah, yes.
So, yeah, I've been watching a couple episodes a week, so I'm a little bit ahead because, like, yeah, one a week is a little too slow for me.
Well, yeah, and Hitman already went way ahead, just because it was his first time ever getting into the series, so he watched ahead. I'm fine with that. I figured this is just for, you know, on the stream watch along. People could do it however else they want to, but for the stream, this is how we're doing it.
I'm glad you did, because you got me into watching it again. Because I just watched it, you know, once. I think I got started in about season 6 or season 7 when it was, you know, airing, and I caught up and then watched the rest of the seasons as they aired, and I haven't seen it since. So I'm glad you're doing this. You got me back into watching it. So All right. And Jason, do you want to tell us? Because I think there's a little something going on next Tuesday. If I'm, I think it's Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah, next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, 8 Central Time. It's super early late here, so you guys can do the math if you're Pacific and all that kind of stuff. But
6 Pacific, and that would be
6
9
Pacific,
Eastern.
9, yeah, you got it. Anyway, Shovelware is going to debut, and everybody's like, Shovelware, what's that? Shovelware is the game show that I've been working on in the background. So yes, it is starts next Tuesday. It's going to be a monthly show. Hopefully, people are going to enjoy this. Hopefully, people in chat are going to like it and eventually want to be guests. And then hopefully, the winner can stay on for episodes to come because who knows? There may be prizes. There might not be. We'll see what happens when we start going on. But yes,
Well, you're bribing me,
Shovelware is
okay.
going. Yeah, Shovelware is going to be a Jeopardy style game show. I have everything all set up and ready to go, and honestly, cannot wait to see how it goes. It's going to be kind of a short term or short like time frame live stream because again, it's just going to be 30 minutes, 40 minutes, kind of get in, watch it. Hopefully people, if they can't catch it live, can easily just put that on their watch later thing. But again, we'd love to see you there live. Hopefully not helping the contestants cheat, but we'll see how that goes on the first episode. But yeah, we're gonna hopefully have some fun and start the game show next week.
Yeah. I plan to be there as long as I'm off work by the time because I'm in charge of a project because I'll be traveling again. So I won't be here. I'll be on hotel Wi-Fi using my backup mic. So it's a lot of ifs. I think I should be able to make it, but I may have to bow out. But I'm hoping that doesn't happen. So I'm very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, so it might be at 8, and if Nerdy Neo has to drop out, just message me saying like, hey, if Neo has to bow out, I would like to show up for the game show at 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific, 7 Mountain if you're in the mountains, and then we can put you on there.
Sound cool. And you want to go ahead and tell us about our next top 5, which I alluded to earlier?
And then, next top 5 is going to be top 5 Star Wars characters, and that will be one of my exclusive ones on the channel. So, yeah, come on by in 2 weeks from now, same time. And then we're going to have some fun talking about more Star Wars characters to finish off the month of May in the Star Wars month. And then I think we had some ideas for the one after that too, but we're still kind of penciling that one in.
Oh, I got tons of ideas. I've had a few people give me some suggestions lately as well. So
yeah, I gave you one too.
Yep, Carl gave me one. So yeah, anyone else out there? These shows are all about you guys. So if you guys want to come on for future episodes of Top 5, or you've liked some of the topics we've had and you want to discuss those, let us know. And like we're always open to doing a part 2, part 3, however many we need to do to get everyone on to talk about the topics that that they want to talk about and rank their top 5 whatevers. So let us know and we'll make it happen. Because I'm sure we'll probably have to do at least a part 2 on Star Wars games, maybe even a part 3. And I'm looking forward to talking about top 5 favorite Star Wars characters on Jason's channel in 2 weeks. So I think we are pretty full on the next one in 2 weeks, but I'll have to talk to you about that behind the scenes. But let us know and we'll make it happen sooner or later, but we'll make it happen. So thank you, everyone on the panel, for joining us and staying for this ridiculous long time. Appreciate you guys. And everyone who came and hung out in chat. You guys are all awesome. Appreciate all of you guys. And dude over on Rumble as well. Thank you all for joining us for another episode of Top 5. We will see you again soon. And we will catch y'all later. In the meantime, game on.
Later.